to TiVo him and watch me.
A Fox News election alert. It has been a 26-month long haul, and we are finally there. It is Election Day 2008, and we are literally moments away from obtaining the very first exit polls of the evening. Our first clue as to how this election may go. Now, as soon as we have them in hand, and literally they will be run up to us moments from now, we will alert them, expecting polling not just nationally, but from the critical battleground states of Indiana, Virginia, and Ohio, to name a few. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Election Headquarters. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Bill Hemmer. You said it finally, huh? It's finally here, Election Day 2008. There are so many of you voting today that the turnout number could very well surpass the record by as many as 10 million. Live pictures from Cincinnati, Ohio. That's Hamilton County. And so far, we've only seen the usual sort of voting problems like missing paper ballots and malfunctioning scanners. But the night is still young, so keep your fingers crossed. 5 o'clock here on the East Coast. Meg?
Well, while we wait for that exit poll information, we're going to turn to the man that many believe is responsible for the past two Republican presidential victories, and that man is, as he is known, the architect, Karl Rove. Karl, good evening to you.
Megyn, good to see you.
All right, so what is the main thing that you are going to be looking for early on tonight?
I'm going to be looking at certain counties in Indiana. We're not going to get all the vote in Indiana when the polls first close, because the southwestern and northwestern parts of the state close an hour later, I believe it is, or half an hour later. So I'm going to be looking at counties like Allen County and Marion County, Indianapolis, and then the donut counties, the suburban counties around there. Also going to be looking for the returns in Vigo County, Terre Haute, Indiana, which is called every presidential election with the exception of 1908 and 1952. And for over 100 years, it's called all but two presidential elections. Then we're going to get the early returns from Kentucky, the eastern part of Kentucky. And again, we're going to be looking there not because I think Kentucky is in danger, but it will give us a sense of how much how McCain and Obama are running in comparison to Bush and Kerry in 2004.
Karl, so many people have said that if Indiana is in doubt, if it seems to be leaning toward Obama, it's a very bad predictor for John McCain. Is that true? Could you see a scenario where McCain loses Indiana and then goes on to win Virginia, which comes out shortly thereafter, Ohio, and after that, and goes on to win the presidency?
Well, yeah, he could, but the question is, in 2004, the Republicans took 286 electoral votes, 16 more than they needed in order to win the presidential contest. You can't lose a lot of states and drop below 270, and if you do, you got to replace them with something. So if you lose Indiana, that takes you from 286 down to 275, 5 above the number you need. If you lose Iowa, you're now down under 270. So you want to minimize your losses, and the 11 electoral votes of Indiana are key for McCain to keep in the camp. Now, we won't know early on in the evening how Indiana is going to come out. In fact, Indiana may be called very late in the evening if it's close, because Lake County, which is in the far northwestern corner, Gary, Indiana, so it's really virtually a part of the city of Chicago. In the primaries, they held out their vote late. They counted them late. They brought them in at the very tail end of the evening. I suspect we'll see that happen again tonight. So we may not know how Indiana is going until very late in the evening.
What are the critical points to look for tonight as the hours tick by? We've got 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock poll closings. What are the critical points at which you think we could know how this election has turned out?
It's to compare the performance of McCain and Obama to Bush and Kerry and see how they differ, and see if there's a consistent pattern that shows up that gives you a sense of, remember, the race in 2004 was separated by less than 3 points. If Obama and McCain start to show a significantly different rate of return in these individual states and counties as they come in, it'll give us a sense of of how the general trend for the evening might look like. But look, early on, Indiana's important. Virginia will come in. They close early. It will take a long time for Virginia to come in, not as long as it will probably take Indiana to come in. But again, we'll get a sense from the pattern of votes. Does McCain do well in the Tidewater? How much does the African-American vote in Petersburg and Richmond grow? How does Obama do in Northern Virginia? Have his comments on coal hurt him in the Southwest and in the Valley of Virginia, where he spent a lot of time over the last month campaigning? All of these questions will start to get a glimpse of the potential responses early in the evening.
And as you speak, we watch live voting taking place in one of the counties you mentioned, Lake County in Indiana. Karl, you've been through this. You have been the man at the top of the campaign staff, sitting on a night like this, basically at this point powerless, except to watch the results roll in. What are these candidates and the men and women around them who have helped them get to this point, what are they going through at this hour tonight?
Look, it's an emotional time. You spent some number of years of your life focused on one thing, victory, and tonight it's in the hands of the voters. You make a lot of useless phone calls. You call up people in individual battleground states and ask them what's going on, and the answer is, well, our people are turning out in some part of the state, and they aren't turning out. We're feeling good about it. But, I mean, it's useless, but you do it anyway. I remember there was a New York Times magazine story after the 2004 election, and it was sort of, to me, a wonderful sort of confirmation of things, because it was about the Kerry campaign in Ohio, and how early in the day they were getting the gossip from around the state. All the Democrats are turning out. We're going to carry Ohio, sweep the state, win the presidential race. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally got some hard data by going out to a very Republican precinct in Delaware County, north of Columbus, and they walked in and nobody was in this very heavily Republican precinct, and they started high-fiving each other. Then somebody walked over and looked over on the board where they posted how many people had voted, and they realized in this overwhelmingly Republican precinct at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 72% of the people had already cast a ballot, which indicated there was going to be a huge Republican turnout. And the rest of the article is about their spiral into the ground through the rest of the day. But that's what happens on Election Day. You're on energy, you're on caffeine, you're on adrenaline, and you're about out, and you can see it within sight, and you're going to win or you're going to lose, and several years of your life are going to be spoken for in a few moments.
Absolutely, one way or the other. Let me ask you, before I let you go, one final question. How do the candidates find out whether they won or not? Is it just by watching television like the rest of America, or are they doing it the math themselves?
Well, they're doing the math themselves, and like in 2004, we had people with PDAs in all of the courthouses and all the battleground states in every county who then fed their data in as they got it. So we were ahead of the AP and certainly ahead of the networks. It then flowed into a computer database. I was sitting in the private dining room of the White House with a computer terminal in front of me. All I had to do was hit a state, it would pop up the vote total. All I had to do was hit a county within that state and it would give me the vote total. I had 2 big notebooks that showed our goals for each county in the state. So we were forecasting and analyzing it slightly ahead of the AP and significantly ahead of the networks.
I bet you don't believe it until you hear Brit Hume say it.
Well, you know what? We believed it before we heard the, I remember at 5 a.m. on Wednesday morning, the day after the 2000 election, talking with the anchor for another network about why they wouldn't call the election. And even though there were 2 precincts out in Iowa and we were up by 13,000 votes, they wouldn't call the election. So, you believe it long before the networks will do it for you one way or the other.
Well, we can't wait to watch it unfold tonight. Karl Rove will be there as it happens here live on Fox News Channel. Karl, thanks so much as always.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. We are less than 2 hours away from the first poll closings, tight as a tick. That is how Barack Obama describes the race in unusually Republican-leaning state of Indiana. The usually leaning state, we should say. Obama making a final push for votes there a couple of hours ago in Indianapolis. The polls closing there at 7 o'clock Eastern time for the entire state. Some polls in Indiana closed an hour earlier. We're going to watch that from here. In the meantime, Karina Sun is standing by live in Lake County Board of Elections. That's Crown Point, Indiana, northwestern corner of the state. How goes it tonight, Karina?
Well, Bill, as Karl said, all eyes are on Indiana and its 11 electoral votes. Now, things today, as far as voting, have gone surprisingly smoothly, and that's a surprise because in the primaries, Indiana, and specifically here in Lake County, did have some issues. It was the last county in the state to turn in all of its results, and Hillary won just by a hair. Officials say that they have done a lot to make sure that this general election is much different than the primary results. Officials say that they have added election workers, they have added counters. Around the states, lines have been very short comparatively to the early voting satellite offices, where, if you remember, there were 4, 5, some 6-hour waits, but lines today have been about an hour to an hour and a half. Now, let me show you what's happening behind me. Election workers are paired up in teams of 2. There's a Republican paired with a Democrat. What they're doing is that they're looking at these mail-in absentee ballots to make sure that signatures match and that everything looks good. Now, polls do close at 6 o'clock. Indiana is split in 2, but 6 o'clock local time at each in Indianapolis and here in Lake County in the different parts of the state. That's when the polls close. We should expect to have election results about an hour to an hour and a half after that. Bill?
Karina, thanks for that. Karina Sun's live in Lake County, Indiana. Quickly now to the battleground state of Missouri. The Show Me State has voted for the winner in every presidential race since 1904, with one exception, 1956. And so far as the pre-polling goes, that race is too close to call. David Lee Miller now live at the St. Louis County Board of Elections. That's Maplewood, Missouri. David Lee.
Bill, despite a few problems today, it does appear that Missouri is heading for a record turnout of voters. Let me take you down the hallway here at the St. Louis County Board of Elections. You can see over my shoulder here, there's a news conference taking place, and we're getting the latest updates right now. We now understand, again, there could be a record turnout here in St. Louis County. As you take a look down this hallway, you can see these young people here. These are high school students. There are some phone banks. This is the call center here, where if there's a problem today, this is where the calls are received throughout the county. And I can tell you that there have been a couple of instances of trouble, specifically in the Kansas City area. We are told that in Kansas City there was a problem with some of the voter registration books. They were mistakenly sent to the wrong location. That has now been rectified. And we're also getting word from the Secretary of State's office today that automated calls are being made targeting Democrats, telling them not to vote today, but rather to vote tomorrow. And this is a potential concern for first-time voters. Nevertheless, we are expected to see a record turnout today, 80% of registered voters in the state. And throughout the state, we've seen some extremely long lines. One woman told us that she waited 4 hours. Here's what she had to say.
It was absolutely unorganized. I wasn't sure who was in charge. I don't think anyone was. They just had about 300 people in a room shifting from one side to another to another. No one knew what was going on. I saw maybe 20 people leave.
Now, underscoring the enthusiasm for this race, there are, we are told, 340,000 newly registered voters. And here's another interesting statistic. Here in just St. Louis County alone, we are told, Bill, that since August, 60,000 new voters have been registered. So this is an extremely competitive race, both sides hoping to win the Show Me State of Missouri, a bellwether state. No one has captured the White House since 1960 without winning Missouri.
Well, and that number you report tonight is stunning. 80% of registered voters turning out in Missouri. David Lee Miller, thanks. Live outside of St. Louis. Back with you a bit later.
A Fox News alert. The news is breaking in Virginia, where we are just getting word of a ruling in this lawsuit that could affect the outcome of this election, folks. Virginia has as many as tens of thousands, if you believe the McCain campaign's numbers, of outstanding military ballots, absentee ballots, that have not been mailed in on time. The reason the McCain camp claims is that the ballots were not mailed to our men and women serving overseas in time. They needed to go out by September 20th. The McCain camp alleges they weren't even made by September 20th, never mind mailed out to the military. As a result, those ballots are coming in late, and the McCain camp has sued to allow those ballots to be counted since they're late due to no fault of the military men and women. A judge just ruling that the ballots must be preserved. Not saying necessarily that they will count or they won't count, but saying they need to be preserved. Hang on to those ballots until the judge can hear this case on its merits. That's set for November 10th. That means if this election tonight, for whatever reason, comes down to a few thousand votes in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we might need to wait until November 10th, when this judge holds this hearing, to find out how those votes will be handled. That is an extreme scenario. It is hypothetical, but that is a possibility as a result of this ruling. More on that as we get it tonight. In the meantime, we are getting indications that African-American voters are turning out in record numbers for this historic election. Analysts say that likely means a big boost for Barack Obama, especially in the all-important battleground state of Ohio. That is where Fox's Steve Harrigan is standing by live at the Bond Hill Community Center in Cincinnati. Hi, Steve.
Megan will give you a look at what it looks like here in what could be a swing county inside a swing state, Hamilton County. It's gone Republican for 44 years, but it's a real battleground. Population of Cincinnati, of course, 53% white, 45% black. And a lot of people are asking how race could swing this election one way or the other inside this state. Now, with me here is Jacqueline. Jacqueline, I want to ask you, did race play a factor in who you voted for?
Yes, it did. It was almost a key factor, but not the most important factor for me. I wanted to make sure that my candidate would represent all Americans, and it's just good to know that now that we do have someone in office that's going to represent a diverse population here in America.
So race made a difference in deciding who you voted for?
It did make a difference. It did make a difference for me. Yes, it did.
You pretty excited about things?
I am very excited. I'm ecstatically happy. This is a pivotal day for elderly They're coming out in droves.
As you can see there, we see a lot of hugging, a very good mood here. There's been no problems with the voting here. A very heavy vote, early voting, more than 1.5 million people in the run-up, more than 20% of people deciding to vote early, and a steady stream here in what could be a key region of Ohio. Megan, back to you.
Steve Harrigan, thanks so much.
Let's go from Ohio now to Pennsylvania. Red or blue, huh? Which color will PA go today? It's been blue going back 20 years to 1988. Polls closed there in 3 hours. 8 o'clock East Coast time. Former Pennsylvania Republican Senator Rick Santorum knows the state as well as anybody. Hey, Senator, good evening to you.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you for your time, first of all. I know it's a big day. I know you've been in touch with a lot of folks back home.
I have.
How do you see the state of Pennsylvania going, knowing the turnout we've witnessed already today?
Well, the turnout is huge everywhere, which, you know, on a normal time, that favors the Democrat because there's 1 million more Democrats registered in Pennsylvania than there are Republicans. So, you know, on the face of it, that favors Obama. But what we have seen in a lot of the polling in Pennsylvania is that McCain is running exceptionally well with Democrats in northeastern and southwestern Pennsylvania. And so heavy Democratic turnout in that area is not necessarily a bad thing for John McCain. Those were the Hillary Clinton voters that really never did come back around. So I think it's going to be a lot more competitive than it really should be. I mean, we have 1 million more Democrats registered in Pennsylvania. This should not be close, but it will be close, and I think we'll be waiting a little while before Pennsylvania's decided.
George Bush in 2004 got to the White House without winning Pennsylvania. Right. Ditto in 2000. Do you see a path for McCain in 2008 without PA?
I think it's going to be a lot tougher. I think the reason that John ended up spending all the time in Pennsylvania was a couple of the states out west, you know, New Mexico, Iowa, and then, of course, New Hampshire, which those states didn't look like they were ever going to come back into play. And so he needed one state that could make up for several states that it looked like it weren't going to be competitive in. And Pennsylvania was the state. It's the big state that you know, George Bush lost by a couple of points 4 years ago, and, you know, 4 points 8 years ago. It's always close. It's always competitive, and you know, John is the kind of Republican that generally does very well in Pennsylvania, more of a moderate Republican, where the suburban Republican voters feel comfortable voting for him. And I think a combination of if he can hold that suburban vote and do well in the Southwest and the Northeast, this could be an upset tonight in
the last week. You're right, they were hammering away at your home state, and there was a suggestion in their own polling that some of these blue-collar workers and white people without a college education were breaking their way in large numbers. We'll see if that follows suit tonight. In the meantime, why is John Murtha's congressional district such a hotly contested seat? Is he really in trouble?
Yeah, I think he is in trouble. I mean, you know, he made some outrageous comments about Marines in Editha, and some of the comments he's made recently with respect to, you know, being rednecks and racists. Just, I think, shows that John is, you know, maybe a couple years past where he should be in the Congress. And I think a lot of folks in his district are looking at it that way. And he served them well. He's done a good job, but he's maybe just stayed a little bit too long. And there's a very aggressive, young, former military guy who's up there right now running a very good campaign. John, every poll I've seen shows it's going to be close. And again, this could be counter-cyclical, as Republicans are probably in line to lose some congressional. Actually pick up one here in Pennsylvania.
Well, you haven't gone Republican as a state overall since 1988. We'll watch the Murtha district. We'll watch the overall state with a very close trained eye tonight. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Bill.
Rick Santorum here in New York. By the way, launched today on Election Day, Fox News HD on AT&T UVerse channel number 1210. In all AT&T UVerse markets across the country. That includes the major cities like L.A., here in New York, Detroit, Dallas-Fort Worth, and many more. So check it out. Up now. Megan?
Well, we are told a significant number of swing state voters are not in their home states at all tonight. They are overseas. We will join some of them live in just 2 minutes to see how their votes are getting counted. All that plus Laura Ingraham and Howard Wolfson on the trends developing as we get our first exit polls into Fox News. They are coming up moments away. These are live pictures from Florida. Straight ahead. All of that on the only place to get your politics fair and balanced, America's election headquarters. This is a Fox News alert. The first exit polls of the evening are coming in moments from now. We will have them for you literally in about 3-4 minutes. You will hear them alerted here first before anywhere. They are showing some interesting trends. You don't want to miss this. Keep it tuned right here. We'll have them for you.
No, the drama builds by the minute, doesn't it now?
It does indeed.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a good number of Americans living overseas are also casting ballots in this year's election. We know that, and good evidence of it from Greg Palcott, live by way of Streambox. He's at the U.S. Embassy in London. How important is this vote overseas? Greg, what are you hearing from people?
Very important, Bill. Very important, Bill. We're here at the big party at the U.S. Embassy, about 1,500 people here. Behind me, if you can make it out, there's some cutouts of Obama and McCain. They're the center of attention right now. There's 6 million voters abroad, 350,000 in the U.K., mostly here in London. And many of these voters here in London are voting in key swing states like Ohio, Florida, Pennsylvania, Virginia. I'll give you one example, Bill. In Florida, there are 250,000 registered voters abroad. That could make a difference if this thing gets tight.
Well, can you measure a difference? Who benefits most from the overseas vote that you've been able to gauge? Is it McCain or Obama, Greg?
That's a good question. We're going to fill you in a second. Let me just tell you quickly about the turnout. This is my 5th election for the presidency I've witnessed abroad, and I've never seen the interest on both sides of the aisle. About 1 million voted in 2004. Maybe we could see 2 million voting this year. That would be a big, big number. Who benefits? Well, we've got a couple people here who could probably tell us better than I can, keeping fair and balanced. I'm right in the middle, but Mickey Bone here, she's the chairman of Republicans abroad over here in the UK. Will John McCain benefit from this overseas vote?
We've been working very hard to register voters, and we've registered many of them in the swing states, and we've been rallying our voters and Republicans here to support John McCain's candidacy. So
big numbers and could be important. And over to my right, Bill Bernard, Democrats abroad. Are you going to help Obama get across the line?
I think we will. We have been working incredibly hard, and the level of interest among Americans abroad, as well as those who live abroad and live in other countries, has been absolutely incredible. It's a tremendous increase over 4 years ago.
Both sides think they can do something. Both sides are voting, and I can attest to that. A lot of interest over here. They could play a critical role. Back to you, Bill.
Cool. Thanks. All the way to London. Thank you, Greg Palcott, in the Streambox tonight. Megan?
Well, after months of campaigning, the attack ads, the controversies, and the pundits, it is finally up to you. And it all comes down to this night. Up next, the very first Fox News exit polls are in. Not just Fox News, these are the exit polls everyone participates in, and we've got the results. What they suggest about how people are voting in some of the key battleground states, including Indiana, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Ohio. That's coming up immediately after this break. Fox News Alert, there is breaking election news right now and brand new exit poll results streaming into Fox from several of the key battleground states, including Ohio, Indiana, and Virginia. We're going to break the numbers down for you now inside the strategy room. All right, joining us now on the left is Michael Brown, a Barack Obama supporter and former finance chair of the DNC. On the right, Michael Steele, former Maryland Lieutenant Governor and a Fox News contributor. Good evening, gentlemen.
Hello. How are you?
How are you?
All right, I'm well, thanks. Let's go over the first 3 polls that we've just gotten in. First, I want to talk about new voters. Take a look at the numbers, folks. First, I'm being told right now, keep in mind the polls are still open, right now new voters making up 10% of voters nationwide today. That number could change, but look at the numbers. Indiana, Ohio, Virginia, 3 critical battleground states going decidedly for Barack Obama. Michael Brown, does that surprise you?
Well, of course not. I think everyone knows. I don't even think it surprises Senator McCain. Everyone knew that Senator Obama had attracted a lot of new people to the voting rolls, and most of those folks are going to vote for Senator Obama, and that's what's happening. So, no, it's not a surprise at all, and obviously we're pleased at those results.
And Michael Steele, obviously, the new turnout is the result, we presume, of Barack Obama's Get Out the Vote effort, which has been unprecedented, I think it's fair to say. But does that number cause consternation, do you think, in the McCain camp tonight?
Oh, heck no. Come on. No. No, not at all, Megan. This is all part of the operation that these guys have put in place. It's phenomenally good. And I think everybody in politics, right, left, center, no matter, acknowledge the fact that they have a very, very good registration effort at the very beginning of this campaign. Getting that vote to turn out was very, very important. As you noted, it's about 10% overall nationally right now. Will it be critical in some of these close states? Absolutely will be. But I think you also cannot undersell the fact that the McCain campaign, the Republican Party across the country, also have a very good get out the vote effort. You're focusing on new voters. Let's look at the total of all voters and how they actually come out at the end of the day.
All right, and speaking of all voters, let's get to the next result, and that is white men. This has been a trouble spot in some states for Barack Obama. Take a look at the numbers tonight, at least in Indiana, Ohio, and Virginia. We started with these because these are the critical states that close first or early on in the evening that we're looking at. McCain has a healthy margin among white men in Indiana, in Ohio, and considerable margin in Virginia. Michael Steele, what does that tell you?
It's, well, again, it goes to, I think, the case that Hillary Clinton was making before about being able to close the deal with the voters. And it'll be interesting to see how other segments of the voting population break out over the course of the evening. But it doesn't surprise me necessarily because a lot of those white men in those areas that you're talking about are rather blue-collar individuals. And so it doesn't surprise me, particularly in a state like Virginia. And it's something I've been saying for a while. People have been overestimating Virginia because they've been looking at one small part of the state, and that's the Northern Virginia area right outside Washington, D.C., and that is not necessarily representative of the entire state.
Michael Brown, this is a group that Barack Obama has struggled with in certain states in the primary season. We see evidence of it here again tonight. It only tells part of the story, obviously, because it doesn't count black men, it doesn't count women,
right,
and so on. But do those numbers concern you at all?
Well, of course they concern us anytime you see numbers like that. However, those were always put in the equation. So when you plan for those kind of numbers, you're able to deal with them better than when surprises happen. This is not a surprise. Clearly disappointed in some of the numbers, but not overly concerned. But it's just something you have to deal with in politics, and everyone lines up their constituency groups. You know how many people are going to vote for you, what percentages will be, and the white male population, we've kind of always known these would be the numbers.
Well, and I'll tell you, just according to our numbers in right now, this is preliminary, 36% of the voters today were white men. And so if that gives you some sort of a feel for how he's doing among that
but what is
population.
What was the percentage of new voters?
10%. 10%. Yeah. So we'll see. Again, that's preliminary because the night is still young, especially out on the West Coast. So take it with a grain of salt. Let me get to the next information, which is rather interesting. Late deciders. Take a look at how they're shaking out. We are being told that 7% of the electorate has made up its mind just within the last 3 days. Can you believe that? And look at the numbers. Indiana, late breakers, going for Barack Obama. Ohio, going for Barack Obama. Only in Virginia, among these three states, are the late deciders voting for John McCain. Michael Steele, explain that.
Well, it goes to what I was saying just now about Virginia. I think a lot of people have overestimated the stake involving Virginia, and the reality of it is the state is still got a little bit of red running through its veins, and I think that that's shown in those numbers there. And those late deciders, and this is the one thing that's very critical. You know this, Megan. There's always been this significant number of undecided voters sitting on the fence, and the fact that they're breaking, it's almost a 50-50 split in some respects when you look at some of the other states. But in places like Virginia, which are so critical, that's a good number for John McCain, and we'll see how it plays out, as you noted, as the evening goes on. But that's a very good start for John McCain looking at a critical state like Virginia.
Certainly in Virginia, but look at the Ohio number, Michael Brown. Late deciders going decidedly for Barack Obama. What explains that? Both of these candidates have been in Ohio all week.
Well, it's interesting. Again, when you put your constituency groups on the table, you hope you do well. And clearly, I'm sure Senator Obama is pleased with these kind of numbers,
but
especially
it's the late deciders. What do you think it was about the race in Ohio is tight, according to virtually every poll?
Well, I think the last couple days, I think Senator Obama's message has been extremely crisp and clear. And I don't know if Senator McCain's has been as crisp. And that's why I think so many folks are now late deciders. And I guess we have to see if this is going to be a trend across the country, because the last couple days, Senator Obama has been fabulous on the stump. And I don't know if Senator McCain has been able to keep up. He's had a lot of events.
Oh, Senator McCain has kept up just fine,
but I don't know if his message has been that clear.
Well, Michael Steele, go ahead and respond to that, because we've taken a lot of John McCain events, and he's been fired up. But is his message getting through?
I think his message has gotten through, and I think there are a lot of things that are kind of coming to the table for these undecided voters. One of it is obviously the economy. The other is the historic nature of this moment that we confront. There are a whole lot of factors that come into play, but I think in terms of both of these candidates, they ended with their A game. There's no doubt about that. I think both of them have been very crisp. They've both been very clear. And now the voters are really kind of honing in these final hour and a half that's left on the East Coast to go to the polls and vote. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But I think they've both been very, very good in the final bell in this campaign.
I want to underscore a couple of points for our viewers. Number one, Barack Obama tends to do better in these exit polls than he tends to perform. However, some of these exit polls are believed to perhaps understate the support for Barack Obama because they're taken on the day of, and a lot of his voters voted beforehand. So there are weights on both sides causing us to have, well, take these with a grain of salt is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Megan. And the voters need to understand, don't weigh these exit polls the way you would other things because it's all over the map.
Yeah, it's interesting because you want to read the tea leaves, but the tea leaves may not give us the right information. So we can't help ourselves, but we're going to do it. Quickly, Michael Brown, then I got to go.
Well, the same issue we don't know how many people are lying to pollsters. Just because they're telling the exit polls doesn't mean those are accurate. We won't know until later.
Michael Brown, what say you about the American electorate? Way to leave it on a nasty note.
Hey, Michael, good luck tonight.
Sorry, there is history to this. This is not me making it up. There's some history.
Right.
Hey, Michael, good luck in that local thing you're involved in, okay?
All right,
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I appreciate that.
Gotta go. Michael Squared, thank you so much.
Okay, we do know voters are still in lines basically from coast to coast right now. Remember back to 2004 when the lines went very long in the state of Ohio. It took about 3 hours to process everybody and get that vote tally back. If that's what you're looking at tonight, if polling closes in Ohio at 7:30, I mean, there's a possibility and a chance that the real tabulation, the real numbers from the Buckeye State may not come deep into the night. It happened 4 years ago that way because the lines were so long. We'll see if that follows suit. I mentioned that because that's really the only example we have is to reflect on 4 years ago because
4 years ago it showed John Kerry up by 5, the polling.
During the exit polling at this point in the night. You're right about that.
And we all know what happened there.
We also know what happened 8 years ago in Palm Beach County. Take a look now live. They are counting the vote literally. That's West Palm Beach in Florida at the counting center. We got an eye on that. Also, we've got an eye on more reaction to the brand new exit polling numbers out. Syndicated radio host Laura Ingraham is on deck. We'll examine the future for the Republican Party, and we'll drill down more on these numbers, too. Don't move. We're back in 2 minutes right here on HQ. Back, everyone. I want to take another look at those brand new exit polling numbers just into us at Fox News out of Indiana, Ohio, and Virginia. I want to do that with the syndicated radio host and Fox News contributor, Laura Ingraham, is here tonight. First, Laura, good evening to you.
Hey, Bill.
On the screen, you see the new voters. It's basically 2-1 for Obama over McCain. I don't know how much these numbers can tell us at the moment. Take this first one, Laura.
Yeah, 73% Indiana. I mean, that has got to be concerning the McCain campaign. Again, if these numbers are accurate, Bill, because as we know, these exit polls, and we keep saying this on Fox, year after year, they've proven to be problematic for a host of reasons. But nevertheless, that is a disturbing number if you're a Republican and if you're trying to, cut through the haze. And obviously, the McCain campaign doesn't want to see that. But other numbers in the exit polling, which are interesting, and again, you can pick and choose, I think, to make your case.
Well, we'll take the category of white men first. Do you have a point to be made on that?
Can you put the number back up on the screen, Bill?
Right
Sorry.
there.
Yeah, well, 47% Ohio, Obama, 51% McCain. That doesn't really surprise me. McCain was edging up in the final days.
What about Virginia at the bottom?
Virginia, McCain, 58%. I still think McCain's going to win in Virginia, Bill. I know I'm alone in that. But I've spent a lot of years in Virginia, went to school in Virginia, and I still think in the end that Virginia is going to go for McCain. But again, that's I'm predicting in ways that other people aren't. So maybe I don't know.
That state hasn't gone for a Democrat since 1964, 44 years ago.
I mean, obviously,
late
if
deciders.
Obama wins that, it's huge.
This goes to you're right about that. This goes to your argument. The bottom of the screen, late deciders. McCain has an edge there as well. Laura, what do you read?
Yeah, well, look, in recent weeks and the recent days especially, Bill, McCain has been hitting a lot harder than he ever has during this general election about the economy, about what redistribution of wealth means. Joe the plumber entered the equation, and that, I think, really was a sea change. Then, Bill, remember, we had the late story about what Barack Obama said about the coal industry. I think you're going to find that is going to have some marginal impact on the late deciders. I don't think people want to hear that the President of the United States is like licking his chops about bankrupting an American industry. I think all of that might help John McCain in the final hours.
How many people in Ohio vote on that issue? And how many people in Western Pennsylvania do?
Well, I think, and obviously we will see, but Pennsylvania certainly and Ohio both are places where if you want to start, new industries and industries that involve coal, to hear that, I think that's disturbing. I mean, I think it goes with what McCain was trying to say in the late days about two different, very starkly different economic pictures for this country. One, it's a pro-growth free market, lower taxes, shrink government. The other, expand government, expand spending, and spend our way out of this mess. So very different visions. And McCain, in the late hours of this campaign, Bill, really began to paint that picture more clearly. I don't know if it's too little too late, but he certainly did a pretty good job in the last few days.
Let me flip that argument around here. If the Republicans are swept out of power, I mean, the Senate, the House, the White House, how does the Republican Party change, do you believe?
Well, I think I heard Mary Matlin say this last night, and really she hit it out of the park, that this is, if McCain loses, Republicans lose seats across the board, this is a rejection of Republicans who don't follow traditional conservative principles. It's not a rejection of conservatism or Reagan or small government. Look, Barack Obama is campaigning in the last weeks as a tax cutter, Bill. He's campaigning as someone who's going to go through the federal budget and line by line get rid of programs that don't work. He's campaigning even as a pro-life candidate. You go to his website, he has a pro-life section. So I think he understands that a far-left vision for America, even if that's his record, did not sell to the general electorate. So I think Republicans are going to have to do soul searching, but not on conservative principles, on how they governed.
Would a President Obama govern from the middle?
I think, nothing in his record indicates that he would do that. I know a lot of people are saying he's going to be pragmatic, and he's going to have to be to some extent, I guess, because we just don't have the money to have all these grandiose utopian ideas that he has. But look, he is a far-left liberal, and that's been his entire career. And if he's going to presto changeo turn into a moderate, then that's going to be quite a achievement.
They're already writing articles about the possibility of overreaching, the lessons learned in history. You can go back to 1994 for that. In the closing moment I have here, back to the previous point I was making, if the Republicans are swept out of power, who becomes the leader of the party in your view?
Well, I think that for all the elites on the right, poo-pooing Sarah Palin and saying she doesn't have the intellectual chops for the future, I think what she has done in these final weeks after the Katie Couric unfortunate interview and so forth is she's really shown that she has a vision that connects with, Joe the plumber people and also smart people. It's not just people who are, middle class, blue collar types. These are people across the country who look at her and her vision and say, you know something? She's part of it. I don't know what part, but she's definitely going to be part of it. I think Mike Huckabee, people like Mitt Romney, I think all of them are going to be jockeying for positions, Bill. And I think it's going to be a fascinating time to be a conservative. It's going to be difficult in many ways, but in many ways, this could be the most difficult day for conservatives. Every day after this might get a little bit better.
Laura, thank you for your time tonight. All right,
Thanks,
we'll be
Bill.
in touch. Laura Ingraham live in Washington. We are 1 hour and 14 minutes away from the first set of poll closings. Watch Virginia, watch Indiana at 7 o'clock Eastern time. And now, win or lose, Barack Obama has made history. But what about the future of the Democratic Party? For years, the name Clinton was synonymous with that power. Has the torch now been passed to Senator Obama? In a moment, the former communications director for Hillary Clinton, Howard Wolfson, is on set. Back in 3 minutes, and more polling numbers as we move through the hour. Moving quickly toward the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. I want to check in on Grand Park, Chicago. The sun starts to set. This is the location where Barack Obama will have what is considered to be a rather festive event later tonight, win or lose. This has cost the city a couple $1 million. It's gone back and forth and debated as to who ultimately pays for that. But that's Grand Park, Illinois, the hometown of Barack Obama, and what a setup they have already. A bit earlier today, we saw the Clintons, Bill and Hillary, doing something that would have been unthinkable 6 months ago. We believe they voted for Barack Obama in Chappaqua, New York. This was supposed to be, if you remember, many moons ago, their election day, or rather hers. So then what happens to the Clintons if Senator Obama wins tonight? Former Hillary Clinton communications director, Fox News contributor Howard Wolfson with me tonight, and good evening to you. It's been a long road, man.
It has indeed.
And finally, we're here. I want to talk about the Clintons in a moment, but these new numbers are intriguing. Of white men in Virginia, put it on the screen. At the bottom, on the right-hand side, you'll see the number 58%. for John McCain, the 39% for Senator Obama. It's coming, trust me. You think that's significant for different reasons that Laura Ingraham thought it was significant.
Exactly. It's obviously a big win for John McCain among white men in Virginia. But what's interesting is that in 2004, George Bush won white men in Virginia by 40 points. That means that Barack Obama has cut into the Republican margin among white men in Virginia. He's cut it in half.
Well, what we're learning is that the numbers are still shifting. I don't know which way they're shifting right now, but they will be recalibrated throughout the entire evening. Quickly, new voters, put that up for us, too. Howard, your point on this, it's basically 2-1 Obama. Is that much of a surprise?
Well, 10% of the electorate in this election are new voters, about the same percentage of new voters in 2004, but the margin for Obama among new voters, overwhelming. Clearly good news for Barack Obama.
Oh, let's talk about the Clintons. What is their future? Is the torch being passed regardless whether Senator Obama's a winner tonight or not?
Well, look, I expect Senator Obama will be the winner. He's obviously going to be the leader of our party. Senator Clinton had 3 goals after she lost the nomination. One was to do everything she could to help elect Barack Obama president. She's done that. She's been to nearly 20 states on his behalf, raised millions of dollars for him. The second was come back to New York, make sure that she was politically in good shape here. She's done that. Polls here have been great.
Well, those are the points that Bill Clinton was making earlier today in front of the microphones after they cast the ballots. It's the same thing they said, actually. No. What are they thinking tonight? What are they feeling? What was the last contact you had with them?
Well, look, Hillary Clinton obviously wanted to be the next president of the United States. She hoped that she would be. She, in some measure, she expected that she might well be. But she's not going to be. And so then the question becomes, what do you do? Well, she's somebody who has worked hard her whole life, given herself over to public service. She's been a very good United States Senator for the state of New York. Even Republicans here would agree with that. Her poll numbers here are very good. She's going to have to go back to the Senate and apply herself, as I think she will, to be the best United States Senator she can. Ted Kennedy, a good model for that. Somebody who was not a successful presidential contender in
and did not take losing very well in 1980 either.
Well, but he came back to the Senate and turned out to be one of the very best senators in our country's history. That's, I think, a good model for Senator Clinton to follow.
All right. We are waiting now on some more polling numbers. And in the 30 seconds I have left, take us inside the room where these candidates are and the campaigns are.
Yeah.
What are they doing? How do they waste their time? Karl Rove says you drink a lot of caffeine and make phone calls that aren't necessary.
Well, that's true, and you're checking your BlackBerry. Emails are coming in a mile a minute. You're on the cell phone. There's a boiler room in each headquarters where there are guys and gals just poring over data that comes in from states. What's the voting percentage of people who've come out in this key county in Ohio? How many Democrats have come out in that key county in Virginia? And all of that information is being fed into people who then give it to the candidate, give it to their senior advisors. It's a volume of numbers, and it's heading at you
make a good point, because months ago, you know which key counties are important to win that state or to lose that state, and you probably had those picked out a long time ago.
There are people in each campaign who could tell you, probably looking at 30 precincts in the country, who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you.
I remember January 3rd. What a cold night in Iowa.
Indeed.
In a moment here, leading
very cold.
Very cold. Questions of voter registration fraud. We've been reporting on this all day. Want to go back to Lake County, Indiana, the ballot counting there. You can see it on screen. How is this playing out on Election Day? Get a live report. Eric Shawn is all over this case. He's live in Ohio tonight. Eric Shawn on deck right after this. It is an issue and a story we've been raising a red flag about for months now. Potential voter fraud on Election Day. Specifically now in the state of Ohio, 20 electoral votes on the line. No Republican has won the White House without winning the Buckeye State. So then what is being done there today to ensure a fair election? Eric Shawn, live in Cleveland, Ohio. That's Cuyahoga County. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Bill, we're at the Cuyahoga County warehouse where they're about to count the votes when they start coming in about an hour and a half from now. As you can see behind me, they're waiting. But this is the focus right now in the Buckeye State. This is a provisional ballot. This is a ballot that is handed to a voter if they don't have the proper information. This will not be counted for 10 days. And if the race is close here in Cuyahoga County, provisional ballots could make a difference. The state GOP has now filed a complaint with the Jennifer Brunner, who's the Secretary of State, demanding that all provisionals be counted in the same way in this state. The Secretary of State's office says that's a partisan move. But here in Cuyahoga County tonight, they say there are a high number of provisional ballots, and they don't know why. Cuyahoga is the largest county by population in Ohio. 275,000 people have already voted here through the early voting. This is where the Acorn scandal exploded with those alleged phony registrations. Officials here say that taught them one way to deal with potential voter fraud.
It made us aware that there are issues that occur in registration. There are issues with certain registration groups that we have to be careful and work with them at so we don't have the problems in the future. But most importantly, what it did is to the voter to realize the integrity of the process exists, that voting officials take this matter very serious, and anybody thinking about gaming the system, I think, became aware it's not something they want to do.
Yeah, and anyone registered by Acorn will be allowed, of course, to vote once with a provisional ballot. Bill, back to you.
Good to have you, Eric. Eric Shawn watching things there in Cleveland, Ohio. Thank you, Eric. And thank you for watching a special edition of America's Election HQ. Stay with the Fox News channel. Complete coverage all night long and late-breaking election results throughout the year. I'll see you again in about 30 minutes. Here's Brett.
Tonight, we'll have the first take from the exit polls, plus reports from polling places where the lines have been very long, and we'll have analysis from Karl Rove and Michael Barone, and as always, our expanded all-star panel right here, right now. Welcome to Fox News Election Headquarters in New York. I'm Britt Hume. It has been almost 21 months since Barack Obama declared his candidacy for president, and it has been 54 years since John McCain began his service to his country. Today, one of those journeys will lead to the ultimate American political prize. A record turnout has been forecast to end the longest campaign season in U.S. history. Many of the people who voted participated in exit polls, and Megyn Kelly is here with a look at what we have learned so far. Hi, Megyn.
Hi there, Britt. Well, there is good news for both sides tonight, but some very hopeful signs for Barack Obama. First, though, a caveat. The polls are still open. It is still early. Obama tends to poll better than he performs, and some of the early voting may be underrepresented. So all those caveats in mind, take these numbers with a grain of salt. What is on the minds of the voters? Well, I have my trusty launch pad to show you. Check out this technology, Britt. The economy is on their mind. Most voters say that this is the most important issue easily facing the country. They are siding with Barack Obama, 56% to McCain's 42%. In fact, a whopping 82% say they're worried about the impact of the economic crisis on their families, and 42% say their families' finances are worse than 4 years ago. 76% say the country's on the wrong track altogether. Look at the change voters. This has been Barack Obama's theme throughout, and those who want it say he is the man to bring it. Siding with Barack Obama, 91% to McCain's 8%. But let's get down to the demographics. The young and the new voters, both key to Obama's strategy. And are they showing up? Well, take a look. Young voters are 69% coming out voting for Barack Obama, 28% coming out voting for John McCain. So far, it looks like the young voters making up roughly the same percentage of the electorate as they did in the past couple of elections. But again, that may be underrepresented given the caveat I gave you earlier. Now take a look at the new voters on the national level. They are siding with Barack Obama so far, 72% to John McCain's 27%. 6 in 10 new voters are under the age of 30. 20% of new voters so far are African American. Now, those are the national numbers. Let's take a closer look at the figures in Virginia. There, too, the voters are showing up. But will they help Barack Obama turn a red state blue? Take a look at the new numbers. New voters in Virginia, 63% going for Barack Obama, 36% for John McCain. Now, in Indiana, an early poll closing tonight, they have not voted for a Democratic presidential candidate in 4 decades. If Obama wants to change that, he needs the independents, and take a look at the numbers. So far, he's doing well with them. 4 years ago, well, he's getting 56, John McCain 41. 4 years ago, independents in Indiana sided with George Bush. On to Ohio. Take a look at these numbers. You can see this state back in the primaries went for Hillary Clinton. So are her supporters backing Barack Obama tonight? Well, it appears so. 82% of them voting for him, 16% for John McCain, but we don't know how many of her supporters decided simply to stay home. McCain is capturing those voters who are looking for experience in their president. 93% of those voters picked him. Just 7% picked Barack Obama. But again, Britt, got to stress, these polls may be slightly off given the caveats that we've mentioned earlier. So you got to keep an open mind and stay tuned as we get more data in. Brett?
Yes, Megan, we all lived through 4 years ago, and we thought we had President Kerry at this very hour, sitting in this very place. And, well, we know how that turned out.
Yeah.
We have Fox team coverage, meanwhile, of the candidates on Election Day. Carl Cameron is with the McCain campaign in Phoenix. And Major Garrett is in Chicago tonight, where Obama plans a huge celebration in Grant Park. Hi, Major.
Well, good evening, Brett. We don't know if 1 million people are going to show up as Mayor Daley has predicted. What we do know is this. At 2 o'clock, or 3 o'clock Eastern, rather, the line started forming and people won't be let in here to Grant Park until 9:30 Eastern time. What's been happening behind the scenes with the Obama campaign? Well, this is what I can tell you, Britt. For example, this morning in New Hampshire, they began to detect that turnout was a bit softer than they expected. So they got their volunteers on the phones, they got folks out in cars, and they've boosted the turnout in New Hampshire in the closing hours, particularly among the college kids at the many campuses there. In the state of Missouri, a very tough battleground state, the Obama campaign believes that 80% of registered voters could show up. They've been mobilizing their volunteers in the cities of St. Louis and Kansas City, plus the surrounding suburbs, even asking Obama volunteers around the country to use a special computer software that basically turns their home into a mini phone bank, calling into Missouri to move voters to the polls. One last point, North Carolina, African-American turnout in key precincts a bit soft this morning. The Obama campaign mobilizing volunteers to boost that in the closing hours in North Carolina. All three states very important to the Obama electoral map. And for himself, Barack Obama worried about his personal vote and that of his get-out-the-vote efforts in Indiana. This morning in his Hyde Park neighborhood on Chicago's South Side, daughter Malia at his side. The two shared a mini hug as the nation decided in full whether it would embrace Obama's brand of change. Before boarding his campaign plane for one last stop in Indiana, Obama described his mood.
I feel great. So it was fun to have a chance to vote with my daughters. That was a big deal. I feel really good.
In Indianapolis, Obama worked the phones at a United Auto Workers office. Internal Democratic polls show Obama trails by as many as 5 points in the Hoosier state.
I think we can win Indiana. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in Indiana.
Obama covets Indiana as proof of his ability to win in the reddest of Bush states. That's why he made get-out-the-vote efforts personal.
Did you vote for me? I like that. Well, I just wanted to get on the phone real quick and just say thank you. All right. And tell all your friends who haven't voted yet, tell them to go out and vote.
At his last rally of the 21-month campaign, Obama met an estimated 90,000 supporters in Northern Virginia. Big turnout there could give Obama the Old Dominion and pave his way to the White House.
Sometimes when I'm down, you've lifted me up. You filled me with new hope for our future. And you've reminded me about what makes America so special.
Before leaving the stage, Obama asked the question at the heart of his quest for change and vital to his Election Day get-out-the-vote efforts.
Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Fired up? Ready to go? Fired up? Ready to go?
Obama's been fired up, as of his volunteers, for months. Tonight, in a few hours, we'll find out if the country is too.
All right, Major, thanks very much. Now let's go to our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, who is with the McCain campaign tonight in Phoenix. Carl, how do things look out there?
Well, they're a bit anxious here, Britt. Not downbeat per se, but the truth of the matter is there are no political illusions about how stiff the headwinds here are for the McCain campaign. Senator McCain himself has long said this would be a long night in what for him has been a very long battle.
After 26 hours of non-stop cross-country campaigning, the GOP presidential nominee cast a ballot for himself in his hometown of Phoenix. But no rest for the road-weary. Straight Talk Air went straight back to the trail for additional stops defending southwestern battleground states with appearances in New Mexico and Colorado.
I feel the momentum, I feel it, and you feel it, and we're going to win this election. We're going to win it. And we're going to... and we're going to win it right here in the state of Colorado.
1
From the moment Sarah Palin joined the ticket at the end of August through the GOP convention and into mid-September, John McCain surged and gained the lead in national polls and on the Electoral College map. Then came the financial crisis. Obama recaptured the lead, but in the last 3 weeks, two things happened.
Joe the plumber, Joe.
Joe the plumber Wurzelbacher became the personification of McCain's attack on Obama's economic plan, calling it socialism. And Democratic running mate Joe Biden suggested that if Obama's elected because of his inexperience, U.S. adversaries will test his mettle.
I've been tested and I've passed the test.
Doubts about Obama's tax and spending plans and experience, along with enthusiasm over running mate Sarah Palin, aides say, helped McCain close the gap in the last 2 weeks. The final test? Whether the GOP's winning 72-hour final ground push of years past can best Obama this time.
I want to say it's great for you to turn out today. We've got to turn out our vote, and we're going to be up late tonight. And you know, some of the pundits have written us off, but I want to tell you, but they may not know it, but the Mac is back.
Lots of optimism here, Britt, and yet behind the scenes some tension. And given the tough economic climate, the president's unpopularity, and the R after Arizona Senator John McCain's name, you can understand why his aides say if he pulls it off tonight, it'll be the biggest political comeback in generations.
Well, he's already made one great big one this year, Carl. We all remember that. We all thought he was dead then, too. So we have a lot to wait for tonight, Carl. Thanks very much. The first woman on the Republican ticket, Alaska Governor Sarah Palin, cast her ballot today in her hometown of Wasilla, less than a day after the state personnel board cleared her of ethics charges. Correspondent Dan Springer is live from Anchorage with that story. Hi, Dan.
Yeah, Britt, Governor Palin was on the ground here in her home state of Alaska for less than 5 hours, just long enough to get into some comfortable clothes and some warm clothes, by the way, and also cast that historic vote. As you mentioned, the first Republican woman ever to appear on a presidential ballot. She showed up at the polling place this morning wearing blue jeans and a casual brown jacket with her name on the front. She appeared relaxed and even energized as she greeted some people at the polling place with hugs. One woman got a kiss on the cheek. Later at a coffee shop, she shouted to an old friend, quote, "Tell your hubby I said hi." She was clearly moved to be back in her hometown of Wasilla in the council chambers where her political career began, casting a vote for the ages.
This is an historical event, no matter which ticket, of course, prevails. And there, too, it bodes so well for the progress that our great country is making, and barriers, of course, being removed and glass ceilings being shattered.
Governor Palin had another big reason to smile. Late yesterday, a second investigation into so-called Troopergate cleared her of any wrongdoing. An earlier investigation directed by an Obama supporter in the state legislature concluded Palin had abused her power by trying to get her ex-brother-in-law fired, a state trooper. But the personnel board has the final say on whether a sitting governor violated the state's ethics law, and its independent investigator found she had not done anything wrong. After her brief stop here in Alaska, she has boarded a plane. Now she is in the air heading back to Phoenix so she can be in Phoenix with her running mate John McCain for the return tonight. And she said, as far as whether she's confident or not, she said, "I hope, pray, believe I will make vice president in the morning." Britt?
Okay, Dan, thank you. Palin's counterpart, the Democrat Joe Biden, voted a few hours earlier. He cast his ballot in Wilmington, Delaware. He was accompanied by his wife, daughter, and mother. Biden told reporters he was feeling good, but not ready to make any acceptance speeches just yet.
It's so presumptuous as a candidate, you know, to even let yourself think that you know what the voters are going to do. I know that sounds stupid, but I really mean it.
Later in our program, the balance of power in Congress. We'll get a preview of what to expect tonight. And up next, Chris Wallace and Karl Rove discuss what the campaigns will be looking at this evening. Themselves we'll be looking at this evening. Karl Rove has sat in on some election night sessions in his career in politics, and he's with Fox News Sunday host Chris Wallace. Good evening, gentlemen.
Thank you, Britt. Actually, Carl was just telling me this is the first time since he was 18 years old that he hasn't been directly involved or even responsible for a campaign. So it's 6:15 on election night. I'm going to put you back in the cockpit. If you're sitting there either for McCain or Obama right now, what are you looking at? Are you paying attention to the exit polls? Are you paying attention to the reports from your field operatives? What?
Well, there are four things you're doing. First of all, you've spent the day making certain the machinery works. You had calls to make, doors to be knocked on, people to be driven to the polls. So you've spent a lot of time that day monitoring that. Second of all, you've been making certain that the turnout is going well. Now, this is where things go funny. You make a lot of useless phone calls on Election Day. You call people in all the major counties and the states, and they give you the same report, which is our people are turning out and the bad guys are not turning out.
If they say to you, our guys aren't turning out, is there anything you can do about it?
Well, sure. Some instances you can add some additional phone calls. You can add some additional door knockers. But a lot of information is, there are certain times during the day, and it depends on individual states, where they post the number of people that have voted in each of the polling places. And you monitor those numbers closely so that you can actually tell whether or not are we getting the turnout in that precinct that we expected to have by 11 o'clock or by 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
All right. It is now 44 minutes until the first polls close in Virginia and Indiana, two important, really key swing states here. When the polls close, are you going to be looking at state polls, or again, you're in the cockpit of the campaign, or are you looking for reports from specific counties or even precincts?
You have people in key counties and key precincts who are going to report to you the numbers as quickly as possible. You've picked out some counties that you want to monitor where the returns are indicative. Like in Indiana, Vigo County, Indiana has called every presidential contest since 1892 except 1908 and 1952. So you got somebody in the Terre Haute County Courthouse, Terre Haute, Indiana, getting the returns to give you a sense of it. But you've picked out literally precincts that you think are going to give an indication of how the evening is going to go.
And real quickly, do you basically know by now, unless it's another 2,000, which is insanely close, do you basically know by now from the exit polls, from the turnout, from the reports from your field operators, whether or not you've won or lost?
You do, but you know what? If you're losing, you suspend disbelief. I mean, you can convince yourself of anything. Remember, these people are living on caffeine, adrenaline, and they're about out of both. And they've been high emotion for, in this case, 2 years. This is not the longest presidential campaign in history. This is the longest Democratic succession struggle in the history of the world, right here in the United States this time around.
Carl, I promise you by the end of the evening, you're not going to be nostalgic. You're going to find this is a heck of a lot more fun than being in a campaign. Brett?
All right, Chris, thank you. Thank you, Carl. This has been also a sweaty palms day for election officials throughout the country, and there have been reports of voting problems in several areas. Ohio experienced many issues 4 years ago. Correspondent Eric Shawn is live in Cleveland tonight. Eric, what are you seeing there tonight?
Well, Britt, 4 years ago, the election was marred by broken machines, long lines, accusation of fraud, 2 election officials in prison now. But take a look behind me. Here in Cuyahoga County, the workers are still scanning the early votes. They will begin counting in just about an hour from now. They proudly said things basically went well today, but there's a question over these. These are the provisional ballots, those temporary ballots that are handed out to people. They admit tonight here in Cuyahoga County that a high number reportedly were distributed today, and officials don't exactly know why. This is the GOP has filed a complaint about provisional ballots with the Secretary of State. Cuyahoga is the largest by population county here in Ohio. 275,000 people voted on early voting, about a third of the voters here in this county. But officials tonight clearly have a concern over the large number of provisional ballots.
We will start diligently reviewing and validating or verifying the provisionals actually starting tomorrow. Once we get them, we start immediately on those. And I know that there's going to be a lot of folks who want to know how many are there and what are the categories that they were voted a provisional as a result of.
Well, they say most of the problems today had to do with the scanning machines, the optical scan machines, similar to other problems reported across the country. Brett?
All right, Eric, thanks very much. Still ahead, we will go live to some areas where the voting is nearly complete. And up next, congressional Democrats are counting on big gains tonight. So what could Capitol Hill look like in January? We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay with us. All All 435 House seats and 35 in the Senate are being decided today, and Bret Baier is in what we're calling our Balance of Power studio. Where do you see this place? With a look at what he will be doing tonight. Hello, Bret.
Hey, Brett, we'll be monitoring all of the races. We'll be adding them up and see how they will affect the balance of power in the 111th Congress. Now, we may get a sense of how the night will go for Republicans within the first hour of poll closings. First, a big Senate race to watch in North Carolina, where Senator Elizabeth Dole has been scrambling to try to hold on to her seat against State Senator Kay Hagan. The Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee spent almost $7 million in North Carolina against Dole. They think they have a real chance there, even though this seat has been in Republican hands for 35 years. Then you go over to Georgia. Republican Senator Saxby Chambliss is in a tough battle against Democrat Jim Martin. Martin has actually attacked Chambliss for voting for the economic rescue package. Libertarian Alan Buckley is also running here and may get some votes. And in Georgia, if a candidate cannot get 50% of the vote, then that forces a runoff election on December 2nd. Now, remember that, because if there is a runoff, it could decide whether Democrats have complete control of the Senate. We will be watching the balance of power. Right now in the Senate, we start the night, you see, at 49 to 49. That's because the two independents, Bernie Sanders and Joe Lieberman, both caucus with the Democrats. The magic number for Democrats in the Senate is 60 to be able to cut off debate and end a filibuster. It is possible they could get that or close to it tonight. Now, in the House, the spread going in is 37 seats, and the Democrats are poised to pick up even more than that tonight. A couple of races to watch early. Virginia's 2nd District, two-term incumbent Republican Thelma Drake wasn't expecting a tight race there, but Democrat Glenn Nye, a former Foreign Service officer who worked in Iraq for the State Department, is trying to ride what was predicted to be a good year for Democrats in Virginia. In Ohio's 1st District, 7-term incumbent Republican Steve Chabot is trying to hold on to his seat against Democrat Steve Driehaus. The Democrats have poured a lot of money into this race, trying to link Chabot with the Bush administration. Now, Democrats could do what no party has done in 70 years, and that is pick up more than 25 House seats back-to-back elections. They gained 30 seats back in 2006. 25 to 30 more could dramatically increase House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's power to move through legislation. Britt?
All right, Brett, thanks very much. 36 states have ballot initiatives up for vote today. In all, there are 153 measures at stake. They range from items on racing dogs, chickens, and pregnant pigs to gay marriage and abortion. Those last two are on the ballot in California, and that's where correspondent Anita Vogel is monitoring the ballot issues for us. What can we expect this evening, Anita?
Well, Britt, I think it's going to be a really interesting night. As you mentioned, there are a host of issues facing voters across the country. And without question, here in California, the two most contentious are gay marriage and abortion. So let's start with gay marriage. Proposition 8 seeks to ban same-sex marriage with an amendment to the California Constitution. At $73 million spent, this is one of the most expensive ballot initiatives in state history. Celebrities like Brad Pitt, Ellen DeGeneres, and Steven Spielberg have donated $100,000 each to fight the measure. The latest polls show Prop 8 trailing, but only by 5 points, so this one could go down to the wire. 3 other states also have ballot questions dealing with gay marriage. Another divisive issue facing California voters is Proposition 4. This is parental notification and waiting period for minors. This measure would require doctors who perform abortion on girls under the age of 18 to first send a notification letter to their parents or other legal guardian. Similar measures have failed twice before in California. This one is dead even in the polls and could go either way tonight. Now, 2 other states have questions dealing with abortion. Other issues facing voters tonight include medical marijuana issues and initiatives, and assisted suicide. And yes, Britt, here in California, there is one question on the ballot dealing with cruelty to farm animals. Back to you.
Only in California. Thanks, Anita. Still to come, Election Day thoughts from the Fox All-Stars. And straight ahead, an overview of what is at stake nationally as the polls begin to close in some areas in about 30 minutes. Stay with us. In several states now, voters have less than a half hour to cast their ballots. My colleague Bill Hemmer joins me now with a look at what's at stake nationally and in the states whose polls are soon to close. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Britt, good evening. We have chosen 11 different states to be our battleground states. We think this is where the election will be decided. They're all in gold here. And in the first hour tonight, between 7 o'clock Eastern and 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 of the 11 will close. We're going to start at 7 o'clock with Virginia. It's 13 electoral votes. Also at 7 o'clock, Indiana. It's 11 electoral votes. As we move towards 7:30, poll closings in North Carolina, 15 electoral votes. Also at 7:30, the state of Ohio, and it's 20 electoral votes. As we move toward the 8 o'clock hour, 3 biggies on the map, Britt. Pennsylvania, 21 electoral votes. All the way down to the Sunshine State, Florida's 27 electoral votes. Polls close there then. And not to be outdone, out in the Midwest, our first state solidly in the middle part of the country, Missouri, and it's 11 electoral votes. What are we watching, Britt? We are watching key counties and key trends in states like Virginia. If you go back, let's get out of there one moment here. If you go back to 2000 and just see how the election came out in the state of Virginia, a state, by the way, that hasn't gone for a Democrat in the White House since 1964. Back in 2000, 8 years ago, you see George Bush won the state quite handily over Al Gore, and you see where he did it to. He had strength in these Washington, D.C. counties and all the way down here in the southwest area. Go 4 years later to 2004. This is what Democrats will talk about when they think about the possibility of taking Virginia away from Republicans. The blue area here starts to bleed in the middle of Virginia. Fairfax County went Democrat 4 years ago, too. Come out of this map and go over to Indiana, and it's stunning how you see a similar pattern. Indiana's been a Republican since 1964 as well. But 8 years ago, this is a state that was solid red. On the map, it's solid red here. And George Bush handily beating Al Gore by 16 points. Go 4 years later to 2004, you see the same scenario. This is Indianapolis, Britt. This is Bloomington, Indiana. Up here is Lake County that we reported a lot on throughout the day today. That's where Democrats start to see gains and they start to see their argument come forward. We'll see in a moment as to whether or not that is the case. Quickly, just want to show you Pennsylvania. I know we're running out of time here, but this is a state you can divide in 3. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the rest of it is this big fat T in the middle. Britt, we are coming up here on 7 o'clock Eastern time, and when the polls close at 7 o'clock, keep your eye on Virginia, keep your eye on Indiana, just 27 minutes away, Britt. Back to you.
All right, Bill, thank you. We have Fox team coverage of the 7 p.m. Eastern closing states. Corinna Sun is in Crown Point, Indiana, and Caroline Shively is in McLean, Virginia, a gathering point for several Democratic candidates. Hello, Caroline.
Hi there, Britt. You can tell just how badly these two candidates want to win the state of Virginia by all the hours they have logged here. John McCain and Barack Obama were here yesterday. Joe Biden was here today. Sarah Palin was here over the weekend. And it has been a bit of a bumpy day in some parts of Virginia. Virginia was actually called out before the election took place by some voter rights groups saying they weren't prepared for this surge. And they saw a record turnout today, or are on pace for it. They have seen problems, long lines, and Chesapeake that had 1,000 in line. Other precincts have seen broken machines. It's not over yet, but state election officials do seem pleased, saying there haven't been any systemic breakdowns. Here's a twist, though, Britt. Late this afternoon, a Virginia judge ruled that election officials have to preserve military absentee ballots from overseas that arrive after tonight's deadline. He'll hold a hearing on Monday. The McCain camp had sued for it, saying tens of thousands of military ballots could be in jeopardy. And the headliner at this Democratic Party tonight, Britt, is former Governor Mark Warner, a man they hope to call Senator Warner before this night is out. Britt, back to you.
Caroline, thanks a lot. Now to the northwestern Indiana community of Crown Point, where, as we noted, Corinna Sun is live at the Lake County Board of Elections. Hey, Corinna, what's happening there?
Hey, Britt. Well, behind me, the ballot sorting has been going on for several hours now. There's teams of 2, a Democrat and a Republican, looking through these mail-in absentee ballots to check if the clerk's initials is on it, if the ballot has been clearly marked. A bigger picture, of course, Indiana is a big state that both candidates want. John McCain was here yesterday. Senator Obama made a stop in the Hoosier State today. The polls have been open since 6 a.m. Only about a half hour left on this side of the state. In Indianapolis, which is Marion County, the polls have been closed. We just spoke to an official there who told us that the lines aren't as long as they expected. So that could be good news as far as the end of day chaos is concerned. Now, at 7:30 Eastern time is when we should see numbers from the Marion County area. As far as Lake County, in this area, election officials say that this is when it could get ugly, that lots of people trying to jump in line after work. So the day, Britt, is not over yet.
I'll bet it isn't, Corinna. Thanks very much. Back to some of those voting issues we talked about. In Philadelphia, a man who identified himself as a Republican poll watcher called police this morning, saying two men dressed as members of the Black Panther movement blocked the doors to a polling place. This is video shot on a cell phone. The witness said one of the men was holding a nightstick. There were long lines in places in the Los Angeles area as well. Voting was moved outside for a while in some locations after heavy rains caused power outages. So let's get some further perspective on what all this means. Michael Barone is a senior writer, of course, at U.S. News and World Report and a longtime Fox News contributor. Michael, as you look at the national election picture tonight, what have you got your eye on?
Well, one of the places that both candidates have been campaigning heavily in Pennsylvania, even though Barack Obama's having a lead in the polls. And I think some of the regional breakdowns in that state may have some national implications. I'll be looking at the county returns as they come in to see if they're in line with the exit polls. But one of the places I'll look at is Bucks County, suburban Philadelphia, relatively affluent. Some of the internal polling there has suggested that that may go as much as 2-to-1 for Barack Obama. This was zoning narrowly for John Kerry. It was historically Republican. That would be a big shift over and make it very hard for John McCain to carry Pennsylvania. In contrast, if you go out in western Pennsylvania, in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the close-in suburbs, that is a blue-collar area, and in some of the polling, McCain has been running much better than other Republicans. The Democrats at their national convention talked about forging an alliance, a coalition, including blacks and white working class. Some of the surveys from Pennsylvania suggest the coalition is really going to be more blacks and Latinos on the one hand and affluent suburbanites more than white working class people in places like Metro Pittsburgh and Southwest Pennsylvania.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. After a break, the Fox All-Stars look back at big moments of the campaign and maybe some big surprises. Stay with us.
You have moved me again and again. You have inspired me. Sometimes when I'm down, you've lifted me up.
In a way, I'm kind of sorry that it's over because it's been exciting. I mean, it's been one of the most incredible experiences that anybody can have. I'm the most fortunate guy you'll ever talk to, and I've loved every minute of it.
So that is what the candidates are remembering as they go into Election Day and went into Election Day about this campaign. Some thoughts on that issue now from our panel. Fred Barnes, executive editor of the Weekly Standard. Nina Easton, Washington bureau chief of Fortune magazine. Bill Kristol, editor of the Weekly Standard. And Mort Kondracki, executive editor of Roll Call, Fox News contributors all. Well, I suppose it's fair to say that when all of this started out a year or more ago, we didn't really think it was going to turn out with these two nominees, did we? What was the most memorable moment, turning point moment for you?
Well, my thoughts go back to a parlor game that started that my wife and I have been playing since January of 2004. 2005, when we been asking people, who playing games of who's going to be the nominee, who's going to be the running in 2008, and the people who won the first parlor game as the Republican nominee were Bill Frist, George Allen. There was somebody there who actually thought that Dick Cheney was going to run, and Rudy Giuliani was the only one who actually made it into. So John McCain's comeback is clearly an astounding performance. A lot of it had to do with luck, and everybody at this dinner thought Hillary Clinton was the nominee. Everybody thought Hillary Clinton was the nominee, and nobody thought that Barack Obama had a chance. But Barack Obama, I think, starting with his victory in Iowa, or even when he and David Axelrod and David Plouffe decided to run in the caucuses and make an effort.
Run as hard in the caucuses as in the primaries. Here,
yeah.
Bill, your thoughts?
I don't know. For me, actually, the moment of the year was early in 2007 when John McCain staked everything on promoting and defending the surge. And the great irony is it was a risky thing to do. It was the right thing to do, in my view, and in Senator McCain's view for the country. A lot of his political advisors were against it. He staked everything on it. He was right. The surges worked better than anyone could have imagined. Unbelievable, really. And he may well lose this presidential election.
Well, can it not be argued that in the end, the surge worked so well that it took the issue off the table, drove it down in voters' imagination. So his leadership on that has become much less important in this campaign than it might have.
Right. And the other thing that worked well is that President Bush kept this country safe for 7 years after 9/11. Whatever else one wants to say about the Bush administration and its deficiencies, and that also took that issue off the table. So no good deed goes unpunished.
Nina?
I like to think about the lessons in humility for the media that come out from the past year. Let's start with writing off John McCain last summer when his campaign imploded, and he rose from the ashes, of course, in New Hampshire with leaner and meaner. Then we wrote off Hillary Clinton, right, after Iowa, after Barack Obama swept Iowa, and we believe those exit polls going into New Hampshire, but tears in the diner and got her a win in New Hampshire, and she was back in the game. Sarah Palin, except for my buddy Bill, she wasn't on the list, any short list in the media of the vice presidential picks that John McCain would consider. So, you know, I think these are all good lessons going into the next one. We looking back to 2004, of course, we got fooled by exit polls on today. You know,
That's why you heard Megyn Kelly and reporting them earlier doing so with all these warnings about the grains indeed possibly blocks of salt with which they should be taken.
Yeah.
Fred, I guess, you know, every campaign season has its surprises. They always do. This seems to have had more than most, hasn't it?
It did have a lot, but, you know, I'm not going to be humble at all. I don't feel humble. I never wrote McCain off. As you will remember, I didn't. I love the No Surrender tour that he had in the fall of 2007. And you'll remember, Britt, or maybe you won't remember. In case you don't, I'll remind you. After that speech by Obama in Iowa,
I remember this very well.
Of the Ohio, remember that great speech?
Can I say it for you so you won't have to? You said that night, watching Obama, that we could be looking at the next president of the United States. That's what you saw in him.
Well, you're giving me a little bit more credit than I deserve. I said, look, this guy's going to be president of the United States. Well, I didn't necessarily say he was going to get elected in 2008, but I mean, clearly, this guy was going to be a real challenge to Hillary Clinton.
That's one thing I recall. You never doubted for a moment that he was big trouble for her, even before he seemed to have any traction.
There are other people, I won't give their names, but there are other people who were saying that Hillary Clinton's nomination was inevitable. Obviously, it wasn't. So you had that, and then you had Sarah Palin came on, and McCain went ahead. But then you had an intervening event that may be what determined the outcome here, and that was the financial meltdown.
Does anybody
McCain was ahead. Afterwards, he was behind.
Does anybody seriously disagree that that has been the critical factor in the closing stages of this campaign?
Yes. Can I tell you that
you doubt that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't doubt it.
Do you agree with it?
If you look at the polls, 2 days after September 15th, which was the first major stock market crash of this big gyrations that we've been going through, that's when the polls started separating. That's when the neck and neck stopped, and Barack Obama built a lead that stayed. And that it tracks so clearly with the financial crisis, which is, I think, was partly environment. And, you know, McCain was in an uphill Republican environment, and partly how both candidates reacted to the unfolding crisis.
Yeah, I would mention just the reaction, too. I mean, the Bush administration put forward a plan that was unpopular. They got in a huge fight with the House Republicans, so voters looked up and saw the two wings of the Republican Party squabbling over how to fix something that looked like it had happened on a Republican administration's watch. Then Senator McCain, I think reasonably in a sense, tried to intervene, but then he couldn't bring about peace either. And basically those 2 or 3 weeks, the combination of the financial crisis and the Republican Party looking inept in handling it, and the Republican presidential candidate not being able to take charge of it, did a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, I just can't get away from the idea that when the history books are written, clearly this is going to be the first African-American president of the United States, most likely. And, you know, that is a profound piece of history.
But more, that's a moment yet to come. And we'll have plenty of time to get to it if indeed it happens. When we return, Republicans in the wilderness, no matter how this turns out, who will lead them out? Stay with us. By everybody's estimate, both the House and the Senate will be more Democratic than they are now, which means that the Republicans will be further out of power in both those bodies than they are now. So, question. Republicans will be in a situation they haven't been in before. There's a distinct possibility, of course, that the White House will also be in Democratic hands. It would seem a moment when we might look to new leadership in the Republican Party. The question is, who can provide it? Mort?
Well, I mean, I think that you got two issues here. One, who's the congressional leadership. If Mitch McConnell survives tonight in his Senate seat, he'll probably remain as Senate leader, even though he'll be won't be able to mount filibusters perhaps, or at least as often. I would guess that there's going to be a change in the Boehner-Blunt leadership in the House of Representatives to a new generation if they lose 30 seats or something like that. But in terms of the presidency, you've got a whole host of talent. Sarah Palin, Bobby Jindal in Louisiana. I'm sure that Mitt Romney and Mike Huckabee will be back, and maybe Jeb Bush will return to the scene. I mean, it'll been an interval since he was governor of Florida, since there was a Bush, and Jeb has certain talents that probably more talents than George has.
Bill?
I mean, what's striking, of course, is that if we were sitting here 4 years ago, the Democrats had lost the presidency. With the increased, Bush had increased his margin, and the Republicans had increased their margin in the Senate and the House. And everyone was talking about the Democrats had a huge problem. They promptly win big.
It was Democrats in the wilderness.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it was the best Republican year, and some people were saying that it was the only time a Republican president had been elected with increased Republican margins in Congress in, 80 years or something like that. And then, of course, everything reverses in 06 and 08. So things can change very fast. I think when you are out of power in both branches, if Republicans are, it's really wide open. And of course, what did the Democrats do after losing everything in 04? Who did they nominate in 2008? A man who was a state senator 4 years before. That's what it can really get shaken up more than people expect when you're out of power in both the executive and legislative branches.
It can, but I actually think it's going to be a long winter for Republicans, and this is the reason why. It's more than a leadership crisis, it's an ideas crisis. This was a party that was held together, broad, diverse party held together with people agreeing on two things, free market, small government. And you've got now the Republican administration having, for whatever reason, whoever you want to blame, having to intervene in an unprecedented way in the financial markets, rescuing banks, rescuing insurance companies. More industries coming to the federal trough are going to be coming to the federal trough.
So the old ideological view of the Republican Party is dead?
I'm not saying it's got to be. How are they going to move forward when a Republican administration engaged in this level of market intervention?
I can answer that, and I'd be glad to,
okay.
Nina.
You do it.
You know how the Republican conservative agenda is going to look good? It's going to look good compared to the extreme liberal agenda the Democrats are bringing with them when they get these huge margins in the House of Representatives and the Senate. I mean, for Republicans in the House and Senate, these may be the two worst elections since 1930 and 1932. So Republicans have nowhere to go but up. Their role is clear, and that is to be the opposition to the Democrats against this liberal agenda, lots of which, huge parts of which are very unpopular.
We're going to talk more about this later. We're minutes away from the first poll closing. Fox News election night coverage continues after a brief break. Stay with us. After an epic campaign, a showdown for the aged.
At this defining moment in history, you can give this country the change we need.
I've been fighting for this country since I was 17 years old, and I have the scars to prove it.
An American hero. A uniquely American story. History will be made tonight on America's election headquarters. And good evening from Fox News Election Night headquarters here in New York City. I'm Britt Hume. After 2 years of campaigning, it all comes down to this. Polls close soon in the first batch of states that will decide the next president of the United States. Here is the map we'll be keeping an eye on all night. Right now it's blank, as you can see, but it will soon be colored in with red and blue, depending on which candidates win which states, eventually getting the 270 electoral votes necessary to win this election. Our decision team is analyzing the numbers from polls and precincts across the country, and as soon as they tell us, we'll tell you. Megyn Kelly will monitor the exit polls and report what's going on behind the voting. Greta Van Susteren and Judge Andrew Napolitano are at the ready for any legal challenges that may be arising. And we have Michael Barone looking at key counties and trends, and Chris Wallace with Karl Rove standing by to analyze the data as we get it and to tell us about the key Senate races as well. Brett Baer will be reporting on the fight for control of the House and the balance of power on the Senate in Capitol Hill. Carl Cameron is with the McCain campaign in Phoenix. Major Garrett is following the Obama campaign in Chicago. And we have a team of reporters around the nation. We'll check back with them all as the night progresses. Polls close in several battleground states in just a few minutes. But first, we turn to Bill Hemmer to show us the big picture. What's at stake for the states about to close? Hi, Bill.
Hey, Britt. Good evening. Here on the billboard, the polls closing at 7 o'clock in the East, coming up in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. 58 electoral votes on the line and a couple key states to point out. As we move in on the closing times here, we're going to focus specifically on the state of Indiana coming up at 7 o'clock. All the polls will be closed there. You've got 11 electoral votes on the line in the state of Indiana. Barack Obama thinks this state is in play. We shall see soon if that is the case. Watch Marion, Indiana for Indianapolis. Watch Lake County near Gary, Indiana, Barack Obama's hometown of Chicago. Also at 7 o'clock, we're going to watch the state of Virginia in a big way. We have 13 electoral votes on the line in Virginia. We'll key on the area around here, Washington, D.C. Britt, as we go in on our map, we can look back at history, and we can also try and figure out what is key this year. On the county map, here in the area of Washington, D.C., you can find a full 1/3 of the entire vote in the state narrowed down to 6 or 7 counties. What are those counties? Specifically, Fairfax County. It went Democratic back in 2004. John McCain's going to try and cut into Barack Obama's advantage in Fairfax County by picking up votes in Loudoun County, jumping down to here Prince William County, and also Stafford County. You can literally see and watch the trends go in these states one by one as we move throughout the night. Also in Virginia, watch the Chesapeake area here, Hampton Roads. And we know from history that George Bush did very well for the past 8 years in southwestern Virginia. John McCain needs a big night in areas like here to offset what is expected to be a pretty big vote and turnout for Barack Obama's favor in the northern part, the northern suburbs, the northern counties, right along the D.C. metro area. Britt, just about, minute and a half to go. Back to you.
Just about a minute exactly from the first poll closing. So the question arises now, what races will we be able to call? What races will we not be able to call? There's been some thought, that a state like Virginia, which was a red state that the Obama campaign has made an enormous effort to turn blue this year. The poll closes there, of course, at 7. You just heard Bill talking about it, that state might be so decisively clear by virtue of the exit polling that we could call that state. We'll see in a moment if we can. Other states we may be able to tell you something about are such states as Indiana, where, of course, that's a critical state for McCain to hold on to. It's been red forever, so we'll be watching very carefully to see if we can get any result there. We may be able to tell you something about the governor's race out there. In ways, you see the clock tick down to 7 o'clock straight up, and we're going to be able to tell you a couple of things. First, some results here. In the state of Vermont, now this is no surprise at all, Fox News projects that Barack Obama will carry that state. In the state of Kentucky, a border state, never really in doubt or contested this year, we project John McCain, the winner in the state of Kentucky. Georgia, a state where Barack Obama was thought to have a real chance, too close to call. Virginia, a state everybody's watching, too close to call at this hour. Similar situation in South Carolina. We rate that state too close to call as well. The same thing for Indiana presidency. However, we are able to tell you something about the race in Indiana for governor. And Fox News projects that the incumbent Republican Governor Mitch Daniels, a former Bush budget director, will win over Jill Long Thompson. This is the second time, I believe, that they've faced off in this race. And Daniels appears to be able to carry the state, and we can call it right at this hour. He had a pretty good lead. So let's take a look at our map and see from these results what we can tell about our electoral votes. Now, we've called 2 states, and we'll be updating that. That's the map we'll be looking at. Those the first states we've called have not yet appeared there, but they will, as we noted earlier, soon. And you'll also be able to watch throughout the night the electoral count accumulate on the left-hand side of that very large screen over there on the wall. In the meantime, we also have the exit polls to look at, and let's turn to Megyn Kelly for what she's seeing in the exit polls. Hi, Megyn.
Hi there, Brett. Well, here I am over at my big tool, the Launch Pad, which I'm going to show off to you in 1 second. We're going to talk right now about Virginia and Indiana. Now, in the past 60 years, Virginia has gone blue, has gone Democratic in a presidential election exactly one time for Lyndon Johnson back in 1964. On the other hand, the pre-election polls really favored Obama here. So how are they voting in Virginia so far? Well, let me call it up and I will show you. Take a look at this. These are change voters. Obviously, that was a big message for Barack Obama. For the people who said their top quality in a presidential candidate was who can bring the change, take a look at the numbers. Barack Obama getting 92% of those voters, John McCain just 7%. But what about experience? This was John McCain's message. Well, if you wanted a guy with experience, you voted for McCain in Virginia, 95% to Obama's 4%. Take a look at white evangelical Christians down in Virginia, going 78% for John McCain, just 21% for Barack Obama. Not a huge surprise. That's a group John McCain's done well with. Suburban voters. Barack Obama was expected to do well with this group, and he is in Virginia. You can see he's got the edge over McCain, 54% Obama, 45% for McCain. Now on to Indiana. This state, Indiana, has not gone blue or Democratic in 44 years. But the state is next door to Illinois, Barack Obama's home state, and that may be helping Obama keep things tight. Let's take a look at the independents in Indiana. Look at this. Going 58% for Barack Obama, 39% for John McCain. Independents make up about a quarter of the voters in Indiana, so those are significant numbers. Now, what about white voters? We got new voters here going, okay, and you can see that it's 68% for Barack Obama, 30% for John McCain. That's a decent margin for Barack Obama. Whites with no degree. These are white voters who haven't gotten a college education. Very narrow margin. John McCain is winning with them, but not by much. 50% for him, 48% for Obama. Obama struggled with this group in the primary. They backed Hillary Clinton by almost a 30-point margin. Again, let's take, there we go, white evangelical Christians, 66% for McCain, 32% for Barack Obama. That's in Indiana. The bottom line is that these are two very red states, Britt, and Barack Obama maintained a competitive edge in both of them throughout the days leading up to these two votes, and we are seeing that competition here still tonight. Britt?
I think it's worth emphasizing, Megan, again, that this is exit poll information. And we all recall, and I know you do very well, 4 years ago when we sat here on election night in the early hours. We weren't saying it, but we were all confident based on the exit polling that we were looking at President Kerry. And the exit poll sample turned out to be off base in a number of ways. We are hopeful, indeed, I won't say confident, but we're certainly hopeful that the people who do the exit polling, the firm that does it, has done a better job this time. But we are regarding all exit polling, we're reporting it for what it appears to show. But let's keep in mind, I think you'd agree, that this is exit polling only.
Absolutely right, and there's a few caveats that I gave half an hour ago, and I'll give them again. First of all, Barack Obama tends to poll. We've seen this in virtually every election, much better than he actually performs. The exit polls show him doing better than the actual numbers wind up supporting. And also Democrats tend to do better in these exit polls than Republicans do in general. Having said that, these polls may underrepresent the Democrats' numbers because while we've tried to account for the early voting and the absentee voting, there's only so much we can do to account for that. And so there's an argument that, they may even out because Barack Obama's votes may be underrepresented because these don't necessarily reflect the early voting. So with all those caveats, take my reports for what they're worth. I'm going to try to bring you the numbers, but it's an inexact science, to put it mildly.
Well, of course, and the antidote to exit poll worries is more of the actual tabulated vote, and as that comes in, we can make better assessments of what the exit polls really tell us. Anyway, thanks, Megan. We'll be back to you early and often. Let's check in now, though, with our correspondents who are following both campaigns. Carl Cameron is at McCain headquarters out in Phoenix, but we're going to start with Major Garrett, who is at Obama headquarters in Chicago, outdoors. Major, set the scene for us.
Good evening. I will, Britt. Good evening. The last couple of days, Barack Obama has said, folks, we have a righteous wind at our backs. Well, today what he has is a righteously beautiful day here in Chicago. Calm, very little wind, beautiful sunshine, nice warm temperatures for Chicago this time of year. And it's worth pointing out, Britt, that whenever Barack Obama has gambled on outdoor events like Invesco Field of the Democratic National Convention, he's been rewarded with spectacular weather. Again, he is tonight. Let me give you a couple of quick observations from the Barack Obama boiler rooms. In Indiana, 11 electoral votes. They feel very good about not only the exit polling data they're seeing there, but turnout in key areas. In North Carolina, they are less confident. 15 electoral votes there. They believe in the area of Charlotte, the Republican turnout has been extremely high. The African-American day of turnout in North Carolina has not met expectations. There is less confidence in the Obama camp late tonight about winning North Carolina. They went in thinking they could. They don't need it to get the presidency, but they sure would have liked to have it.
All right, very interesting, Major. Thanks very much. Let's go over to Carl Cameron, who's at McCain headquarters in Phoenix. Hiya, Carl.
Here at the Biltmore Hotel, but they're
hey, Britt, beautiful sunset developing here at Phoenix, Arizona at the Biltmore, which will be McCain's campaign headquarters. He's over at his condo across town, having returned from Grand Junction, Colorado, where he was campaigning, defending a red state out here in the West just this afternoon. And on the way back, he spoke to reporters on the plane, and there was a certain amount of sort of wistfulness to him, very sort of introspective, reflective, talking to reporters. At times, it sort of had a farewell kind of a sound to it. Last night in Prescott, Arizona, I should really say, at about 2 o'clock this morning Eastern time in Prescott, Arizona, same thing. He got a bit choked up, and his aides today and yesterday pointing out, as you and Megan have just elaborated on in detail, that exit polls and day of polling and then the last couple of days are all highly suspect, and they're just saying we got to wait, as Senator McCain has said, for the voters to decide.
All right, Carl, we'll be back to you often. You probably could hear a female voice in the background as Carl was speaking. That sounded to me like the voice of our Molly Henneberg. You know, at this stage of the campaign, a major news organization like ours needs more than one correspondent on the campaign, and so what we try to do is we have two out. And sometimes we like to let you hear from them both at the same time. It's a new form of coverage that we've been trying out tonight. I'm sure you'll let us know how you like it. In the meantime, let's go back to that electoral map that we're told you. But we're very proud of it because it's very big, as you see with Megan, and we've got some updated numbers. This is very exciting. You can see that the state of Kentucky there is filled in red. That means yes, McCain has won Kentucky. And you can see up on the left in the Northeast that the state of Vermont has gone to Barack Obama. So split between the two states. And then down in the left-hand corner of the map, although we'll need to widen out a little bit to see it, you'll see that we've actually been able to update the electoral vote tally. And as you can see right now, John McCain is leading 8-3. So an early lead for John McCain in the Electoral College. Obviously, those numbers won't last long. I don't mean the direction, but they're just a little bit. So Chris Wallace, meanwhile, is standing by with results in some key Senate races. Hiya, Chris.
I'm good, Britt. I think that McCain went for the two-point conversion, and Obama kicked the field goal there to make it 8-3. The Senate is a fairly easy race to understand. It really comes down to a matter of simple math. The Democrats not only want to expand their majority, they also would like to get to a filibuster-proof majority of 60. To do that, they would have to pick up 9 seats. They have 51 now. They would need to pick up 9 seats. There are 11 races that are considered real toss-ups. They would need to win 9 of those 11 without losing any of their own. And I can tell you right now that they have picked up 1 of those 9. Let's go to the boards. In Virginia, it's an open seat. John Warner, a 5-term senator, is retired. And former Governor Mark Warner, no relation to John Warner, has, Fox News projects, won the state of Virginia, the Senate race. He's a multi-millionaire, a former governor for 4 years. He beat Jim Gilmore, also a former governor. This is the first time Virginia has had 2 Democratic senators since 1970. The traditionally red state of Virginia going all blue. Let's move on to South Carolina, and we can call another race. Lindsey Graham, the Republican, has won a 2nd term. That is a victory for the Republicans, but it's a seat that they're holding on to, not a change. He beat Bob Connolly, a commercial pilot, and quite frankly, kind of token opposition. This is good news for the McCain camp. Lindsey Graham is John McCain's closest friend in the Senate. You've seen him a lot more on the campaign trail with John McCain than campaigning for himself in South Carolina, but Lindsey Graham holds on to his seat in South Carolina. Let's move on to the state of Georgia. This is going to be another one of these important swing states, toss-up states. Saxby Chambliss, the incumbent, a month ago looked like a shoo-in. This race is too close to call. He's running against former state rep Jim Martin, the Democrat, and also Alan Buckley, the Libertarian. It's not just a question of Chambliss having to beat Martin. In the state of Georgia, you have to win with 50%. So if nobody goes over over 50%. This will go to a runoff on December 2nd. We might be sitting around here till December 2nd to find out who wins Georgia and whether or not the Democrats get their filibuster-proof majority. And the last race we're going to look at are the polls that have closed at 7 o'clock. Kentucky. Mitch McConnell, this one too close to call. He, of course, is the Senate Republican leader seeking a 5th term. Again, 2-3 weeks ago, this looked like a walk away from McConnell. Bruce Lunsford, a millionaire businessman, and the same headwind that has hit a lot of Republican incumbents has hit Mitch McConnell. And that race at this moment, too close to call. So looking at all of the races, we can call one Republican and one turnover of a Republican seat in Virginia to the Democrats in the name of Mark Warner. Brett?
Chris, thanks very much. Throughout the night, we're going to turn for further analysis to Fred Barnes, executive editor of the Weekly Standard, here with me, Nina Easton, Washington bureau chief of Fortune magazine, Bill Kristol, editor of the Weekly Standard, and Juan Williams, senior correspondent of National Public Radio. All are Fox News contributors. All are here with me. Juan, as this evening kind of gets underway here, we get a little of the early results in. Your thoughts?
Well, what strikes me is the increase in people who are at the polls. What we've seen all over the country is people standing in line, high level of energy about this election that has apparently translated into people actually going and trying to vote. Now, we don't know if all of them are going to get in. We'll see some of that in a few minutes as we see whether or not people are standing in line at 8 o'clock and the like, especially in the East. But we've clearly seen, according to these early polls, something that looks like a tremendous increase in black turnout and a tremendous increase in terms of younger voters going to the polls. That's got to translate, if you were, as we try to make speculative judgments at this point, into an advantage for Barack Obama. It's helpful to him. You heard Major talk about the nice weather out in Chicago, in Garrett Park, where he's gathered. He's had pretty good weather across the country, and I think it helps with a lot of these new voters. Many of these new voters, disproportionately, again, new voters, 40% of new voters, according to the polls, are young people, under 30. And disproportionately African American. So what it looks like is this is exactly the kind of expand the map strategy that Obama's people, Plouffe and Axelrod, had in mind, and seems to be playing out.
Juan, we want everybody to understand the reason you appear, even as you've been speaking here, to be appearing in different places with a different background is that right behind you, of course, is that giant screen that we have, and on the left-hand side of it, we're projecting various different locations. So by the miracle of television, Juan, you, even as you've been sitting here talking to me, you've moved into several different ballrooms. You've been outdoors a couple of times. You had the United States map there behind you. So,
my God, this is like Star Trek.
Well, the miracle of television, you can go a lot of places.
I'm the teleporter.
Yeah, you're the guy. Yeah. You're the guy. You're being moved around electronically. Bill, your thoughts as the night gets underway here.
Let me know if I get moved around electronically. I'm very jealous of Juan.
Hey, you see the board. That's what I'm talking about. We got all kinds of stuff in that screen. We can do anything we want with it. It's truly remarkable, folks. You don't want to miss this thing. Bill.
Well, Juan is right about the increased turnout. Was there anything that people agreed on more in the 90s than our democracy suffered from apathy and turnout was going down and modern society was just, atomized and animized and all these things that, Bowling Alone was a very popular book at the time, which analyzed this alleged, falling apart of our social structure and civic participation. The fact is, participation in the election surged from 2000 to 2004 and seems to have surged again from 2004 to 2008. We're now at close to the highest levels probably in the 20th century, actually, for adult participation of registered voters. And, of course, since blacks were disenfranchised in the South, in some sense, in reality, we are now having higher participation than ever in American history.
We could go as high as what some people say we could hit 140 million and possibly above tonight. That would be true.
Yeah, it was 100.
Far a record, wouldn't it?
It was 104 million, I think, 8 years ago only. So, that's impressive. And so I think that's good for the country. That's nice. I mean, it's impressive. And also the amount of donors, the amount of volunteers. The country is engaged in politics.
And part of that is the Democrats, and particularly Barack Obama, have made a huge effort to register voters. In Pennsylvania, for example, they registered something like 200,000 more Democratic voters just since June 1st. That's, of course, a toss-up state. But I think the other interesting story out of all of this, we've heard a lot from the Obama camp about how they're going to change the map. We've heard that for months. Traditionally, these presidential campaigns play out. You've got your red states, your blue states, and then 18 to 20 swing states. They want to go beyond that. They want to go into states that have been traditionally Republican and nab them. classic case is Indiana, where Barack Obama's been there something like 50 times. He had a hard fight.
Even he's helped by the fact, in part, that he's from a neighboring state.
He's from a neighboring state, and he had a hard-fought primary campaign with Hillary Clinton there.
In that state.
But the other interesting thing, they just went up with ads back in Georgia, which they think that
we'll be watching that too very closely. Too close to call so far, Fred.
I'm proud of all those voters who are actually voting today, instead of all the wimps who voted early and didn't need to. I mean, look, this early voting is.
When did you vote?
Look, wait a minute. I voted early because I was truly going to be absent. Most of the people were not absent. Look, I'm in New York. I vote in Virginia. So I was going to be absent. Most of the people who voted early out of convenience, not absent.
In the state of Oregon now, there's no voting on Election Day. It's all by mail.
You can mail it. Look, by law, the campaign the election is the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Now, a lot can happen in the last month. Some states started allowing people to vote in late September. Well, we had 5 weeks. There, a lot could have happened. I think we need to get, if you're truly absent, as I am today, and can't vote in my home state, that's fine. But most of the people, what are we going to get? 30% or something voted early? Well, about 29% of those were voting purely for convenience, and they should have waited for the campaign to get over.
All right, good thoughts. We're going to have an opportunity when we come back for Fred to embarrass me, and which he does very often and very well. And there'll be more from us in just a moment. We'll be joined throughout the evening by Fox News political analyst Karl Rove, who, of course, is best known to millions of people as the man who engineered and designed the two campaigns that got George W. Bush elected to the presidency. Karl, I'd like to get your thoughts now on we're going to have a new president. We'll have a more Democratic Congress than before. How much of what George W. Bush put in place do you expect to see maintained, and how much do you expect to see washed away?
Well, I think it depends on the international front. A lot will remain. The policy in Iraq has been a success. The question will be withdrawal success, and how quickly does that happen? Afghanistan will remain committed to Afghanistan. The international commitment to fight the global war on terror will remain there. No president is going to undo the terror surveillance program. Nobody's going to undo the initiative on AIDS in Africa, which has been an enormous success. On the domestic front, I think it depends on who gets elected. And no child left behind. The Democrats were unable to get the votes to kill it this year. The tax cuts they're clearly opposed to. But a lot of the initiatives of the president, whether it's the appointment of conservative judges or policies that he's put in place on the environment, are going to remain long after he departs the office.
Now, you heard Nina suggesting earlier that with Republicans having gone headlong, led by the president, down the road toward a massive involvement of the government in the financial markets, purchasing even of equity in private firms, something that would be, it really has been unheard of over the years, rarely if ever has occurred, that Republicans now find themselves in a situation where they're really not, they ended up not being so conservative after all.
No, look, I disagree. We had to do something in extraordinary times to keep the credit markets from seizing up and to save our private enterprise system from a very deep, dark hole. And I do not think over the long haul that this will be seen as anything but responsible action by the government in a bipartisan way, led by a Republican president and Republicans and Democrats in Congress.
And what do you think? It's an interesting choice for a new president about what to do with this only recently installed team at the Treasury Department. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, look, I think a new president, regardless of, again, Republican or Democrat, is going to find it difficult and probably objectionable to take the policies that have been put in place under Secretary Paulson in this rescue package.
With Congress's participation.
Right, and undo them. So we're likely to see the next president, Democrat or Republican, follow through on the kind of policies that Paulson and the Treasury team will leave in place for their successors.
All right, Karl, thank you very much. We have at this hour our eye on Ohio, of course, and our colleague Catherine Herridge is live in Columbus. But we start with Eric Shawn in Cleveland with a look at exactly what is going on in a place where people have been wondering about how the polling was going to go in that state where there's been so much contentiousness about it. Eric, what's happening out there?
Yeah, Britt, well, as you can see right now, we're in the Cuyahoga County warehouse where they are still scanning the early votes. And if you want to have some faith in our democracy and look at the foundation of our republic, just take a look behind me. These are the election workers. They've been doing this since Saturday, Britt. They are scanning the early votes, 275,000 early votes. And when the polls close in Ohio in a few minutes, they will then begin counting the vote through the evening. This really gives you a restored sense of our country. And I guess it's kind of like sausage. You don't want to see how sausage is actually made, but this is the result. I can also say tonight that some of the Acorn investigations here, we're told that one of the voters will only vote once. Freddie Johnson, 19 years old, registered, he said, 73 times. The officials here found 45 registrations. Acorn admitted 15 registrations. He voting, they say, by a provisional ballot. No other types of problems, they say today, on voter registration.
Sounds like they're going to be able to catch some of those people who've registered fraudulently and then tried to vote. They'll have a hard time doing it. Is that your sense?
Yeah, that's exactly it. They flagged them. They know who they are, and they'll be going through this over the next several days.
All right. Thanks very much, Eric. Let's turn to Catherine Herridge now, who's in Columbus. Catherine, what are you seeing there?
Well, the focus, Britt, tonight here early in Columbus is on this lawsuit. It's an amended complaint that was filed by the state GOP earlier today, and at the heart of the complaint are the actions of Secretary of State Jennifer Brunner, a Democrat who, as you know, Republicans have claimed has been entirely too partisan in her actions throughout this election cycle. There's several components to this amended complaint, but perhaps most significantly tonight, it deals with the counting of the provisional ballots. One of the snags that we've seen throughout the state today is something people like to call as the double bubble phenomenon. Typically, you see this with new voters. We'd had close to 900,000 new registrations in this state alone. What they do is they go into the booth, they shade in that circle next to their choice for presidential candidate, and then where they see in the section for the write-in candidate, they also put their choice there. The Secretary of State had instructed local officials that they could discern the intent of the voters, but state Republicans have said that that's not sufficient. They need something that is consistent throughout the state, and most analysts here tonight believe that this is really a placeholder lawsuit in the event that it is indeed close here in Ohio, Brett.
All right. Thank you very much, Catherine. We're just coming up on 7:30 when there are going to be some further poll closings. We want to give you the quick word on that when they occur. In the meantime, we're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back. Okay, as we've been noting, we're coming up now on 7:30, and polls closed in several states, 3 in particular at 7:30. So let's check in with Bill Hemmer to give us a sense of what's at stake as we get near that hour. Bill?
Hey, Britt, good evening again. 7:30 is, as you stated there on the map here, we find in a moment here 40 electoral votes on the line coming up in a minute and 22 seconds on the clock. Chief concern at this hour, places like Ohio. 20 electoral votes. You know the mantra, it's as old as time. No Republican wins the White House without winning the 20 electoral votes in the state of Ohio. Watch the cities of Cleveland, Canton, Columbus, and Cincinnati. See how strong the urban turnout is in these areas. And then measure in the state of Ohio what happens on the county level in places like Butler and Warren and Claremont. This was the area back in 2004 that helped George Bush win the state and retain control of the White House in 2004. We're also watching North Carolina, Britt. A key concern, the city of Raleigh. Wake County is an area that Barack Obama has given a lot of time and a lot of attention. They believe they can mine for votes in this area. Also Mecklenburg County, which is where the city of Charlotte is located. Back in 2004, you can see how George Bush took the state here in the low country and out in the west toward Asheville. Coming up in a matter of minutes here. Seconds make that, Britt. Poll closings in both critical states. Back to you.
All right. Well, yeah, we're about 12 seconds away from the magic time, and we'll be able to give you a few. We have a state we're going to be able to call. It's not exciting because there's an awful lot at this hour that's too close to call. We are, I think, appropriately skeptical of the exit polls. It's now 7:30 here on the East Coast, and Fox News projects that John McCain has carried the state of West Virginia. This is no big surprise, but nonetheless, it's a state he clearly has to have. Now, turning to North Carolina, which became a battleground state, we rate it state, too close to call. Ohio, a critical battleground state, especially for John McCain. We rate that too close to call as well. Similar situation in Georgia. Georgia is a state which became a late battleground state. Should have been easily read, but John McCain had to fight for it, still too close to call. And here's some states we've looked at before. Virginia, still too close to call. Same deal. South Carolina, too close to call. And Indiana, a state which we've been talking quite a lot about, also too close to call. We do have a call to make, however, in the West Virginia governor's race. This is for the incumbent Democratic candidate, Joe Manchin, the incumbent governor there. He was quite popular. That was never considered a close race. It is a hold for the Democrats there. So, but what about the Senate? There are Senate races at stake, and a number of them tonight, 35 in all. Chris Wallace has the latest on that. Chris?
You bet, Brett. We have calls in, one call and one too close to call in the two Senate races that closed at 7:30. Let's go to the boards and take a look at them. First of all, in the state of West Virginia, we can project that Senator Jay Rockefeller, the incumbent senator of West Virginia, will win a 5th term in the Senate. He had token opposition Jay Wolf, who is an insurance agent who owns his own insurance company. We're sure that it's a very good company to belong to, or to have your insurance from, but it wasn't enough to get him elected the senator from West Virginia. And to give you a sense of just what a problem Jay Wolf faced, the Republican Party has not won a Senate race in West Virginia since 1956. That's right. Jay Rockefeller continues that streak tonight with his 5th term in the Senate from the state of West Virginia. The other big race, and this is one we're going to be watching closely all night, North Carolina. Elizabeth Dole, the incumbent, and of course the wife of former Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole, is in a real battle there with State Senator Kay Hagan. At this point, it looks like Kay Hagan is slightly ahead, but too close to call there. This is one of the toughest races in the country. Again, a month ago, Elizabeth Dole would have looked like a walk away in that state, but the Republican headwinds have hurt her, helped Kay Hagan. This is one of the toughest races in the country. It got to the point that Elizabeth Dole in the last week ran an ad that suggested that Kay Hagan is godless for attending a fundraiser at the home of an advisor to the Godless Americans PAC. I must say I was not familiar with that particular political action committee heretofore, but in any case, that doesn't seem to be helping Elizabeth Dole right now. Too close to call, but Kay Hagan with a slight lead in that state. And to go back and look at the two races that are too close to call, Mitch McConnell, slight lead. You can see their very slight lead in the state of Kentucky, the Senate Minority Leader. That would be a big one if he were to lose there. He's got a slight lead, but it's still too close to call. And again in Georgia, Saxby Chambliss, slight lead in that race, but he not only has to beat Jim Martin, he's got to go up over 50% with the Libertarian candidate Alan Buckley in the race, and at this point, we cannot project any winner in that state. So far, there's been one turnover in the state of Virginia, where Mark Warner took a Republican seat. Now, for the Democrats, other than that, everybody's been holding serve, or it's too close to call. Britt, back to you.
You know, I'm just thinking as we talk about this, the Mitch McConnell race is interesting because if he wins, he will be, if anything, he will emerge, if he wins, as probably the most important Republican in Washington if the presidential race goes to the Democrats tonight.
Which is one of the reasons we've already put in a call to try to book him for Fox News Sunday. No, exactly that.
I was just going to suggest that, Chris. I should have known I couldn't get ahead of your bookers. But
no, but exactly. I mean, assuming, just for the sake of argument, that Obama wins the presidency and you got a Democratic majority in both houses, he becomes the face of the Republican Party in Washington.
And he becomes also somebody that the Republicans will look to as the man who he has been very skillful in a parliamentary way in blocking the Democrats' agenda even with the minority he has now. I think that if that minority shrinks, as it seems certain to, as it's bound to, it will be a greater test of his parliamentary skills and his leadership skills than ever. It'll be very interesting to watch.
And let me just say, not to cast any doubt on my loyalty to Mitch McConnell, but just in case he loses, we're also trying to book John Kyle, the #2 Republican, who would then become the most powerful Republican in Washington.
Well, assuming that in leadership elections he steps up. So, all right. Anyway, Chris, thanks. Interesting results. We'll be back in touch with you often. Now, So Mark Warner, no relation, as we pointed out, to John, who was the retiring incumbent senator in Virginia, has won that race, and one assumes that everybody's pretty happy at Warner headquarters in McLean, Virginia. Caroline Shively is there to tell us what it's like. Hi, Caroline.
Hi there, Britt. You know, the polls officially closed here at 7 o'clock, and within seconds we were able to call this race for Mark Warner, now Senator-elect Mark Warner. This is pretty important here in Virginia. This is the first time since 1970 that Democrats will have held both Senate seats. And bigger picture, it is also very important. It's the first big red to blue flip that we've seen in Democrats' quest to get that 60 filibuster-proof number there in the Senate. Mark Warner is here in the building. He's with his family. He hasn't yet received that concession call from Jim Gilmore. He is the Republican that he bested on this election day, but we are told he is very pleased, and he says he's ready to get to work. This crowd already fired up. We expect them to go nuts when Warner shows up here later tonight. Brett, back to you.
All right, Caroline, thank you very much. Let's turn to Michael Barone for such thoughts as he might be able to give us about the state of Virginia and its changing demographics. Michael?
Well, Virginia's had some significant changes in demographics, big explosive growth in northern Virginia and in suburban areas in Tidewater and around Richmond. Britt, just a few of the counties and independent cities have come in with election returns in Virginia so far, but I see a certain pattern emerging. In rural areas, Campbell County, which is right near Lynchburg, the late Jerry Falwell's church right nearby, Lee County, the far southwest tip of the state. John McCain in incomplete returns is getting just about exactly the same percentage as George Bush did 4 years ago when he carried Virginia. But in Chesterfield County, with about half the results in, that's suburban Richmond, the south side suburbs, long a Republican bastion. McCain is running about 10 points behind George Bush's 54% showing, I believe it was 10 years ago. And obviously that would make the difference between victory and defeat if you extrapolated from that to the statewide showing. So traditional Virginia going one way, suburban Virginia moving toward Barack Obama and the Democrats.
Suburban Virginia seeming to grow by the hour, right, Michael?
That's growing by the hour, Britt. And I've taken a look at some other county returns in the state of Indiana where we've got a fair number of them coming in. That is a mixed bag. That's a state that George W. Bush carried 60-39, a big margin. It seems to be moving in the other direction. The question is how far. Vigo County, which Karl Rove mentioned earlier, with 91% of returns in, is going 56 for Barack Obama. That's a 10-point gain for the Democrats, but on a 60-39, they need an 11-point gain on a uniform statewide basis. They're getting it in some areas, like it appears in St. Joseph County, South Bend, that industrial area, heavily Catholic. It seems like the Democratic percentage is rising more than they need to win statewide. And the exit poll returns from Marion County, Indianapolis, suggest they may make big gains there, too. Some of the small counties, not so much so.
All right, very interesting, Michael. Thank you very much. We've got to take a brief break here. More on the other side of it. Stay tuned. So let's quickly recap the states we've been able to call. We've called the state of Kentucky a win for John McCain. We have called the state of Vermont, which should appear there. There it is, for Barack Obama. Neither one of those is a surprise, and neither really is this next one, the state of West Virginia, which we also called for John McCain. That gives him now on our board a total of something like, what, 14 electoral votes or something like that. No, it's 13 electoral votes to 3 for Barack Obama. Obviously, that's going to change a lot and fairly soon. So why did West Virginia voters decide that John McCain was their choice? Well, the exit polls may give us some clue, although we're taking them, as we say, with a grain of salt. Let's go to Megyn Kelly for more on West Virginia and the exit polling. Megyn?
Hi there, Brett. Well, there was a little teeny bit of drama with West Virginia, but not that much. This state voted Democratic for 72 years. until giving George W. Bush 2 victories. But tonight, the state's geography is helping Obama. It's flanked by 3 battleground states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, all of which have been getting lots and lots of campaign visits and advertising dollars for ads that West Virginians also see. So that's, hence the question. But Obama lost West Virginia, and he lost West Virginia, by the way, to Hillary Clinton as well, thanks in large part to white evangelical voters. And take a look at the numbers here on the handy launch pad. White evangelical Christians, big voting bloc, 64% for John McCain, 34% for Barack Obama. Also, white voters in general, 55% for John McCain, 43% for Barack Obama. He was hoping for better margins than that. Barack Obama was. Late deciders, look at that, breaking considerably for John McCain. I think this is just who decided in the last 1 to 3 days. 54% for John McCain, 42% for Barack Obama. Seniors also going for John McCain, although not by a huge margin. You can see 51 to 46. Whites who do not have a college education also siding with John McCain. This is a group Barack Obama, by the way, has struggled with, and you can see here again in West Virginia, he did as well. And that basically, I think that's our last board, and that basically sums it up. Not a huge surprise that McCain won this state, as I said, but it is certainly good news for John McCain. I will point this out, some good news from Barack Obama out of West Virginia, and that is McCain's margin with some of these groups was a little bit worse than George Bush's margin was 4 and 8 years ago. Britt?
All right, Megan, thanks very much. Our Team Fox coverage of a couple of battleground states continues. Phil Keating is in Palm Beach County, Florida, but we're going to start with David Lee Miller, who is in St. Louis County. Hi, David.
Hi there, Britt. I guess you can call this the calm before the swarm. In just a short amount of time, we expect reporters to swarm in here at the election headquarters as the results are announced. They'll be calculated anytime after 7 o'clock. And we can tell you this at this hour. They do anticipate there's going to be a very high turnout here throughout the state of Missouri, and specifically here in St. Louis County. One figure we heard earlier was 85%, possibly as high as 85%. And that will probably bode very well for Barack Obama. You might recall that in 2004, John Kerry carried St. Louis County, but not by a margin great enough to win the state of Missouri. This time round, the Democrats have been very well organized, not just in this county, but throughout the entire state of Missouri, and they believe they have a fighting chance to win this state, to beat John McCain, who is much stronger in some of the rural areas. Barack Obama's forces, nevertheless, have outspent and outmanned John McCain's campaign. And underscoring how much of a battleground this is, Britt, only yesterday appearing here were Joe Biden and Sarah Palin. This has been a hard-fought campaign. It is also, we should also point out, not only a swing state, but also, some say, a predictor. No one has won the White House in the last 12 elections without winning the state of Missouri. Britt?
All right, David, that's very interesting. Thank you. Now let's go over to Phil Keating in Palm Beach County, Florida, in West Palm there, the scene of so much drama 8 years ago. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Britt. In Palm Beach County and the rest of the state, very well aware that 8 years ago, this state became the de facto poster child for Election Day confusion. However, today, basically, a few long lines, a few optical scanner machine breakdowns, but overall, a very flawless day of voting, thanks to all of that early voting over the past 2 weeks, where half the expected electorate, 4.3 million Floridians, cast their ballot. So today, with so many more precincts open, we were at a firehouse where the line was no longer than 3 voters all day long. Now, in about 15 minutes, the west coast of Florida, up there in the Panhandle, 10 counties, which are in the central time zone, they will then close their polls. Everybody still in line at 7 o'clock local time there will still get their chance to vote, but it will be shortly after that that the Secretary of State for Florida will start releasing initial numbers. Here at Palm Beach County inside is the county canvassing board. We all remember that archive footage from 8 years ago, people looking up at the lights at those dimpled and pimpled and dangling chads. Those ballots are now gone. That is not an issue today, so Florida is feeling pretty good at an election day that has gone quite smoothly so far.
All right, Phil, thanks very much. We are getting a kind of a little sense of, and you can see it there on the screen. This is the scene in Grant Park in Chicago, where Barack Obama has planned, as everyone probably knows, a quite large victory party. He seems to have a taste for these big events. He had a great big one in Berlin, which may have backfired a little bit on him. And then he had that spectacular last night of his convention, which they moved to Invesco Field in Denver on a balmy night. It was a great scene there, a tremendous celebration. And now you see that situation in Grant Park, where once again the weatherman has smiled on Barack Obama, and he has got a huge crowd there forming, people streaming in now, hoping to see him later on that big stage you can see in the background of that shot on our wall here. For further discussion of all this now, let's turn to Fred Barnes of the Weekly Standard, Nina Easton of Fortune Magazine, Bill Kristol of the Weekly Standard, and Juan Williams of National Public Radio, Fox News contributors all. Well, we don't really have too much on the shape of this now, but we got a little something. Juan, your thoughts?
Well, again, what comes back to me just watching those crowds in Grant Park is you have the sense that this is a special election and that people are excited. And we have heard throughout the night this whole discussion about polls and things going smoothly. And we remember all the discussion about Acorn, about voter suppression and the like. We haven't heard much today at all. So that story it's like a balloon that the air went out of it. That's not the issue as we approach this 8 o'clock hour. And I think we would have heard some of it by now if it was going to be some kind of explosion.
You know, it's interesting because, there's always this question of a combination of the possibility of voter fraud, and you heard Eric Shawn talking about how they can catch these, fraudulent registration. A fraudulent registration does not equal a fraudulent vote.
Correct, because in fact, if you register fraudulently, you would be a first-time voter and then have to show identification to actually vote.
And then, of course, you had the situation we had so much of 8 years ago where there was tremendous voter confusion.
Correct.
I must say, when I cast my ballot in Virginia down in Fauquier County, it was one of the easiest things I've ever done. I mean, you'd really have to be a dope not to be able to figure that ballot out. It was just snap, and the voting machine worked like a champ, and it was a thoroughly pleasant experience, even for a guy with reading glasses like me. Bill Kristol, your thoughts?
I want to intervene here to protect you from Fred Barnes' imminent attack on you for your slazing and slovenly early voting. Fred is getting a little moralistic.
Did the same thing.
He did, and he could have voted. He could have stayed in Virginia this morning. The older generation would have voted in Virginia and hopped on the got in the car.
Fred is my buddy, and I had to have him here.
You did. He could have hurried back to Virginia to vote. Anyway, I think early voting is fine. Fred and I have an important difference on this. Look, basically, if you look at the returns coming in and look at some of the counties, as Mike Barone was saying, I would put it this way. A huge amount of votes still to come in, to be counted. A lot of polls haven't closed. The vote so far is consistent with where the polls were in the last few days, which was sort of a 5 to 10 point Obama lead. And the big question was it closing? Was it closing? Was there a hidden McCain vote? Were we going to be surprised? And who knows, maybe we will be surprised. But so far, I think you're looking at the Indiana and Virginia real results, not the exit polls, but what's coming in different counties, it looks consistent with what the polls were suggesting.
It does not look consistent, at least so far, with the idea we had of a really early blowout, which I think we would have seen if Virginia had quickly gone to Obama, or perhaps Georgia had gone to Obama.
Yeah.
Now, both those states are too close to call. That doesn't mean that McCain will carry them, but there was some thought that those states would be, that the Obama tide would be such that they might be early calls. They haven't at least turned out to be.
I think we're a little more consistent, though, with a comfortable Obama win than with
We have one more state to call, though, for John McCain, and this is the state of South Carolina, where the polls have been closed for some time now, so that adds another few electoral votes to the McCain. This isn't a surprise. On the other hand, if it had gone the other way, that would have been a surprise. Anyway, so onward and forward. Nina, your thoughts?
Or North Carolina. That of course, is the big question of the night is whether Barack Obama could actually take North Carolina, which of course would be stunning news. Just back to this early voting question, and it's interesting because it actually provided for the campaigns some level of it was real polls. I mean, instead of polls, they got the results of early votes, and so I know and Barack Obama, but in Obama's case, they used it to guide their late strategy, in places like Florida. I'm sorry that you were so upset about.
Well, what about there is something to the idea that we used to have, first Tuesday in November would be a common election day for everyone. And it was obviously for most people it still remains a shared experience. But you do have to wonder when a state like Oregon, where there's really no election day voting, it's all done by mail ahead of time, and it does mean possibly that some voters in the country are voting on a different set of facts than others. I mean, you had this financial crisis that hit so late in the campaign and raised it and placed at the center of the campaign, and almost an entirely new issue, not the economy broadly speaking, but this particular thing. We had a chance to judge the candidates' reaction to it and to make assessments of the two parties and their policies before that, based in the light of that. I mean, is it a good thing that a lot of people could have voted before that, do you think, Nina?
Well, the kids get off school on Election Day, and so parents always have to scramble to cover those kids on Election Day. So, you know, that helps them. The early voting helps on that. But I agree. I think there's, even in a campaign like this, where people seem to have settled, and I think Bill is right, that what we're seeing is reflected in the polls that we've seen. So not much has happened in the last 4 days, 5 days, but something could happen. Big events could happen. The financial crisis was something that just happened, quickly and caught both candidates by surprise, and they both had to react to it.
But I don't think anything happened. There was no October surprise, right? There's no October surprise in this election. And the second thing to say is I think the voting system is antiquated. The idea that we vote on the first Tuesday in November, why do we vote on the first? Why isn't it that we have a prolonged period, a weekend, where people could vote and vote in a way that would guarantee larger levels of participation? We're seeing larger levels of participation because I think in part we've had the early voting.
Well, and that's a different issue, though. We can argue that later. I think a lot of people, not to belabor this subject, but a lot of people would have found
early, Fred. You're free to belabor it.
Would have found it a lot easier voting on Election Day than cramming into some downtown election office where there's one voting machine and they had to wait for hours. It'd have been a lot easier.
So you're making the convenience argument in reverse.
Yeah, well, they thought it was going to be more convenient voting early. But let me just say one other thing, and that is when you look at these states that are too close to call, Indiana, Virginia, Ohio, and North Carolina, these are states where if McCain's going to have a chance to win, he has to win all 4 or at least 3 out of 4. And the fact that they're too close to call is not encouraging for him.
In just a few minutes, Florida, Pennsylvania, Missouri, New Hampshire, polls close 8 o'clock. We're going to have a full picture of that in just a moment. Stay with us. See that thing out there? Well, that is what we're calling our strategy room, and it's a sufficiently balmy night here in New York. That's right outside our headquarters here in New York. That balmy night here that we're able to have the participants in the strategery room, as we sometimes call it, outdoors tonight. So we got important states coming up with their polls closing at 8 o'clock. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer for What's at Stake. Bill?
Hey, Britt, good evening to you. Coming up in a matter of moments, in fact, 3 minutes on the board here at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Look at the electoral votes on the line, 171 coming up in about 3 minutes here as we drill down 3 of the biggies, too. State of Pennsylvania, 21 electoral votes. Polls close there in a matter of minutes. Down south in the southeast, Sunshine State, 27 electoral votes in Florida. We know the way that went in 2004, and we all remember it from 2000. Also Missouri, 11 electoral votes in the state of Missouri. Back here in Florida on the county level, we're starting to get a little bit of data in, but remember, this Republican area, the Panhandle, hasn't closed yet. It will momentarily. The rest of the state closed about an hour ago. Typically, Republicans do well in the Northwest. Democrats do well here in the Southeast. We will see if this I-4 corridor in the center part of the state is the ultimate factor in deciding which way Florida goes. Polls closing. Matter of minutes here, Britt. In fact, you can see the time ticking down. 2 minutes, Britt. 16 seconds. Back to you now.
Man, I love to watch you operate that. Man.
Cool.
I love that. That's so
plenty
cool.
of it.
That is so cool. Oh, it is so cool. If I did that, it would set the place on fire. Anyway, thank you, Bill. Chris?
5 seconds, and Karl Rove has been going over all of the information that's come out already in the part of Florida where the polls closed at 7 o'clock Eastern. The Panhandle, of course, in the western part closes at 7 o'clock Central Time. What are you seeing in Florida?
Well, I'm seeing that there are 11 counties where the Democrats are running ahead of what they need to do in order to win, and these are some large counties in the southeastern part of the state, Miami-Dade and Broward in particular. They're also running ahead of where they need to be in the Orlando area, Orange County. The Republicans are running ahead at 12 counties. They're running ahead of where they need to be. Unfortunately, only 2 of them are big counties, Hillsborough, which has St. Petersburg in it, and Palm Beach County. Well, they'll get wiped out, but they're running better than they need to. Most of where they're doing better, though, are in small rural counties where they're hitting or exceeding their targets.
So overall, is it looking better for Obama in Florida or better for McCain?
Obama is doing better in bigger counties, and McCain is doing better in smaller counties. So right now, the question is that enough to collapse the 380,000 vote margin that Republicans had 4 years ago?
You know, I've often thought that after what happened in 2000, that Florida was going to be the Moby Dick for the Democrats. Until they win Florida, they're never going to be satisfied. Do you think it has that kind of status for them?
Well, I think it does, simply less because of the 2000 election and more because it has 27 electoral votes. It's the fourth largest state in the union, and it's one that is demographically difficult for either party to lay a permanent claim on because there are successive waves of immigration that favor either party. First from the Northeast that favor the Democrats, and from the interior South that favor the Republicans. And these are the change in the state is going on all the time. People move in and out of that state faster than you can imagine.
All right, Karl Rove, and the polls are about to close in 20 seconds. We better send it back to Brit Hume.
So, Chris, you're going to send it back to me, so I get to vamp for 15 seconds. So because you can't take it. An anchor man sitting here at the anchor desk on election night. It is now 8 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls are now closed in 15 states, worth a combined 171 electoral votes. We call Massachusetts, no surprise here, for Barack Obama. We also call Barack Obama. That also not a surprise. His home state of Illinois, not a surprise, but a big state for Obama. The District of Columbia, this is really not a surprise for Obama. Connecticut, Barack Obama. Maine, Barack Obama. New Jersey, Barack Obama. Delaware, Joe Biden's home state, Barack Obama. Oklahoma, not a surprise here either, John McCain. So what remains too close to call with all these states? North Carolina remains too close to call. Ohio remains too close to call. Virginia remains too close to call. Georgia remains too close to call. So likewise does Indiana. So does Florida at this hour, although the polls, of course, closed there. And Missouri is too close to call. And the big prize, really, if you're a strategist for McCain, Pennsylvania, too close to call. That's a state that McCain made a last-minute effort in to offset possible losses in states like Virginia and Indiana, should he lose either or both of those two. Now you see that the electoral count has changed around. Barack Obama there, left-hand side of your screen, now with 77 electoral votes to John McCain's 28. That's really a function of the size of the states that have closed. Many big ones yet to come. Plenty of possibility, at least, possibility for that to tighten. So, Chris, back to you. I hope you can do a better job of filling this segment out now when these Senate calls.
Well, I will try to vamp for a few seconds.
Hey, whiz.
Again, just to put this in context, the Democrats looking to pick up seats. They're especially looking to pick up 9 seats total net overnight so they could get to the filibuster-proof majority of 60. They've picked up 1 in Virginia. We've got a bunch of 8 o'clock races to call, and let's go right to the boards. First of all, in the state of Oklahoma, James Inhofe, the incumbent, has won a 3rd full term. He was running against State Senator Andrew Rice. Inhofe, always an overwhelming favorite in the state of Oklahoma, and he has pulled that one off. In the state of Delaware, and this is going to confuse you a little bit, Joe Biden is the new senator from the state of Delaware. He has won a 7th term. Now, you might say to yourself, wait a minute, I thought Joe Biden was running for vice president. He is running for vice president, but Delaware is one of those nice states where you can run for both Senate and vice president or president at the same time. He kept his name on the ballot, and people apparently voted for him at least for the U.S. Senate. So he is going to win. He was against Christine O'Donnell, and she didn't put up much of a race against him. In New Jersey, Frank Lautenberg, the incumbent, and Fox News projects that he will be the winner in the state of New Jersey. He is winning a 5th term. He's 84 years old. The Democrat, former Congressman Dick Zimmer, tried to make his age an issue. The voters of New Jersey decided they liked 84-year-old Frank Lautenberg just fine, and they have returned him to the U.S. Senate. And in the state of Maine, Susan Collins, the Republican incumbent, Fox News declares she will win a 3rd term in that state. This was a race that a few weeks ago people thought might be up for grabs, that the Democratic Congressman Tom Allen might be able to beat her. But Susan Collins really has established a very strong record as an independent, as bipartisan, and she was able actually to paint Tom Allen as the party line Democrat, and she has won in the state of Minnesota. Now let's look at a few of the earlier races that were too close to call. Mitch McConnell, the Senate minority leader in the state of Kentucky, that race still too close to call, as you can see, awfully close, 2-point race. McConnell going for a 5th term. This is one that the Democrats almost have to have if they're going to get to that 60-vote majority. North Carolina, Elizabeth Dole wife of Bob Dole, running for a second term against Kay Hagan, the state senator. That race, too close to call, very tough, nasty race. And at this point, North Carolinians, we haven't been able to figure out who they have elected, the senator. And in Georgia, Saxby Chambliss, an incumbent running for a second term. That's a three-person race against Jim Martin, a former state representative, and Alan Buckley, a CPA attorney and libertarian. Somebody's needs to get to 50% to win that race. And as you can see at the moment, Saxby Chambliss is up over 50%, but Fox News not ready at this point to say that he is going to be the winner. If he doesn't get 50%, there's a runoff between the top two on December 2nd. Britt, I'm out of ad libs. It's back to you.
That was good, Chris. Thank you very much. That gave me a little bit of a rest. We have another state to call for John McCain. Again, not a surprise. The border state of Tennessee goes for Senator McCain. And we can't continue to watch these states that remain too close to call. One of the big ones, of course, is Ohio. And Megyn Kelly has been analyzing the exit poll numbers there. Hi, Megyn.
Hi there, Britt. Well, no Republican has lost Ohio and then gone on to win the White House. So what's happening in that state there tonight? Well, it has a strong evangelical population that they tend to favor the Republicans, but it also has a struggling economy, which has tended to help Obama in the pre-election polls, hence the tight numbers that we are seeing tonight. So who's helping John McCain and who's helping Barack Obama? Let's start with the evangelicals on the exit polls and the launch pad. Not a huge surprise. White evangelical Christians going 70% for John McCain, 29% for Barack Obama. Nearly 1 in 3 voters in Ohio is a white evangelical Christian. Take a look at unions. This is also a big voting bloc. They are going for Barack Obama, 58% to 41%. People living in union households make up 29% of voters in the Buckeye State. Take a look at white Catholics. 1 of 5 voters in the state is a white Catholic, and you can see that they are siding with John McCain, not by a huge margin, but 52% to 47%. Independents, this is a critical voting bloc as well. They are siding so far with Barack Obama in the state of Ohio. Both parties fighting hard for this group. So far, giving the edge to Obama over McCain, 52 to 45. Now, we asked the voters, have you been personally contacted by the campaigns? You know, in a state like Ohio, it's been an all-out ad blitz and phone blitz and so on. And take a look at this. 43% said they had been contacted by the Obama campaign. 35%, a little bit less, say that they had gotten contacted by the McCain campaign. There was a huge get-out-the-vote effort here in Ohio as well. Most or half were contacted by at least one camp. Interestingly, Britt, Obama has been pounding the state with ads, but McCain has been holding on because this is a typically this is a state that is typically divided, and as we saw, President Bush won it not once but twice. Before I let you go, and by the way, all those have the same caveat as we've been giving you. You've got to keep in mind these exit polls haven't tended to be exactly right on, so anything could happen. But before I let you go, you liked Chris's fancy ad lib. Look what I can do on the launch pad. Not only do I have those exit polls, but I can show you all sorts of video. This right here, Clint, what are we seeing? Obama. No, this isn't Obama. This is McCain. This is McCain's headquarters, where they're getting ready for what they hope will be a victory celebration. We can check in on them whenever we like. We can check in on Bill's billboard, which we have up here, which I might point out is a lot smaller than the launch pad, just for the record. And we're going to check in with the Obama camp to see what's happening over there shortly, too.
You're not showing it to me. I don't see it. I'm still just seeing McCain headquarters.
This one. This is Bill's billboard.
Oh, you put it in McCain headquarters?
This is Bill's little billboard.
Right. Okay.
This is McCain headquarters. We had Obama's Grant Park just a second ago, and they were all fired up. Do we have that, Clint? We'll get that for the next hit. But I'm just saying, Britt, you know, Bill, he's been going on and on about his little billboard, and it's named after him. Well, I've had to listen to this every morning, and then look what they give me.
I know, but when I see you go over there and start writing numbers on it and stuff and causing all kinds of different things to switch around the way he can, then I'll declare you equal. So far, he's got the detail, you got big.
But look at this thing, Britt. Would you look at the size of this?
I know, it's
Who else has this?
It's really, Megyn, it confirms it. You really, really are very, very important.
Thank you. I feel validated.
All right. Thanks very much. That was great. I loved it. Chris, I hear you got another race to call.
Yes, we do. And because of my technical legerdemain, all I get are blue cards. That's everything. That's all I'm being given here. We got a big race to call in the state of Kentucky, and that is Fox News projects that Mitch McConnell, the incumbent, the Senate minority leader, the leader of the Republicans in the Senate seeking a 5th term, has been elected the senator from Kentucky over millionaire businessman Congressman Bruce Lunsford. This is a race that was strong for the Republicans until a couple of weeks ago when, with everything that was hitting Republicans across the country, this wasn't in doubt, and there were a couple of polls that show Lunsford actually ahead. Mitch McConnell, interestingly enough, ran on the idea earmarks are good and that he had brought hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The Kentuckians apparently thought that was just fine, and they have reelected Mitch McConnell.
Well, you know, Chris, I think that's an important race. They see the Liddy Dole race there as well.
Yeah,
we're now projecting that.
Yes, we are now projecting that there has been another turnover in the state of North Carolina. Kay Hagan, state senator, has beaten Elizabeth Dole, seeking a second term, former transportation secretary under Reagan, labor secretary under President Bush. Of course, the wife of Bob Dole, and she has lost in a mean race in the state of North Carolina. That is another net pickup for the Democrats tonight. They have picked up 2 in Virginia and North Carolina, but they have failed to pick up in another one of the toss-up states, and that was in the state of Kentucky, where the Republicans held on to Mitch McConnell's seat.
Well, that really wasn't one of the ones that they were counting on, were they, to get to their magic number of 60?
Kentucky?
Yeah.
Well, there are 11 toss-ups, all held by Republicans. They need to win 9 of 11. They've won 2. They've lost 1.
Right.
They've only got they've got to win everything except 1. They can lose 1 more, and they have to win all the rest. They have to go 7-1 to
So
get
if, for example, Saxby-Chambliss holds on in Georgia,
they could still do it, but they couldn't lose
got to
anymore.
win. They can't win anything. They can't lose anything else.
Exactly.
All right. Very interesting stuff. All right. So what? Well, panel, I'm bound to say that if I were a Democrat, House or Senate tonight, I would not think it. I would think it decidedly bad news that Mitch McConnell had been reelected. I mean, he has, Fred, wouldn't you agree, proven to be remarkably effective for a minority leader. I mean, the Senate makes it possible, clearly, but I think he's been a real fly in their ointment, hasn't he?
Well, he's been effective in one thing, and that is a filibuster strategy. And if you're a Republican leader and you can get 41 votes, you can block anything. You know, the majority has to get to shut off debate and then vote on some piece of legislation, has to have 60 votes. So if you get 41, you prevent them from getting 60, since there are 100 senators. Now, on some votes, and maybe card check, the one that would allow unions to organize employers without a secret ballot, would be he may be able to, even with 42 or 43 Republican senators, still be able to get 41. On card check, he only lost 1 Republican when that was blocked by filibuster.
Right.
So, I mean, look, what was the one thing Republicans did, other than the decision by President Bush on the surge, that was successful in Washington in particular over the last 2 years? It was the filibusters led by Mitch McConnell that blocked lots of liberal legislation.
But the other race we just talked about is really, to me, truly the stunning one, which is the upset of Elizabeth Dole. I mean,
you knew she was in trouble, though, right?
We knew she was in trouble, but this is, first of all, North Carolina. This has been a reliably Republican state, and she's somebody who's been in the public eye for decades. I mean, this is a very familiar public figure, and the level of desperation that she was feeling, you could sense yourself when you looked at the advertisement that she put out trying to link Kay Hagan, her opponent, to these godless atheists group. And I think, you know, and Kay Hagan, by the way, being a Presbyterian Sunday school teacher. And I think the effect of that was to backfire on Elizabeth Dole. And I think she pushed too far. And I think that hurt her in the end.
Just briefly here, we got another projection we can make from the presidential race. We now project, Fox News projects Barack Obama the winner in New Hampshire. That was a state that was looked like it was leaning his direction, but it was not thought impossible for John McCain to win there. So that's a bit of bad news for him, a bit of good news, not big, but important perhaps for Obama. Bill?
This is going to be a bad night for Republicans, I think. And if you put it together with the last election, we're going to have something that hasn't happened in 50 years, which is 2 years in a row, it now seems safe to say, in which Republicans will have lost a substantial...
2 elections in a row.
I'm sorry, 2 elections in a row in which Republicans will have lost seats in the Senate, and I think a non-trivial number of seats each time, 2006 and 2008. They will have lost double-digit seats in the House, no matter, that seems to be the case pretty safely this year, that they'll at least lose 10 seats and probably more like 20. They lost, I think, what was it, 30 in 2006. And they may well lose the presidency this year as well. So it's been a long time since a party has had two so bad back-to-back elections.
It raises an intriguing question, Juan, and that is this. We have seen congressional approval ratings which were really bad going into the 2006 election. Republicans then in control. Right. They took a bath in the elections. The Democrats got control of both houses. Since then, the congressional approval ratings have continued to deteriorate. And yet we have what appears to be another night in which Democrats gain ground. That seems a little bit remarkable. Perhaps it's because the voters were not ready yet, with George Bush still in the White House and Republicans mounting filibusters or whatever, to assign full responsibility for everything that happened or didn't to the Democrats. Will that change now in your judgment?
I think it has to change, because what we're looking at is not only are you going to have Democratic majorities in the House and Senate, but they are going to be large majorities. And if you look at what we've seen now with Kay Hagan's victory in the state senator in North Carolina, and by the way, just as a historical point, that was Jesse Helms' seat. Right. And that's an indication of how much that state has changed. And again, we've seen tremendous increases in new people registering to vote in many states, particularly I think like Nevada plus 12, Virginia plus 9, Ohio 8% growth in terms of new voters. But when you stop and look at the research triangle area, and you look at the fact that those people coming in are younger, more Democratic, that's a change in terms of the old South, and portends greater change. Now, you asked about the responsibility. I think that the voters still viewed the 8 years of George W. Bush as a Republican time, when you had, for the most of that period, Republicans in control of House and Senate, not changing until the 06 cycle. So what they're saying now is they hold Republicans responsible, and I don't see how they can hold Republicans responsible going forward, because we're going to have these large majorities. The thing to watch, though, and you talked about McConnell as an effective block to Democratic initiatives, is that I think people are sick of this kind of partisanship, and if it's the case that you're simply going to have a hard core of Republicans, and we're having a number of moderate Republicans knocked off. Elizabeth Dole was a moderate Republican. To have her knocked off, to have people, who are retiring, Virginia, Warner in Colorado, Ben Nighthorse Campbell, Pete Domenici in New Mexico, you have these people going away. Now you're going to have really hardcore Republicans, and if you have Mitch McConnell simply representing, a backbench, angry Republican Party, I don't think that's good for the party. He's going to have to work with Democrats on something to be able to say he's not the obstructionist.
We're going to talk more about this as we go through the night. We're going to take a brief break now. More to come. Well, you see that board there? That's the on the left-hand side there. You can see the total now in the electoral college. Obama 81, McCain 39, and with many a state whose polls have closed still yet to be called. So while we're waiting for something to happen in that regard, let's check in with our correspondents following both the campaigns. Carl Cameron is at McCain headquarters in Phoenix, as we've noted. We'll start, Howard, with Major Garrett at Obama headquarters in Grant Park, Chicago. Major.
Hello, Britt. Well, about 15,000 folks are here now. The Obama campaign expects hundreds of thousands more before the election night 2008 is over. I'll have the pool camera maybe from New York, if they can take that, show the crowd next to the stage here in Grant Park while I do what I have to do, which is give you boiler room information for the Obama campaign in 3 key states. Let's start in Pennsylvania. We haven't called it yet, but I'm told by Obama sources on the ground there that they've hit every single turnout target model they had. In Philadelphia, the surrounding suburbs, northeastern Pennsylvania, they feel very good about their prospects of winning and keeping the 21 electoral votes there that John Kerry and Al Gore won in 2000, 2004. In Indiana, they feel very good about a razor-thin victory in Indiana and picking up the 11 electoral votes there. The late turnout there, plus with the early vote, they feel it's going to get them to victory there. And in Virginia, I'm told by folks within the Obama boiler room there that they are exceeding all of their turnout models based on those that Tim Kaine achieved when he won the governorship in that state in 2005. They had models in the key counties that have come in. All the counties that have come in, they're at or ahead where Tim Kaine was based on their general election projections, so they feel very confident about what they're going to be able to achieve in Virginia as well. Britt, back to you.
All right, Major, thank you very much. The one thing that the Obama campaign has been from the get-go is confident. The McCain campaign perhaps less so, but the never say die spirit. Let's see how that's holding up now with Carl Cameron out in Phoenix. Carl?
Hi there, Britt. Well, Alaska Governor Sarah Palin arrived here in Phoenix just a little while ago, telling reporters on her plane that she's optimistic and confident and that she thinks that the Republican ticket will prevail, and that's the best thing for the country. At the same time Sarah Palin was arriving here, she'll be joining, of course, Senator McCain at the rally here later in the evening. On the McCain plane on the way back from Grand Junction, Senior Advisor Steve Schmidt was asked repeatedly if he thought the selection of Sarah Palin was a good idea, and more than once he said, let's wait for the returns. The McCain campaign argues, and they put out a memo to this effect yesterday, that all of this talk about exit polls and the polls in the last few days essentially puts the cart before the horse, and it's time to just sit back and let the vote come in, let the actual tabulated vote come in, and then see what happens. They believe that this is going to be a very late night. They note that it's looking quite close in places like Virginia and Ohio and North Carolina and Florida on the presidential ticket. They don't believe it's over yet, and certainly Sarah Palin has come here with every expression of confidence and optimism. We expect to hear them in a short while, the McCains, with family and friends and supporters over at his condo a few miles from here. And just a couple hundred yards away, it's a beautiful backdrop behind us, but not a lot of crowd. I should tell you, there's a huge crowd indoors waiting for the festivities later in the evening.
All right, Carl, thanks very much. Let's check in now with Michael Barone. Michael, we understand that some news organizations may have gone ahead and called the state of Pennsylvania. We are holding back on doing so. Your thoughts as to why we are hesitant here at this moment?
Well, Britt, the exit poll does show a significant margin for Barack Obama in Pennsylvania, but we don't have any actual precinct returns, either tabulated vote from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's office. We don't have any WPE, that's a number you may be hearing again tonight, within precinct error. That's one of the things that we get from our exit pollers where we can. The difference between what the exit poller got at the particular precinct and what the actual vote in that precinct is. Sometimes the exit poll interviewer can get that locally. At other states, it's centrally tabulated, and so that data is not available. We don't have that data for Pennsylvania. So our decision desk, which takes its responsibilities very seriously and does not want to say something is carried by somebody when we're not absolutely sure it is, feels hesitant to do this. We have had WPE tonight as high as 11 points in some precincts in some states. That is to say that the exit poll is showing 11% more people voting for Obama at a particular at the collection of precincts than in fact were reported by the official people for Obama. So given that kind of WPE, that kind of discrepancy between the reported exit poll and the actual vote in the exit poll precincts, we're not calling that right now.
All right. And how does the state of Florida shape up for you tonight? If McCain were not to win there, Pennsylvania aside, that would be a backbreaker.
Well, it would be a backbreaker. It's 27 electoral votes, and when I'm taking a look on the tabulated returns that are coming in on the Associated Press wire, I see different things in different counties. In Hillsborough County and Tampa Bay, you see John McCain getting on the early early returns, which appear to include a lot of absentee or early votes. He's getting he's actually getting 1% more across the Bay in Pinellas County, St. Petersburg, 5% less than each case than George W. Bush in 2004. In Miami-Dade County, he's running behind, but in Palm Beach County, farther up the coast, he's running ahead of where Bush was. There are varying patterns here, Britt. Up in the Panhandle Peninsula in counties like Taylor County, he's running 10 points ahead of Bush, already a big margin there. In places like Sarasota, more affluent, southern on the Gulf Coast, with a lot of people from the north, he's running 2 points behind Bush. This is the state Bush carried 52 to 47. I think that, based on what we're seeing now, this looks like a very close state.
All right, very interesting. Let's turn now to Chris Wallace. Chris?
Thanks, Britt. We have another call, and it's a big call in a Senate race. Let's go right to the board, and you'll see that in the state of New Hampshire, Fox News projects a turnover in that state, that the incumbent John Sununu is going to fail in his effort for a second term in the U.S. Senate. You can see there Jeanne Shaheen, the former governor, winning by a large margin. This is a rematch of a very close race 6 years ago in which Sununu beat Shaheen Shaheen. This time in the rematch, Shaheen beat Sununu. Interestingly enough, Sununu tried to separate himself from the Republican Party. He fought for changes in the Patriot Act to protect privacy rights. He opposed 2 energy bills in 2003, 2005. He was the first Republican in the Senate to call for the dismissal of Attorney General Gonzales. It seems to have done him no good, though, in Democratic-leaning New Hampshire. The Democrat Jeanne Shaheen beats the Republican John Sununu, and that now means that there has been a net pickup of 3 seats for the Democrats tonight in the states of Virginia, North Carolina, and New Hampshire, plus 3. If they began the night with 51 seats, at this point they have 54. Brett?
All right, Chris, and they need to get how many more, right?
They would need 6 more.
Right?
They need 6 out of 7.
6 out of 7. All right, we'll be watching that count closely as we go forward here. We're going to take a brief break. Back right away. We're coming up on 8:30 here in just a few seconds, so let's take a look before we do. There's some poll closings to report when we do at the electoral map as we now see it over on the wall here. And as you can see, the Obama lead now in electoral votes is expanded to 103 to 39, and we're about to expand it even further because we are now calling Pennsylvania for Barack Obama. This is a very hard one for the McCain camp to swallow tonight because it bet on Pennsylvania as a place which, if it could just steal it and put it in the blue column, it could hold off the Obama surge in other areas and perhaps afford to lose a few red states. Now that possibility is taken away, and the situation for Obama has markedly improved. It is now 8:30. Polls have closed in a number of places. We declare the state of Arkansas will go for John McCain, and we're now going to, as you noted, we've called Pennsylvania already for Obama. North Carolina, though, too close to call. Virginia, also still too close to call. Pennsylvania, as we've noted, it says too close to call there, but we now have called that. Ohio, we're still too close to call. Missouri, likewise, too close. Same deal with Florida. Same deal still with Indiana. Same with Georgia. All of those states remain too close to call. But the big one, of course, is Pennsylvania, where, as we've noted, a major effort was made by the McCain campaign during the closing days on the hopes of an upset there. So now, for a word on how the Senate races that we'll be looking at, where the polls have closed at 8:30, let's turn to Chris Wallace. Chris?
Well, we got a bunch of calls and a bunch of too close to calls, and let's go through those now. In the state of Massachusetts, John Kerry seeking a 5th term in the U.S. Senate, and yes, he has won. We're looking, well, I don't have Michigan on my map there. Let's try and see if we can refigure this. In fact, we weren't calling Michigan at all. In the state of Massachusetts, John Kerry, we can project that he is the winner in the state. He had fairly token opposition from Jeff Beatty, who runs a consulting business. In fact, no Republican has won in the state of Massachusetts since 1972. John Kerry continues that trend there. In the state of Arkansas, and this is a poll in Arkansas that just closed, Mark Pryor, the incumbent, has won. He was seeking a 2nd term, and he has achieved that term. I can tell you that the state of Arkansas, the Pryor name, they are almost a royal family in that state. David Pryor was the governor and a long-term senator. Then his son, Mark Pryor, continued in his place, and he has won. In fact, the Republicans didn't even put up opposition. His only opponent in this race was Rebecca Kennedy from the Green Party, and she didn't put up much of a race. Mark Pryor has won in Arkansas. In Illinois, Dick Durbin, the winner in that state, he has won a 3rd term. He's the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, the majority whip. He has won. He's had a very tough weekend. On Friday, I believe it was, his daughter, Christine, who was 40 years old, died of a congenital heart disease. We offer Senator Durbin, our condolences along with our congratulations on his victory in the state of Illinois. In the state of Tennessee, Lamar Alexander, the incumbent, the Republican incumbent, has won, seeking a second term. He was running against an attorney by the name of Bob Tukey, who was a former chairman of the state Democratic Party. Lamar Alexander has won a second term in Tennessee. In the state of Georgia, and this is one of those big battlegrounds, Saxby Chambliss, we say, has a lead, and you can see there it's a pretty healthy lead, but we cannot project at this point that he has won in that state. Remember, he has to get over 50% or face a runoff in a month. At this point, that race too close to call on the view of Fox News. Alabama, Jeff Sessions. This would be a real shock if Jeff Sessions didn't win re-election in the state of Alabama. Conservatives seeking a third term. But at this point, it is too close to call in his race against State Senator Vivian Davis Figures. In Mississippi, and it may seem like I'm stuttering here, but in fact there are two races in the state of Mississippi. We'll tell you about the first one. Thad Cochran, the incumbent, seeking a sixth term, very popular in that state, thought to be a shoo-in. At this point, though, we can't call it, too close to call, but I don't think that means anything surprising. It's just that we don't have the numbers to be able to call the race. There is an important and very close Senate race in the state of Mississippi. This is a special election for Trent Lott, the former Senate leader who retired. He was replaced by Roger Wicker, a member of the U.S. House. Wicker is the senator in that state, but as I say, they are having a special election. Wicker is running against former Governor Ronnie Musgrove. That's a close race, and there is some thought, because of a big African-American vote, that Musgrove might be able to pull that out at this point between Musgrove and Wicker. Too close to call, Britt. So at this point, no turnovers in any of those races we're calling at this point.
So they got to go, the Democrats, to get to the number of 60 to be able to bust all filibusters that they feel like they need to win a bunch more of these. What look like their best prospects of the remaining races we
Well, again, they got to go 6 out of 7 of the remaining toss-ups. It seems likely that they'll win in the state of New Mexico with Tom Udall, the congressman from there. It looks likely that they might well win in the state of Colorado with Mark Udall. And yes, if you notice a certain similarity there, they're cousins. Right. In Alaska, that's going to be very interesting to watch, because that's Mark Begich, the mayor of Anchorage, and he's running against the longtime Senator Ted Stevens, who, of course, would have been a shoo-in, but he started to face some problems. And, of course, he faced a big problem last week when he was convicted on 7 counts of failing to file proper disclosure forms. So those are 3 very possible pickups for the Democrats. Then they've got Oregon, the state House Speaker Jeff Merkel running against incumbent Gordon Smith. That's the close race. Minnesota, Al Franken, the former comedy writer, running against incumbent Norm Coleman. That's very much a close race.
So the Republicans need to hold 2.
Republicans need to hold 2.
Of the remaining,
you got
7?
Musgrove against Wicker. Wicker in Mississippi is probably their best bet. And then Saxby Chambliss in Georgia is their second best bet.
All right. That does look at least like it's doable. Now, Pennsylvania, we've now called for Barack Obama. So the question is, what were the ingredients of the call? What were the ingredients of his victory there? Here's Megyn Kelly. Megyn?
Hi there, Britt. Yeah, as you can see, now we've turned Pennsylvania blue on our big map on the launch pad. And how did that happen? Well, Obama won. It was a tight race. And I'll tell you why it was tight, in part thanks to white Catholics who sided with John McCain, but it was about the only group that sided with John McCain. Don't forget about the clinging. You know, this is the state that Barack Obama made the remark about how they cling to their God and their guns and so on. In any event, you can see that the white Catholics did side with John McCain, 51-49, but they were about the only group. Nearly 1 in 3 voters in Pennsylvania is a white Catholic, by the way. Now, what about the Hillary Clinton factor? Did her supporters wind up going with Barack Obama? You bet they did. Take a look at it. 81% of her supporters went for Barack Obama, and just 19% wound up siding with John McCain. Here's union households in Pennsylvania. They went heavily for Barack Obama, 64% to John McCain's 35%. Union households, a critical group in Pennsylvania, making up 26% of all voters. What about the seniors? Senior citizens have liked John McCain, or at least did in the primaries, and Pennsylvania has the 3rd highest percentage of seniors in the United States. Take a look at the numbers. It was tight, but Barack Obama won the seniors as well, 51-48. Also, next group, would John McCain continue President Bush's policies? 54% of Pennsylvanians said yes. Just 43% believed that he would take the country in a different direction, as he wanted them to believe. Remember Barack Obama's ad describing John McCain as out of touch? Well, Did it resonate? Perhaps. 63% of voters said that they thought that Barack Obama was in touch with people like them, and just 38% of people believed the same about John McCain. That was something that John McCain was struggling to overcome as well. I will say this, John McCain won among experienced voters. We've seen that in a couple of states so far. The problem for him is there just aren't that many of them. They seem to be valuing change more than experience. He also won among the late deciders. That must have hurt because he's been campaigning hard in Pennsylvania. Probably John McCain would have liked this race to go on a few more days. But alas, it ends on November 4th. And before I let you go, Britt, I told you I would bring it to you. Here you go. Barack Obama's supporters gathering in Grant Park, Chicago. Would you take a look at that? We've seen estimates.
That's a very picture. We're seeing a picture of the picture.
Yes.
I wonder if we could see the picture itself, the whole thing, full screen to get. There it is in all its glory. That is quite a scene out there. Barack Obama once again blessed with good weather.
Indeed, they said it was 71 degrees, and they were estimating. Perhaps they are reacting to this news. They are estimating between 70,000 and 1 million. So how's that for a guesstimate? But it looks like
we have a call to make, Megan. Sorry to interrupt you there. We are now calling the state of Georgia for John McCain. So McCain folks can keep hope alive based on the fact that Barack Obama did not manage what would have been quite an upset in the state of Georgia. And on that note, we're going to take a break. Much more to talk about on the other side. We'll go to Bret Baier and talk about the balance of power in the Congress. Stay tuned. Now that we've been able to call the state of Georgia for John McCain, we're also able to call that Senate race, and for that we turn to Chris Wallace. Chris?
Thanks so much. Yeah, this is a big one. And Saxby Chambliss, the incumbent Republican senator from the state of Georgia, has won re-election to a second term. The reason that, and that's the wrong one. Let's put up Georgia if we can. The reason that's so important, this was one of those 11 toss-up states, and the fact that the Republicans have now held on to 2 of those toss-up states means that the Republicans are going to have to, the Democrats rather, have to run the board. They're going to have to win every other state, and there are 6 of them, to pull off a filibuster-proof majority. That's going to be a tall order for them to sweep all the rest of them. But as we can see here in a 3-man race in the state of Georgia, Saxby Chambliss has won. There'll be no December 2nd runoff. We project that he's going to win, and win by more than 50% of the vote. So that means that 2 Republicans, Mitch McConnell in Kentucky and Saxby Chambliss in the state of Georgia, have both held on to their seats in toss-up races. That the Republicans would only need 1 more victory to ensure that they will have their filibuster ability in the House of, rather in the Senate for the rest of the term, unless some of the more moderate Republicans drop off on an individual vote and go with the Democrats. Britt, back to you.
All right, very interesting, Chris. So one can imagine on a night when Elizabeth Dole has been beaten in what turned out to be not as much of an upset as it might have, but because we all knew that she was in some real difficulty. Nonetheless, there must be jubilation at the headquarters of the new senator-elect from North Carolina, Kay Hagan, and our correspondent Jonathan Seri, is there in Greensboro. Jonathan?
Hi, Britt. A massive celebration here. The band is playing, and every time any news comes on showing the results, you can hear the crowd cheering. Right now, I'm in a brief lull, so I'll try to get this report in between cheers. Now, part of the success of challenger Kay Hagan's campaign may be somewhat of a coattail effect of the Obama campaign, which has been active in this state, recruiting new voters. In fact, if you look at the new voters registered here in North Carolina over the past year, you're looking at a figure of 600,000. And then when you break down those new voters by party, Democrats outnumber Republicans by a 2-to-1 margin. Britt?
Very interesting, Jonathan. Now, is she expected to appear soon to say something to that group?
She is indeed. We haven't gotten word yet as to the exact time, but we anticipate that she'll show up at this podium on the stage right behind me, and an eager crowd awaits that victory speech.
All right, Jonathan, thanks very much. So let's check in now with our correspondent, Bret Baier, who is in this studio. It's really not much of a studio, but with electronics, they've made it look pretty special. Bret's down there. This is the Balance of Power studio. You see all that stuff behind him? It's not really there, is it, Bret?
Not really here. It's a big green box, but Looks good, doesn't it?
Cool.
Let me tell you about some House races, Britt, that we are going to call. Fox News can now project in Florida 24 that incumbent Congressman Tom Feeney will, in fact, lose his seat to Suzanne Cosmas. She's a realtor, small business owner. Feeney was plagued with ties to disgraced lobbyist Jack Abramoff, who, of course, cost Republicans a lot of seats last cycle. Democrats put a lot into this race. Cosmas is going to pull off this win. Then in Florida 13, we can see that Vernon Buchanan, the incumbent Republican, is going to hold on to his seat. This was going to be tight. Christine Jennings, running a race down there, but now Buchanan has pulled away and he will return to the Congress. The thing we're watching here in the Balance of Power studio is just that, how things add up for Democrats and their control going into the 111th Congress. As we started the night, the numbers were this, 236 to 199. And throughout the night, as we make these calls, and there is a net gain for either Democrats or Republicans. You'll see it on the board right here, and you can see that net gain for Democrats. Cosmas is just clicking in, and we'll monitor that throughout the night, Britt, and let you know how Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, will approach her new Congress come January.
And now you call that thing a board, right?
Yeah, a board.
But
yeah,
there's no wood in that thing, is there?
No, there's nothing here. It's just all make-believe. But I'm doing all right?
Yeah, you're pointing all the right places, even though it just looks green to you, right? And then they project it for the rest of us?
Yes.
So actually, we can see what you're doing better than you can. Is that right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So if I'm pointing to the wrong thing,
you got to be a pointer. That's perfect, man. You got this. You know where to point. I love it. Thanks, Brett, very much. Okay. So what are we doing here next now? Oh, we're going to take a break. What could be better? We'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, we've got this thing we're calling the launch pad that you heard Megyn Kelly going on about. We're very proud of it, so we want to talk about it a lot. So there you see all the states that have gone for McCain are in red, and all the states have gone for Obama in blue on the right, and then on the left, you got the tally of, first of all, you got the popular vote, which is about tied now. That doesn't mean very much at this stage. McCain's slightly ahead. But in the Electoral College map, which is, of course, all that matters, it's 103 for Obama, and John McCain has 69 electoral votes. Not over yet, but Obama has a lead. Now, one of the things that we've been watching closely in the run-up to this election has been these questions about voter suppression and about possible voter fraud. And our correspondent who's been covering all of that is Eric Shawn, and he's out in Cuyahoga County, Ohio tonight. And we're pleased to join him. Eric, what are you hearing and finding?
Yeah, Britt, well, behind me, it looks like an assembly line. The workers here in the Cuyahoga County warehouse now counting and the votes and processing the votes that are coming in. And the news out of here at this moment, the absentee ballots, the early voting, breaking heavily so far for Barack Obama. They have counted about 200,000 absentee ballots of 275,000. And Senator Obama leads Senator McCain by 71% to 27% for Senator McCain. But you have to remember that Cuyahoga County, Ohio's largest, very heavily Democratic. It went for John Kerry in 2004, even though Senator Kerry lost the state. The Republican registration here, only 8%. 36% Democratic, about 50% or so of the voters here are nonpartisan or say they are no party. Now, if this holds up, it may lessen the importance of these, which are the provisional ballots. They say here in Cuyahoga County, there have been a very high number of provisional ballots called for today. These are only given to people if their registration information does not match their own personal information. You may remember the 200,000 or so that did not match. That was part of a Supreme Court case. They will not be counted until 10 days from now before they are verified. But if these numbers hold up tonight, that may lessen their importance. Officials here, Britt, by the way, saying they won't have any more hard numbers for about 2 hours from now, and they expect we won't know more until the wee hours of the morning. Brett?
I think it's fair to say, Eric, that what has made these questions about fraud and voter suppression and broken machines and difficulty voting so intense in the past two cycles is it's been so very close. And if it turns out not to be all that close tonight, it seems to me that most of those complaints are likely not to materialize. Would you agree?
That's a very good point. We have our site, voterfraud at foxnews.com, Britt. We've gotten about 9,000 emails so far, many today complaining from viewers about a variety of issues that we've seen across the country. We haven't been able to verify all those, of course, or confirm them. But here, it has so many problems 4 years ago, from broken machines, long lines, 2 election officials in prison. None of that today. They are very proud and proudly say that generally here in Cuyahoga County, not known for the cleanest elections in the past, that today it went very smoothly.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. Let's check in now with Michael Barone for further analysis of the voting and what he thinks may be shaping up here. Michael?
Well, Britt, the viewers may be wondering why we haven't called winners in certain states and why they're remaining out, including Virginia and Indiana, that where the polls closed way back at 7 p.m. Eastern. And the primary reason, Britt, is that we have large WPEs, I used that term earlier, within precinct errors. That means that the actual vote in the exit poll precinct was different from the exit poll reports from the exit poll precinct. That's something that we've noted in the past. It was common during the Democratic primaries, where Barack Obama tended to do better in the exit polls than he did in actual votes, and we had large WPEs. We're looking right now at Virginia, for example, a state that Obama's been ahead in the polls. The WPE is 10.46. This is extraordinary. That means that Obama's doing 10% better in exit poll precincts where we've been able to get an actual result than in the exit poll than he did in actual votes. It's 7.19 in North Carolina, 4.78 in Indiana, 3.90 in Florida. And I think that what this represents in part is something we saw in the primaries, which is greater enthusiasm on the part of Obama voters than on those voting for John McCain tonight or Hillary Clinton in the primaries, and more willingness to answer the exit polls. Both Fox News polls and Scott Rasmussen in his poll found that a significantly larger percentage of Obama voters indicated than McCain voters indicated that they were willing to spend 10 minutes and fill out the exit poll form. And so consequently, this makes us look at those exit poll numbers with a gimlet eye and be unwilling to risk the reputation of a bipartisan decision desk making a decision when we've seen that the numbers vary so much. And in 3 states, we don't have any WPE numbers yet because we don't have the results in the actual exit poll precincts, the actual election results in Ohio, Missouri, and Mississippi. So we're holding on for the time being in those states.
Tell me, Michael, what it was that made us decide after we'd been hesitant for a while to go ahead and call Pennsylvania.
Well, basically the WPE number, which we did not have before, that came in. We had the actual results the actual election results in the exit poll precincts, and even when you discounted Barack Obama's lead in the exit poll by that WPE, it still left him ahead by greater than the margin of error, so that there's less than 1 in 250 chances that we're wrong on that call.
All right, Michael Barone, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, panel, let's talk a little bit now about the situation with the Senate. It would take an extraordinary run now for the magic number, what we've been calling the magic number of 60, to be reached for the Democrats. But that raises perhaps the more pertinent question which is this: do you really need 60? Bill, your thoughts?
Well, you prefer to have 60, but you can do a lot of governing with the Democratic president and 58 Democratic senators and 260 Democratic House members, especially if that Democratic president is going to win an absolute majority of the vote, perhaps the most Democratic votes since LBJ in '64. I think basically we're going to see a Washington in which the Democratic Party is certainly more dominant than it's been in 30 years. Yes. Carter had a strong Democratic majority in '76, but Carter didn't add. That was a huge Watergate class of '74. Carter won narrowly in '76 and preserved the Watergate numbers, and then it started to erode in '78, and Reagan took over in '80. So there's certainly the best situation in Washington for the Democratic Party in 30 years, and arguably really since Lyndon Johnson in '64 when he came in.
Is there reason now to say, Nina, I mean, it has been conventional wisdom for some time, and I certainly have thought it was true, that this is a center-right country. Does this election suggest, if it turns out as the way it's going now, that we're now perhaps a center-left country?
I I think there's a real possibility of that, and partly because, again, the nature of the use of government has changed so dramatically over the past year, 2 years, in part in response to the financial crisis, in intervening in markets, rescuing companies. The idea that a totally free market doesn't necessarily lead to a healthy economy or even a healthy business community, and so I think that's definitely something that I think is affecting people's sensibility. And the other thing is that is just how wages in general have stagnated for a middle class over the course of a number of years, and people were feeling an economic anxiety even before the financial crisis hit, and I think that began more of a center-left shift in the population. Certainly, there's been a center-left shift in the Democratic Party. You're not going to see this centrists in the Democratic Party saying, don't spend money. You're going to see centrists in the Democratic Party saying we need to spend.
Yeah, well, there may not be all that many centrists left, too.
Well, they would call themselves, no, they're centrists from the Clinton era, but they support spending to fight the recession and so on.
Exactly.
So you're not going to see that.
All right. Thanks, Nina. We'll be back to back to the rest of you in a little bit. But we got 9 o'clock poll closings coming up, and for what's at stake at 9 o'clock, let's check in with Bill Hemmer and his magic map.
Hey, Britt, good evening again. Almost 9 o'clock. You're right, about a minute and a half away. 9 o'clock, just a flurry of states about to close. 159 electoral votes on the line here, and key states, too, about to wrap up here. On our big map, we can show you state of Michigan, 17 electoral votes about to close. Over here in Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. Likewise for Minnesota to the west there, 10 electoral votes as well. Also a critical state in the American West, Colorado. Colorado has gone for a Democrat one time. That was 1992, only after Ross Perot helped split the vote 3 ways in 1992. Colorado's 9 electoral votes about to come up in the next round of poll closings. Ultimately, you need 270 electoral votes. Where are we tonight? Barack Obama, 103. John McCain, 69. Here it is on the ledger, Britt. Here's where Obama is compared to McCain, but ultimately 270 is the winner. We'll see where we go here with the poll closings at 9 o'clock. Again, just a few short minutes away. In fact, as the time ticks down, 32 seconds, now 31 and 30. Back to you, Britt.
So you're just like the rest of these people. You think it's a very cool idea to leave the anchorman to bat his gums for nearly 30 seconds.
2 hours ago, I gave you 2 minutes, and I thought that wasn't cool.
No, you were doing great there. I thought I was cheering you on, and all of a sudden you just stopped. Well, we're, 10 seconds away now from the... And there's a hole sitting here, vamping, as we call it. You're going to want to wait around. And we've got 15 states the polls have closed, and we call Wisconsin now. We believe that Barack Obama has carried the state of Wisconsin, unless I'm mistaken. We don't have the check mark next to his name, but disregard that. New Mexico, we call for Barack Obama as well. That was a Bush state, so that's a switch into the Obama column. North Dakota, we believe John McCain will hold on there. The Obama forces really thought they had a chance out there. We think McCain is hung on there. We also believe that he is hung on, as I guess we've told you before, in the state of Kentucky. Let's look at this next one. This is interesting. We seem to be stuck on this board, and we'll wait for it to switch. There we go. Minnesota, Barack Obama carrying Minnesota. That should help Al Franken a bit in his Senate race out there. New York, no surprise there, though. It's a huge state. Rhode Island, Obama, no surprise there. Michigan, Obama. That was not a contested state in the latter stages of this campaign. And Wyoming, a state that I don't think Barack Obama ever went there, and that's a state that John McCain seems to have carried fairly easily. North Carolina, we're still looking at that as too close to call. Similarly, Virginia, even though it's now been 2 hours since the polls closed, still too close to call. McCain ahead a bit there. Ohio, it looks too close to call. You see Obama enjoying a lead of a couple of 100,000 votes, but that's early. Oh, no, we're calling it for Obama. Excuse me. Ohio for Obama. All right, there we go. Missouri, still too close to call. Florida, let's look and see whether they've called it or not. Nope, they haven't called it. Still too close to call. Indiana, a state Republicans used to own, too close to call 2 hours after the polls closed. We did not call Ohio. I apologize, folks. I'm told that we are not calling Ohio, that the check mark was misplaced. Maybe it was the one that was supposed to go to Wisconsin that ended up in Ohio. But, you know, we got a lot of maps and stuff to fool around with here tonight, so you don't, you know, every now and then somebody puts a check in the wrong place, and look what happens. So obviously this is looking better and better for the Obama campaign, so let's check in now with Major Garrett to hear what he's hearing. Standing out in the middle of the field there. He's amazing. Major Garrett can stand in the middle of a field and know all kinds of stuff that's going on. So, Major, what do you know?
Well, Britt, what I do know is at this point, I believe I'm supposed to talk with senior Obama advisor David Axelrod. I want to know if, in fact, that is what I'm going to do. So if someone would be kind enough to guide me through my earpiece, is that what we're going to do? All right, good. I believe we have David Axelrod. David, if you'll say good evening to our audience, let's continue on with our interview. David, how are you?
I will say good evening to our audience. I'm good, Major. How are you? How's the crowd out there?
The crowd is great here, David, and I want to tell you that they're extremely jubilant, and I want you to tell them through me and our audience, is there any reason for them not to be jubilant about the ultimate outcome of tonight's election?
Well, first of all, they should be jubilant about a great campaign. We've come 2 years. We've traversed a lot of obstacles and odds and skepticism. The American people came together for change and brought us to this point. And what I would say is we've waited 2 years. They may have to wait a little bit longer, but we certainly like what we see. And everything we're seeing is very, very encouraging to us. The fact, as was mentioned, that Indiana is too close to call 2 hours after the polls closed is a startling thing to some. But we feel good about it, and we're looking at votes, hard votes from there that give us encouragement. Florida is you know, a state that has been a Republican stronghold that we feel we may be able to win, and we haven't moved out. We picked up New Mexico. That was a Bush state, and we feel good about some of the other western states, Colorado and Nevada, certainly Iowa, west of the Mississippi. So you know, we feel good about it, Major. And Pennsylvania, of course, was something that the McCain campaign was pointing to as a state that they said was closing and that they could take, and that would be a key to their victory. Well, that didn't happen. So all of this is good news, but we need to count some votes here before we draw any conclusions.
David, you've been involved in Democratic politics for most of your adult life. You've been through realignment elections, so-called realignment elections that favored Republicans. You've been through those that tended to favor Democrats. Where would you put this election based on what you've seen and what you expect to happen in the next 3 or 4 hours on the scale of alignment, realignment, or something even bigger than that?
Well, I think there'll be time to reflect on that, Major. We've always felt that there was a strong impetus for change in this country. We felt that from the beginning. That was why Barack Obama ran, because he believed we needed it, and that perhaps there was a cycle that was ending and a new one beginning in our politics, as happens periodically, that the policies of the last 8 years were being rejected, and that people were open to a new approach to get our economy moving again, lift the middle class. I think you're seeing a strong support for that tonight. In the red states and in the red counties, we're outperforming George Bush, and we're adding to our strength in the blue areas. And what we're doing is what we set out to do, I think, which is to kind of destroy that old paradigm and move the country forward in a new direction.
David Axelrod, always a pleasure. We'll maybe talk to you again tonight, but if we don't, it looks like a good evening for you. Thank you very much for joining us on Fox. Britt, I'll toss it back to you in New York.
All right, Major, thank you, and thanks to David Axelrod as well. Let's turn to Chris now for any reaction, any further Senate races you might be able to tell us about at 9:05 and 40 seconds.
Well, we do. A whole passel of Senate races have come in now that we can call at 9 o'clock. Just to recap, the Democrats started out tonight with 51 seats. They have picked up 3 seats from the Republicans so far tonight in the states of Virginia, North Carolina, and New Hampshire. Let's look at the boards at 9 o'clock tonight. In the state of Michigan, Carl Levin, the incumbent, expected to cruise to an easy victory, and he has, winning a 6th term. Carl Levin, a very important man on Capitol Hill. He's the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he's going to play an important role for 6 more years. In the state of Wyoming, and there are 2 races in Wyoming. This is the first one. This is the special race because of the death of Craig Thomas, the Republican incumbent who died of leukemia last June. Senator John Barrasso was named. He's the incumbent. He was appointed by the governor to fill out Craig Thomas's term until they could hold the special election. Now Barrasso has won. He has beaten Nick Carter, a criminal defense attorney, and so he wins in the state of Wyoming. In the other Senate race, and this is the regular Senate race for a full 6-year term, Mike Enzi, the incumbent, seeking a third term. Fox News projects that he has won in the state of Wyoming against Christopher Rothfuss, who is an instructor at the University of Wyoming. Enzi was considered one of the safest Republicans up for election this year, and in fact, he has lived up to that and won in the state of Wyoming. In Kansas, the longtime and very respected senator from that state, Pat Roberts, the incumbent, seeking a third term. He has won, Fox News projects, in a race against former Congressman Jim Slattery. Just to give you a sense that it's not bad to be a Republican in the state of Kansas, no Democrat has won a Senate race in that state since 1932. Pat Roberts defends the Republican control of the Senate from the state of Kansas. In the state of South Dakota, and this is an interesting race, Tim Johnson has won re-election to a third term. Why is it interesting? You may remember in December of 2006, just after the Democrats took control of the Senate, Tim Johnson suffered a near-fatal brain hemorrhage. He was in the hospital for weeks. It took him 9 months to return to the Senate. He still generally operates out of a wheelchair, although out of pride, he walks in on crutches into the Senate. When he goes there, there was some question in the state of South Dakota whether or not he was up to another 6-year term. The voters of South Dakota said absolutely, and Tim Johnson, according to Fox News, wins his third term. In the state of New Mexico, and this is one of the big ones, Tom Udall, the congressman, beats Congressman Steve Pearce, according to Fox News. The reason this is a big one, this is a Republican seat. It's an open seat. Pete Domenici, the long-term Republican senator from the state of New Mexico, has retired. And in that open seat, Tom Udall has turned a long-time Republican seat to the Democrats. That's another pickup for the Democrats in the state of New Mexico. In Alabama, we can finally call, and this was not a surprise, only surprise was we didn't call it earlier, Jeff Sessions, the very popular conservative senator from Alabama, seeking a third term. He has beaten State Senator Vivian Davis Figures. And then we have two other races. These are too close to call. Thad Cochran. Well, no. Now we can report that Thad Cochran has won, and this was a surprise to me that this didn't go faster. Thad Cochran, very popular, seeking a 6th term. He had brought billions of dollars into Mississippi after Hurricane Katrina. To give you a sense how popular he is in that state, his campaign said simply read Thad, and everybody knew who they were voting for, and they did. And the other Mississippi race, this is an open seat. Roger Wicker is the incumbent. He was appointed as a special election, rather. He was appointed to serve out the term of Trent Lott, special election against Ronnie Musgrove, the former Democratic governor of that state. We still say that race too close to call. So, to recap, we now have a pickup of 4 Democratic seats in North Carolina, New Hampshire, Virginia, and also now in New Mexico. So the Democrats...
Look at this, Chris, on the screen. We were talking across a great...
Why don't you come over here, big boy?
Come over, buddy.
Well, that's it.
That's better, isn't it?
Well, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Well, good.
So where do we stand in this?
Well, we
Senate
stand
picture?
at this point that if the Democrats hold serve, and they have one seat that's a little up in the air, Mary Landrieu in the state of Louisiana, but if they hold serve at this point, they would have 55 seats in the new Senate, and there's a possibility, if they run the table, they can get up to 60.
But they'd need to win everything.
And they'd have to win all other 5 races.
All other races outstanding.
Right. All the other 5 toss-up races in which they have a chance that the Republicans now hold.
All right. Well, interesting stuff. So another question, of course, we're looking at is why people voted as they did in certain places. I'm trying to find... Oh, here's one. This camera appears to be aimed at me. The question is why people have voted as they did in New Mexico for president. Megyn Kelly can tell us that. Hi, Megyn.
Hi there, Britt. Well, you know, they call New Mexico the land of enchantment, and it certainly was such a place for Barack Obama, who can thank Hispanics in large part for his victory. Take a look at these numbers. Hispanics make up 40% of the electorate in New Mexico. Wow, did they like Barack Obama? 68%. to John McCain's 31. Not a huge surprise. You know, they have a very popular Hispanic governor out there, former Democratic presidential candidate Bill Richardson. He endorsed Barack Obama, as a lot of our viewers will remember, after being longtime friends with the Clintons. New Mexico family income under $50,000. They also liked Obama big time. 45% of voters in New Mexico have a family income under 50 grand. More families in New Mexico live below the poverty line. They're at 14% than the national average, which is at 9%. And those folks think Barack Obama is the best man for the White House, 64% to John McCain's 33%. Now, what about those Hillary Clinton supporters? Did they wind up supporting Barack Obama? That's been such a big question in this election. You know, these so-called Pumas, Party Unity, you-know-what? They said they were never going to vote for Barack Obama. They were going to stick with Hillary Clinton. Not so much in New Mexico. 87% of them backed Barack Obama. Just 12% went for John McCain. And you can see that that benefited Barack Obama tonight. Now, take a look at the people who think who made unfair attacks. 71% of New Mexico, of people living in New Mexico, think that John McCain was the one who engaged in the unfair ads. Just 49% think that Obama did. Obama's camp would agree with that number, although there have been some independent studies that say it's exactly the opposite. Nonetheless, this is how the New Mexicans felt. Now, what about those who felt that illegal immigrants should be granted a path to citizenship? 62% of people who want to see that voted for Barack Obama. Just 36% voted for John McCain. Now, the McCain camp may likely consider that a slap in the face, considering that McCain championed comprehensive immigration reform, providing a legal path to citizenship, which alienated a lot of conservatives. But those in New Mexico thought Barack Obama perhaps the better man to handle the issue of illegal immigration, something on which the two candidates, I should point out, wound up looking very much alike on, that issue of illegal immigration, although Barack Obama favors driver's licenses for illegals and things like that. So that may have helped him in New Mexico, a state that John McCain was in just to the very last minute trying to win, Britt.
Megan, it occurs to me that people watching these broadcasts and all that goes into them may wonder sort of where the nerve center is and who are the people who are in control behind the scenes. Well, we actually have a shot tonight.
Funny you should ask.
That is on this amazing wall of our nerve center, our control room. And the man you see standing on the right, who just raised his hand, is the executive producer, Marty Ryan, who's been the executive producer of these broadcasts for as long as I've been at Fox News. And if you can imagine what he's been through, having to put up with me and the unruly crowd of all of us out of here all these years and maintain his equilibrium, which he always does, he deserves enormous credit, and so does everybody else in that control room, particularly with all these new facilities and all of this going on. Marty, calm as always, there behind the scenes, keeping us on track. Anyway, a word of thanks to Marty Ryan, a good guy that we're all very fond of. We're going to take a brief break. Be right back. It is probably dawned on the viewers by now that we think that this set that we have, in particular this thing called the launch pad we have here with this enormous screen next to it, is pretty cool. So we thought, well, Megyn Kelly's done a lot with it. Why don't we see what Karl Rove could do?
Oh, no,
Karl,
we're in trouble. We're in trouble.
Here we go.
We're in trouble. Well, look, battleground states right here. Here are the states that have been called thus far. West Virginia for McCain, New Hampshire and Pennsylvania for Barack Obama. In order for McCain to win, he needs to basically win virtually all of these, to win every single one of these states, to win most of these states, and not lose too many. If he loses,
here.
Well, if he loses Ohio, he goes from 286, which the Republicans carried in 2004, down to 266, and that puts him below the 270 threshold to win the White House. So he'd not only need to sweep the rest of these states, which were won by the Republicans in 2004, he'd also need to pick up something as well.
Guess what, Karl? I've just received word that the state of Ohio has gone for Barack Obama, which pushes, as you just pointed out, John McCain down to, even if he wins all the rest of these, he gets to 266.
That's right.
So he has, unless something miraculous happens in one of these non-battleground states.
That's right.
McCain's situation is right now looking pretty dire.
Right. In order for McCain to win, if Ohio ends up in Barack Obama's column tonight, then what he has to do is pick up a state that was won by the Democrats in 2004 on the West Coast, or Michigan, which is still yet to be called, Washington, Oregon, or California or Hawaii, which are, particularly Hawaii and California, highly unlikely.
So this is the kind of thing that was thought might occur on this election night, that we would have McCain hanging on to some of these red states, not making any real inroads, not flipping any state from blue to red, and Obama making the kind of inroads we've begun to see in some of these states, New Mexico being the best example right now, and now Ohio. Ohio is the big one, isn't it? Ohio has been the linchpin of Republican election success going back a long time.
No Republican has ever been elected while losing the state of Ohio. And already tonight, by losing 5 electoral votes in New Mexico, Senator McCain went from the 286 that were won in 2004 to 281. This now drops him down to 261. He'd have to win, depending on which states, 1 or 2 states on the West Coast.
Yeah, he'd have to win someplace like Oregon or Washington State.
Michigan State.
And I think if we were to report, if I were to say we've just gotten some strange word in from Oregon and he's won the state, I don't think that either you or I would be able to comment on it because it would have passed out on the floor, right?
Exactly. It was a close state in 2000. It was not as close in 2004.
All right. Very interesting, Carl. So that sort of gives us the picture here now. Michael Barone now joins us with more on why we haven't called Indiana or Virginia. Michael?
Well, Britt, I've been looking at some of the county returns in Indiana where, as I explained earlier, we have not yet called that. We've got relatively large within precinct error of 4.78, a difference between the exit poll report in a particular precinct and the actual vote in that precinct. But basically, a couple of interesting things here, Britt. Part of this is a combination of something that we've seen in Pennsylvania, I think, which is the central city plus the rich suburbs as part of the Barack Obama alliance. Marion County, the city of Indianapolis, once a heavily Republican county. That's the current 2/3 of the vote are in there, and that's 60% for Barack Obama, 40% for John McCain. That's a movement of 9 points away from the Republicans in the last 4 years. Bigger movement, twice as big in Hamilton County. That's directly north of Indianapolis, Noblesville, Carmel, and that's an area that's 74% for George W. Bush in 2004. This election, with about 1/3 of the vote in, it's going 57%. Down 17 points. Now, those may vary as the remaining precincts come in, but that's been Indiana's premier Republican county, and it's not giving John McCain the kind of support he needs. By contrast, the rather modest income suburbs of Louisville, Kentucky, and Indiana, in Floyd and Clark County, New Albany, and Jeffersonville, John McCain is running about 4 or 5 points behind George Bush's showing. If he were doing that all over Indiana, we would have called the state for him some time ago. But you basically have a split between some parts of the state where McCain's way behind Bush, some parts of the state where it's close. The net result is that looks like kind of like a 50-50 state or something very close. As for the Commonwealth of Virginia, that, as we explained earlier, there's a big difference there between the exit poll results and the results, the actual voting results in the precincts where we have that number. So we have been suspicious about calling it. I should point out, though, that there are a lot of votes still left out unreported in Arlington County. That's directly south of Washington. It was once part of the District of Columbia until it was retroceded to Virginia in 1846. I would estimate they probably got another 25,000 margin for Barack Obama coming out of there, judging on the kind of vote they had, 2-to-1 vote. And in Fairfax County, which surrounds Arlington and Alexandria, the home of George Washington, once leaning Republican, the vote in so far in there has gone 57-42 for Barack Obama, and judging from that, I'd expect about 50,000 more. McCain's currently showing a lead of 20,000, with some Republican-leaning areas still to report.
Big item, Michael, is now that we've called the state of Ohio, it appears that not even if McCain were to carry Virginia, hold on to North Carolina and these other battleground states that have been red states, it would be very difficult for him to get to 270 votes unless some kind of stupendous upset were to occur out on the West Coast or in one of the sort of non-battleground, formerly blue states. So it looks like we're beginning to see the shape of this election, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, Britt. We're looking at some close states here. The electoral count may vary, but John McCain is going to need to spring a very big surprise on us to overcome where he's situated now.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Thanks very much, as always. We're going to take a brief break now. We'll be right back. As you can see, we got more than a half an hour to go before any further poll closings occur. We're still continuing to watch closely some states in which the polls have indeed closed, but we have not yet been able to call. You see our control room. Next poll is closing. This is Missouri. Still too close to call, although you see McCain enjoying a lead there. Similarly, Florida. Barack Obama enjoying a slight lead there. Still, however, Florida too close to call. North Carolina, the same picture. And the same thing obtains in the Old Dominion, the state of Virginia, which, as we pointed out repeatedly, has not gone Republican not gone Democrat in a presidential election for a very long time indeed. So, with Ohio and Pennsylvania and a number of these other states that McCain had hoped for now called for Barack Obama, what's the feeling in the McCain camp? For that, we turn to our colleague Carl Cameron, who is out in Phoenix at McCain headquarters. Carl?
Hi, Brett. Well, obviously, the projection that Barack Obama will win Ohio, the red state, where no Republican has won the presidency without a victory in the Buckeye State for decades, particularly significant. So, Nicole Wallace, senior advisor to Senator McCain, this would make it very difficult, particularly when you add in the projected victory of Obama in New Mexico, dropping potentially Senator McCain below 270. Is there a path left?
Well, look, I think at this point our fate is in the hands of the voters that are still heading to the polls. I just hung up with my dad. He lives in Nevada. He was rounding up some of his neighbors, and they were heading to the polls. And there are still some states where people are still voting. We want to encourage them to do so. But this was always going to be difficult. And I believe that if the Republican nominee were anyone other than John McCain, we wouldn't be standing here talking. He was in this very difficult climate where the American people had really said enough is enough. With the Republican Party, they became very disenchanted beginning in 2006 in those midterm elections. John McCain has mounted the most really fearless, aggressive, courageous fight for this election. He won the nomination, one of the scrappiest comebacks ever. And when you work for John McCain, you learn one thing, and that's that it isn't over until it's over.
Well, a short while ago, the race was also called for Senator Obama in the blue state of Pennsylvania, one where Senator McCain made more than 24 visits just in the last several months. A blue state for the general election, a tough road to hoe as well. Was that a mistake, or are you accepting the notion that the projection for Obama in Pennsylvania is solid?
Well, listen, Pennsylvania was always a tough state. We wanted to see a little more information about other parts of the state. So when I came out here, Mike Duhame, our political director, who's very smart and knows a lot about that part of the country, said he really wanted to see more information before he felt confident in that call. So I think, you know, we're hoping for the best, but prepared for the worst.
As you look out and hear from around the country from your various different ground troops in the organization, et cetera, what are you hearing about Governor Palin's role in all of this and how the grassroots and what her impact on the ticket's been?
Well, listen, Governor Palin has been a home run for this ticket. She electrified our race. She has inspired our party, and not just our party. Women come to her events. They show up hours early. They wait hours afterward just to see her and know her. She is a really once-in-a-generation politician who just has that something. Everyone wants to know more about her. They want to get to know her. Maybe we didn't have enough time to have her get into every living room in America. I know that's one of her frustrations, but she has been an asset to this ticket and to this party and to the country.
In the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of talk, some of it involving you and other staffers, about what some would argue is an understandable amount of friction faced with a tough hill to climb in the final days of this election. Give us the assessment of how the senator, the staff, and the running mate have been interacting in this last week in what's been obviously a tremendous sprint towards the finish line.
Well, listen, Senator McCain and Governor Palin have seen this race the same way since day one. They have seen this as a fight, not just for the victory, for the success tonight, but really to change the direction of this country, to to bring about real reform. They're two people who ruffle feathers everywhere they go. But I think the notion that her stepping out and being independent was something that was newsworthy really troubles me. You know, as a woman, you know, who speaks out, I think that's troubling, and I think we all have to be very careful. You know, Sarah Palin has been an asset. The two staffs, you know, her organization was put together overnight, and anything that's gone wrong certainly falls on the shoulders of campaign staff. We make a million decisions a day. Jumping on a campaign's like jumping on a treadmill going at 20 miles an hour, and we've all made mistakes. I've made my share of them, but you know, she's been, you know, political gold for the McCain-Palin ticket.
Nicole Wallace, senior advisor to the McCain campaign. We've all made our mistakes, Britt. I think I got to watch out for the tickets and parking and speeding tickets that may be coming in with my expenses as my mistakes are counted up. They are still watching the count here, Britt, but clearly the sign of Ohio being projected for Senator Obama beginning to ripple through and take hold with a little bit of a reality check at what looks like a long night still ahead for them.
Well, it has been a very big call, Carl. As you know, in past elections, I remember sitting in the anchor chair 4 years ago when we called Ohio, which was the linchpin state in that election, as it has been in so many recent elections for George W. Bush. And I remember very well doing so with a little bit of anxiety because it was decisive then, as it may indeed prove to be tonight. And I remember turning to Michael Barone and saying, Michael, are we okay on this call? And Michael Barone reeled off, as only Michael Barone can, this dazzling series of facts and figures about the parts of Ohio where the vote was coming from and so forth, to the point where I think everyone was satisfied the right call had been made. We here now are confident in this call as well, but we'll have more about it as the night goes on, and we hope perhaps the McCain campaign will listen to hear what we have to say as we go forward here. Our best to Nicole Wallace, and thanks to her for joining us tonight. Let me turn now, Carl, thank you too, of course, to our panel. I want to get back to this question now. Of course, first of all, there is a call to be made for John McCain here in the state of Louisiana. This was never really a battleground state, but it was one obviously that McCain needed to have, another red state that has stayed red at least this time, which might tell us a little bit about the Senate race there, where Mary Landrieu, the incumbent Democrat, is the only Democrat in this year's set of elections who was thought to be incumbent Democrat in any real trouble. So we'll be continuing to watch that state with some care. Let me get back with our panel here to this question of whether this is a realignment election, whether this country, which has been regarded as a center-right country for so long, has now become, as Nina suggests, it may have a center-left country. Fred, your thoughts?
I don't think so at all. I think the country, we have a center-right country. Now we can be more right than center, and I think it's moved a little to the center from the right. But we're definitely going to have a center-left Washington. I think this will be the first time that Democrats will control the White House, assuming Obama wins, and it looks like it, and both houses of Congress since, 1994. And there's a difference between this era now and earlier eras, when Jimmy Carter was president or when Bill Clinton was president, 93, 94, with the Democratic majorities, particularly in the House and Senate. There are practically no Democratic moderates or conservatives left. They are these majorities that Democrats have are dominated by liberals, pushing a very liberal agenda, and it's Barack Obama who said, well, I'm going to bring the country together. I'm going to be bipartisan. Well, it's going to be up to him to do that, because the Democrats in the House and the Senate have shown no inclination to be bipartisan whatsoever. As Juan said, Juan seemed to think it's up to Mitch McConnell as the leader of the Republicans to make compromises. I don't think he's even going to be called on. I think Democrats are going to try to ram through their liberal agenda, and particularly the parts that don't require tax hikes or spending. And there's a lot there. You know, there's the Fairness Doctrine to shut down conservative talk radio, the Freedom of Choice Act that would eliminate all restrictions on abortions. There's the stuff for various interest groups like labor, card check, which would mean you wouldn't have to have secret ballot elections and recognizing unions and so on. Yep, in union representation, and on and on and on. It's that agenda that they're interested in that Barack Obama has endorsed as well.
Well, is there any reason, Bill Kristol, if that it would be dangerous, politically dangerous, for the Democrats to push through an agenda like that under this head of steam that they're going to have coming out of this election?
Sure, but in this terrific Democratic election, here's how voters identified themselves. Moderate, 44%, conservative, 34%, liberal, 22%. More moderates than anything else. A little erosion, as I recall, from 2004 of conservatives, 22% liberal. Barack Obama is a very smart guy. David Axelrod, his top political advisor, is a smart guy. They know these numbers. And here's where I sort of disagree with Fred. This is speculative. Obama will try very hard not to push through a strictly liberal agenda. He knows he has a liberal moderate coalition. He would even like to do a couple things that might make conservatives happy. And I think we'll see him in the next week or two in some of his cabinet appointments and announcements, which I think will come pretty soon, try very hard to at least begin by not going too far left.
Which suggests, Juan, that the image that we have of Barack Obama arising, and I think, perhaps reasonably arising out of his past associations, his past career, where he has seemed to be pretty far to the left, is not the true Obama, and perhaps the ultra-liberal Obama or the totally liberal Obama of this campaign may not be the real Obama. Your thoughts?
I don't think that he's ever been the ultra-liberal Obama, except if you want to interpret his opposition to the war very early on as evidence of liberalism. But I think most of the country, I think 2/3 of the country was opposed to the war, so I don't think that would be the basis. In fact, I think what Obama is a stealth candidate. And people have had to become comfortable with the idea that he is presidential and commanding, but we don't really know his positions on so many issues. We don't know his position as we sit here tonight on that key union issue. And you would think, oh, yeah, that would have been apparent right from the start. We know what the unions are pushing, but we don't know that Obama necessarily agrees with that. So what interested me, though, is looking at a number of these things that come out of the exit polls. And you look at Pennsylvania, which was a key battleground, and you look at things like values. If you say, who shares my values, 34%, by the way, total of the voters, McCain wins among those voters. If you say the war on terror is your principal concern, McCain wins among those voters. If you say who has the right experience to be president, again, in the state of Pennsylvania, which was carried when we called it for Barack Obama, John McCain wins. So you're right. I don't think that it's necessarily the case that we've shifted from a center-right country to somehow a center-left. I think what you see is, again, looking through this data, you see an overwhelming discontent with things like the war, the economy, and President Bush.
So this is a protest election, really, in a sense.
I think it's a strong reaction to President Bush. By the way, I just wanted to mention, John McCain, I thought, fought valiantly these last few days. And in Pennsylvania, if you were saying that, it's about 6% of the voters who decided in the last day how they were going to vote, they split. 5% decided in the last 3 days, and they went for McCain 52-47. So what you see is that John McCain actually did pretty well in these last 3 days with the push that he made. And in general, when we look at the general election results, what you're seeing here again is, whites still went for John McCain. It's the influx of blacks, Latinos. They went heavily for Barack Obama.
Fred.
I'd like to respectfully correct Juan on one thing. We do know where Barack Obama stands on card check. Yes. He's voted on it. He's endorsed it. He voted. There was a filibuster where Republicans blocked it. He voted to shut down that filibuster. He didn't want to shut it down so he could vote against card check. Card check, of course, is what would eliminate, in effect, secret ballot elections in union organizing.
Has he said that, though? I don't think he said what he'd do as president, Fred. I think that's a different position.
Wait a minute, Juan. He's voted that way as senator.
I agree, but
he said so as a candidate that he endorsed it. Look, the National Journal, which is a non-ideological, nonpartisan publication, lists him last year as the most liberal senator out of 100. He was the 4th most partisan. Now, that's his record. Maybe he'll be different as president, but what do we look at? What he says or what he's done? The record means a lot.
I think the record does mean a lot. I just think that given what he's going to have to try to do to guide this country, he's got to go to the middle. And I think that's what we saw on things like national security, his vote there in terms of whether or not we should hold telephone companies responsible retroactively. He's changed, you know what?
He changed both ways.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's the guy that we've just, that's about to become president of the United States, given what happened in Pennsylvania and Ohio.
Nina?
He is going to support card check, I think. And I think there's hope among his advisors that will enable them to have more leeway on issues like free trade that they might part ways with the unions on, first of all. Second of all, I interviewed Barack Obama a week after Hillary Clinton dropped out of the race and the primaries were officially over. And he kept calling himself, I'm a pragmatist. I'm not an ideologue. I value that. And I got one peek at where he might actually stand, and he might be more of a centrist, and that was on NAFTA, because we remember he hammered at NAFTA all during the primary campaign. He called it a mistake. He tried to outleft Hillary Clinton on all the trade issues. But when I pushed him on it, he said, well, some of that rhetoric was a little bit overblown. I agree. Now, The other thing is that he, since then, since the end of that primary, he has surrounded himself. When you talk about associations, let's look at who he's associating himself with on economic policy over the summer. It's all it's Clinton people, it's former Treasury secretaries like Larry Summers, like Robert Rubin, it's Warren Buffett, it's Paul Volcker, the famed former Federal Reserve chief. These are not, people who are out of the mainstream of economic policy.
Well said, both of you, all of you. We're going to head now, though, down to West Palm Beach, where people are still in line to vote in Dade County, and our man Phil Keating is down there. Hello, Phil.
Hi, Brett. 2.5 hours after the polls close in the Eastern Time Zone part of the state of Florida, and we still have about 50 people waiting in line to be processed to get their votes in Miami-Dade County, down in Brickell Key in downtown Miami, and also another 90 people still being processed, getting their votes out in Hillsborough County. That's where Tampa is. Hillsborough County, part of the I-4 corridor, crucial to both the McCain and Obama campaigns. Tampa, Orlando, Daytona Beach, but also crucial to the Obama campaign, was getting a huge voter turnout, not only statewide, but specifically in the 3 big Democrat-leaning counties in southeast Florida, Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. And keep in mind, when Obama was the candidate for the Democratic Party, he was already well behind the McCain campaign on the organizational level, because the Republican candidates were not punished like the Democratic candidates were prior to the January 29th earlier than allowed primary. So Huckabee, Romney, Giuliani, Thompson, and Senator John McCain all had an organizational advantage in Florida prior to January 29th, and Obama really didn't get started till the summer, but he more than made up for it with more volunteers, more offices, and a lot more money spent in Florida in the past month. Britt.
Interesting, Phil. Thanks very much. Let's take a look now at what is a fairly long list of states whose polls have closed, but which you can't call yet. Florida, where Phil is, being one of them. The list is pretty long, as we say. Florida, you can't, too close to call. Indiana, too close to call. North Carolina, same thing. Virginia still 2 hours and 43 minutes after the polls closed there. Missouri, still too close to call. Texas. We don't have a lot of doubt about Texas. I don't think Obama ever went there, but it's still too close to call. Polls closed there about 45 minutes ago. Colorado, still too close. South Dakota. North Dakota we've called for McCain. South Dakota too close. Arizona, McCain's home state. Now, that's a fairly recent poll closing, 9 o'clock, but still can't call it. It got to be a race in Nebraska. Boy, that would be a shocker, wouldn't it? But it's still too close to call. So there we go. So, okay, we got to take a break here. We'll be right back. What that is, folks, is outside this studio right here in New York City on 6th Avenue. That is our strategy room, and that's an internet deal. And if you want to follow what they're saying in there, and it's all kinds of good people out there, Brian Wilson and Bob Beckel and I don't know who all, well, you can turn to foxnews.com and find your way there. So how did Barack Obama win the all-important and we think now possibly decisive state of Ohio? Who'd better to tell us than Megyn Kelly? Megyn?
Hi there, Britt. Yeah, I've got that information for you. I just want to give you a look, because I'm in a different part of the studio. And there's my colleague, Bill, doing his billboard back there. You know, he's always hard at work working that thing, and now he's talking about Florida, and we are going to talk about Ohio, and I'll tell you what happened. You know there's a strong evangelical vote in Ohio, but in the end it was not enough for John McCain. Young voters, independents really helped Obama out here. Take a look at the young voters. 64% of the young voters went for Barack Obama, just 34% for John McCain. Those are not good numbers for McCain. And the economy. Ohio really never recovered from the recession that hit after 9/11, and economy was a huge issue for Ohio voters. They went 55% for Obama, 44% for John McCain. Those are the ones who thought the economy was their top issue. Moving on, let me tell you about Bush versus McCain. A lot of people thought in Ohio that 4 years of John McCain meant another 4 years of President Bush. 48% thought McCain would continue Bush's policies. 47% said he would take a different direction. And just about all of those who think that he is too close to President Bush, McCain is, wound up voting for Barack Obama. Independents, too, sided decidedly with Barack Obama. 29% in Ohio said they're independents. That's up from 25% in 2004, and it was a clear victory for Barack Obama there. Also, take a look at the groups across the board that Obama won. 54% of the women, 62% of the moderates, 82% of the Democrats who voted for Hillary Clinton in the primary wound up voting for Barack Obama, and that was enough to put him over the top here tonight. Now, in the meantime, over here, you know, in the primaries, we always talked about the decision desk. These are the guys who actually are responsible for calling these races. This is our executive president, John Moody, and he's got a lot of pressure on him because they don't call it before John Moody says they can call it. Am I right?
I will hold up everything to talk to you.
No, yeah, exactly. So, speaking of which, what's coming up next? What do you got on the agenda?
At 10 o'clock, we have polls closing in Iowa and Utah, and we expect to be able to project winners in both.
Iowa and Utah coming up at 10. So you heard it here first, Britt. And last but not least, taking a look at our launch pad over here, you can see we have going. We've got a 3-box for you here. That's Barack Obama's, supporters in Grant Park, Chicago. Now we're hearing estimates of about 50,000, 35,000. I don't know. Earlier they said expect between 70,000 and 1 million people. I don't know how they're going to get 1 million people into Grant Park. You got balance of power going up on screen, on the top of the screen in the Electoral College vote. You can see more states turning blue. We'll find out about a couple of more as John Moody says at 10 o'clock. Britt?
Well, you know, I was going to go through that little bit about the states we're going to call at 10 o'clock, but you blew that up for me.
It's my launch pad. Look, come on, Britt. We've been over this.
I know, but John Moody, our senior vice president over there, I could talk to him.
Well,
you don't have to do everything.
You know, I've got somebody for you, Britt. You know what you could do? I'll tell you what you could do. Now they're going to get mad at me because I'm going out of my light, but just trust me. There's something exciting happening up here, and it is Judge Andrew Napolitano. Now they're really going to yell because we're there. But look, Judge Napolitano's up here. You could talk to him, Britt.
I could talk to him. The trouble is I don't have any idea what he's going to say. Let me ask you this question, Judge. Does it appear to you, Judge, from what you're seeing tonight, that this race is not going to be close enough to where any challenges of a legal sort would end up mattering?
I don't think there are any races tonight that are that close, and if they are, they'll not be in states of consequence. And Britt, it's so much better for voters to decide these things than for judges. We all know that.
You say that as a former judge?
I say that as a former judge.
Now, friends, that's patriotism. All right, Judge, thanks very much. Always good to talk to you. Let's turn now to Chris Wallace and Karl Rove for more. Chris?
Britt, I was struck by the conversation you were having with the panel about the question of Obama and is this a center-right country still or a center-left country? Interesting column last week in the Wall Street Journal by Kimberly Strassel, Karl, in which he talked about the fact that Obama really didn't run as a liberal. I mean, when you think on taxes, he ran as a tax cutter. He voted for the Domestic Surveillance Act. He supported the Supreme Court.
Flip-flopped on it in order to support.
Right, but he did, yeah, and he supported the Supreme Court's ruling that there is a right to bear arms and that the Second Amendment means what it says. And he, of course, criticized McCain on the issue of Pakistan and saying, we should be willing and able to go into a Pakistan. So is this a victory and indicate that the country is a more liberal country, or did Obama move to the center in the course of this election?
He clearly moved to the center. In fact, it was one of the great ironies. He ran as a tax cutter and attacked John McCain's health care plan as a tax increase. And one of my favorite ads, he said John McCain's health care plan and government-run health care are both extremes, which I thought was an unusual way. Look, he's a very smart politician, and he clearly understands the country's center-right, and he wasn't going to pull Howard Dean and go flaming in, off the left side of the map, and so he went to the center, and he went there very hard and very smart.
Now, having said that, that was the way to win the presidency and campaign. Is it necessarily the way he's going to govern?
Well, we don't know because we have a conflict. The conflict is between what he did in his voting record in the Congress and what he did on the campaign trail. And we'll see this tension, I think, play out if he does win the election tonight. We'll see this tension play out in the selection of his cabinet, where I suspect he will go to the center. we'll see it in the initial priorities that he sets in Congress, in which the Congress will try and drag him to the left. And somewhere there we'll begin to see the true Senator Obama or President Obama if he wins tonight.
Now, I just want to say one thing. Back on Sunday, I said to Carl, because we were going to share this place, you bring the snacks tonight. Now, one of the things we've learned about Karl Rove is he's above and beyond. This is what Carl brought. Maybe you can zoom in and show. He brought, these are cookies in the form of a high-def, widescreen Fox TV. And just because this is the kind of guy I am, although Carl brought them specifically for me, Britt, panel, I'd like to bring you some snacks from Karl Rove.
Well, God bless you both.
Well, there you go. There you go, buddy.
They look like Baccarat chips. They look great.
I don't know what Baccarat chips look like, but I'm impressed.
Thank you very much, Chris.
You're welcome.
We're going to take a break while we eat cookies, and we'll be right back.
This is Chris Wallace back. Britt Hume taking a brief break, and I'm going to update the boards of those states that we have called so far. Wait a minute. I don't need to do this. Britt Hume is here. Britt?
Aren't you going to? Well,
no, you're going to update.
You're fine to do that. All right, let's look at them then, the boards that we have called so far. And Virginia, we're still rating too close to call, so this is a state we haven't called yet. Missouri, too close to call. Same thing in Florida. Guess what? Same thing in North Carolina. And with 4 minutes to go before the further poll closings occur, we rate that state too close to call. So the question is, what's at stake at 10 o'clock? Let's turn to Bill Hemmer for that, Bill.
Hey, Britt, good evening again. Back on the billboard. Polls will be closing here in a matter of moments here at 10 o'clock on the East Coast. A couple of key states. 20 electoral votes on the line. Where are they coming from? Mostly out toward the west. First of all, you've got Iowa. 7 electoral votes in Iowa on the line here, closing in a matter of minutes. And also out here in Nevada. State of Nevada down here around Clark County. You get about 71% of the vote around that Las Vegas area. So a couple, the key county in the state of Nevada that we'll be watching tonight. You know, Britt, if we can go back for a moment here, the places like Florida. This is a state that is still too close to call. The precinct information we're getting on our computer now, about 64%. Pretty healthy number, but I'm just watching here in Duval County. This is an area, Jacksonville, Florida, heavy African-American population there. But this was a state 4 years ago. This was a state that went overwhelmingly, that's the wrong number there. This is a state, that, a county rather, that went overwhelmingly for George Bush. The county information we have right now is it's dead even, 50% to 50% Barack Obama and John McCain. That is a very good sign for the Obama campaign in the state of Florida, although, again, too close to call. Another very interesting county up in North Carolina. On the county map, this is Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. Look at these numbers here. These are astounding. 67% at the moment to John McCain's 33%. For comparison's sake, back in 2004, when George Bush was running against John Kerry, Kerry did pretty well, but it looks like Obama's increasing his margin in places like Charlotte and clearly in Jacksonville, Florida. Again, both of these states too close to call at the moment. On the electoral map, that's what it's all about. The biggest prize, 270. That's the big prize. Obama at 200, John McCain at 124. On your ledge, you see a clear advantage at 10 o'clock on the East Coast. Here's 270. The first one there gets the White House. Coming up on 10 o'clock on the East Coast, we can show you the poll closings one last time here. We're going to see Iowa. We're going to see the state of Nevada. We're going to see Utah. And also up here in the American West, state of Montana is 3 electoral votes. That's coming up in about a minute and 24 seconds here. Britt, back to you.
Of course, one of the ones that we're going to be closely watching is we're going to be watching Nevada, where that turned into a battleground state, as you know, Bill. And Iowa, of course, was a red state this last time around, but that was really not thought one that I guess McCain went there, but that was thought a tough state for
Yeah, ethanol was a big issue for Senator McCain in that state going back to 2000. You see where Al Gore, the margin here was so small 8 years ago, 49 to 48% for the state of Iowa. In 2004, that's a state that George Bush won, but again, very close, just a percentage point, 50% to John Kerry's 49. In 2008, polls are going to close there in a matter of minutes, Britt.
Seconds, really. Well, we're looking at, we do have one state we can call, Bill. This will be no surprise, and it's actually already turned up on your map red, and that is the state of Texas for John McCain. The polls closed there, 9 o'clock, so that was one, nobody went there. Big state, you'd think somebody would have gone, but it was pretty clear that Obama wasn't going to turn it, and McCain didn't need to go, and so he didn't. We're now 15 seconds away from the 10 p.m. closing, and as we've mentioned, there's some big ones at 10 o'clock. To see if we'll have a chance to call that. It appears at this point that we're not going to be able to call that at 10, but we can call Utah for John McCain and Iowa, no great surprise, although it's a switch for Barack Obama. And it is because of states like that, those two, that Iowa and also New Mexico, that John McCain needed, in Virginia and other states where he was challenged, that John McCain needed to rush into Pennsylvania and try to pull something off. So it's not 10. We do have a gubernatorial call we can make also in the state of Utah. We're calling that for, let's see if we can get a board up on the Utah governorship. Polls are closed now there. Well, anyway, the Republican Huntsman incumbent, I believe, has won election to the governorship in Utah. Let's turn for more on the Senate races to Chris Wallace. Chris?
Thank you, but I got to say, sitting next to Karl Rove is a bit of a trip when you announced that Texas had gone for George Bush, for John McCain. Karl is sitting next to me. Go ahead, do what you were doing. He's doing hook 'em horns. Oh boy, it's always interesting with Karl. Have a cookie, Karl. Anyway, we got 4 races to call for you in the Senate, and there's one big one, and we're going to wait to get to that one, but. First of all, in the state of Texas, and you can begin, the eyes of Texas are upon you, John Cornyn, the Republican incumbent, has won, according to Fox News projections, a second term in the state, running against State Representative Rick Noriega. Pretty tough for a Democrat to win in the state of Texas. No Democrat has won in the Senate there since Lloyd Bentsen in 1988, and John Cornyn keeps it an all-red state in the Senate. In the state of Montana, Max Baucus, the incumbent, seeking a 6th term, and he wins it. He's an important man on Capitol Hill, chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. He's running against a fellow named Bob Kelleher, who had run at least 16 times as a Democrat, a Republican, and a Green Party member over the years. He didn't win as this time. In Iowa, the incumbent, Tom Harkin, liberal Democrat, seeking a 5th term. He beats Christopher Reed in his first run for public office. Let me just quickly say one thing here. This race got a little nasty. In the last debate, Reed accused Harkin of being the Tokyo Rose of al-Qaeda and Middle East terrorism, providing aid and comfort to the enemy by calling for a withdrawal of troops from Iraq. The voters of Iowa were not persuaded, and they have reelected Mr. Harkin. And this is the big one. In the state of Mississippi, in that special election, Fox News now declares that the incumbent senator appointed to fill out the term of Trent Lott has won in his own right. He has beaten Ronnie Musgrove. Yeah, there's no check mark there, but we call it for Roger Wicker. And the significance of that is that means that unless the Democrats pull off an upset in one of the states that was not a toss-up, they are not going to get to the magic number of 60 because the Republicans have held on to 4 of those battleground states. So at this point, the Democrats are up 4 on the night. Now, this is a new one. Let me just ask, are we calling the state of Colorado? No, we're not calling the state of Colorado, but it's nice to look at the pictures of Bob Schaefer and Mark Udall, both very attractive men.
I like those pictures, too.
They're very nice guys.
I think we should try to use, we have attractive candidates. We ought to show them as much as we can.
Exactly.
Because people get tired of looking at us.
Exactly.
So even though we're not calling the races, we show the candidates.
All right.
Give people a sense of things. Well, speaking of a sense of things, the sense of things has apparently occurred now to senior McCain people. And our correspondent, Carl Cameron, who's been with the McCain campaign right along, has the latest on that. Carl, your thought? What are you hearing?
Well, Brett, we had an opportunity to sort of get off of our platform on the stage here and run around and talk to some of the senior advisors who are with the gathered throng of McCain supporters. And they now acknowledge, more than a few of them, that, quote, there doesn't appear to be any path. That a reference to the idea that Senator McCain's strategy had long been to win the Bush states of 2004, which would have given him 286 electoral college votes, and to perhaps have pickups in Pennsylvania and New Hampshire for an additional cushion. But the absence of New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, blue states, the loss of Ohio, and the loss of New Mexico dropped them beneath 270. Add in Iowa, and they acknowledge that mathematically it appears virtually impossible for them, primarily because there are no other battleground states that they thought that they could actually turn in blue. They just don't have any other states that they expect to be able to flip. So the mood has changed here. They are not hanging their heads. They are quick to point out that most Republicans agreed that John McCain was perhaps best suited in the GOP to be the nominee in this environment against Barack Obama. They make the point almost incessantly that the economic credit crisis tsunami was something that perhaps no Republican could have survived, and that beyond that, the unpopularity of the president and the right track, wrong track number in the polls was something that may indeed have been insurmountable. They now recognize that there doesn't appear to be a needle they can any longer thread.
All right, Carl, very interesting. Thanks for keeping us abreast of that. We, of course, keep an eye as well as we go here on the Obama celebrations that are forming out there in Chicago's Grant Park. Obama once again having good luck, as Major Garrett, who we see standing there, has told us more than once on the weather. There's a shirt sleeves crowd out there. Major, set the scene for us.
Well, Britt, I want to tell you, when the word just came.
Well, you got a chance to see the kinds of things that we see there. You saw Major disappear, and then you saw why. The signal had been lost. We'll get it back, and we'll get back to Major in that remarkable scene out there in Grant Park. We hope that somebody didn't fail to pay the telephone bill, but And Chris, let's get back to you for further word on the Senate situation.
Yes, and because of we had our own technical mess up, and because of a problem in communication, I've got to update the race in Mississippi. So the Republicans are going to have to wait a little longer to stave off that filibuster-proof majority. We are still saying, although you can see that Roger Wicker there on the right, the incumbent, has a big lead, we are saying that race is too close to call. We're not. Fox News has not projected it for Wicker. Too close to call in the state of Mississippi. Let's go on to Colorado. Those two nice-looking men, Mark Udall and former Congressman Bob Schaefer. You can see Udall with a little bit of a lead, but that's not enough of a lead for our decision desk. We say that race is still too close to call. And let's also go to Louisiana. We're saying that in that state, that's an interesting state because that was the one Democratic seat that seemed to be in a little bit of jeopardy. Mary Landrieu, the incumbent seeking a third term, has a bit of a lead there, but we're not saying that she's got wrapped that up yet. State Treasurer John Kennedy, who in fact was a Democrat, and a fellow I know named Karl Rove helped recruit him for the Republican Party. He is running against her and putting up a pretty close race, and we're saying that race in Louisiana too close to call. Now, if Kennedy should pull that one out, that would be the first victory of the night for the Republicans, where they actually turned a Democratic seat to the GOP. So far, though, that one is too close to call.
I'm intrigued, Chris, by this Senate race in Mississippi. And Carl, Rove, I know you know Roger Wicker. You probably know the state pretty well. What do you think about that situation there, and whether, if he's up 56-44 with whatever percentage, maybe we can look at the board again, whatever percentage of the vote is in, why you imagine that's still a little too close to call?
Yeah, look, I'm conflicted on this because this has been a dear friend of mine for 30 years. I'm a campaign contributor, and I think he's going to win. I was talking today to people in Mississippi. They felt really confident about it. It was really one of the more unusual campaign ads of the season, though. The Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee gave Roger Wicker his so-called coordinated money, big slug of money that you can give each Senate candidate, and he spent it on advertising for him earlier in the campaign. Well, they gave Senator Cochran a big slug of money, which he used to run a television ad of Roger Wicker endorsing Thad Cochran for re-election to give him even more positive time on the television. But what I'm hearing is that this race, very good turnout in the southern part of the state where Wicker had worked hard to make himself known, and I think at the end of the day it's likely to be a Wicker victory.
All right, well, it's good to know that. We'll find out perhaps a little bit more later about why the race remains too close to call. In the meantime, let's try to recover our balance here a little bit and get back to Major Garrett out in Grant Park in Chicago, whom we so rudely and crudely interrupted with a loss of signal. Major?
Well, you know, Britt, when you said, I wonder if we'd paid our phone bill, I thought to myself, I haven't been home in so long, I wonder if I paid my phone bill. But that's a side issue. But I want to show you, Britt, and our audience at home, what happened here in Grant Park when it was just put up on the board that Barack Obama carried the state of Iowa and its 7 electoral votes. There was a huge roar from this group right here in the grassy area you see closest to the stage. Now, why would there be a huge roar from that particular part of this assemblage here at Grant Park? Well, there are a lot of Iowans there. Why? Well, because the Barack Obama campaign has made certain that on this night, when it appears he will be elected the 44th President of the United States, those folks who were most instrumental early on in this quest for the White House were given front row seats. That would, of course, be the state of Iowa. As a matter of fact, about 2 hours ago, Britt, a fellow walked by me who I'd met in Iowa during the caucuses. He said, have you had any corn fritters lately? I said, well, no, I've been in other states. He said, well, come back to Iowa. We gave Barack Obama his start. Indeed, the state of Iowa did. Back then, Britt, it was very much an open question whether this change message, this hope message, could in any way take in a state like Iowa. Could he beat the vaunted Hillary Clinton machine? Could he take on the inevitable senatorial or presidential candidacy of Senator Hillary Clinton? In fact, he did. Yes, he lost a couple of days later in New Hampshire, but it was that Iowa caucus victory that propelled Barack Obama so far, so fast, and brought him, it's worth arguing, to this point tonight. And because of that, Iowans, corn fritters, though not present, are here in great numbers and cheering on Barack Obama.
Okay, Major, it's quite a scene out there. Keep us posted. In the meantime, let's talk about the state of Iowa with Megyn Kelly. Megyn?
Hi there, Britt. Well, you know, this has got 7 electoral votes, and it's called the Hawkeye State. Obama's won it. It's a traditional swing state. It went for Gore back in 2000. It went for Bush in 2004. This year, it's again going blue. Take a look at how Obama did it. Party identification in Iowa. 37% now call themselves Democrat, 30% Republican, 33% Independent. Why am I showing you this? Because Iowa is, as I say, a swing state. It is now going from R to D, and this is why all these numbers for Democrats are higher than they were 4 years ago. The numbers for Republicans are lower than they were 4 years ago, and there are more independents than there were 4 years ago, and that helped Barack Obama. Independents wound up voting for Barack Obama, 60% to John McCain's 37%. That's not a margin that would have helped John McCain in any state. Bush job rating, we keep seeing this. 72% of Iowans disapprove of the job that President Bush is doing. In 2004, 46% disapproved of Bush's job. In 2004, 46% disapproved. Look at the number there. That cannot have helped John McCain. How many people were contacted by the campaigns? Look at this. 43% of Iowans say they were contacted by Barack Obama's. Just 30% say that they were contacted by John McCain's. This is an interesting thing because, you know, Obama upset Hillary Clinton in Iowa, and as Major Garrett was just talking about, that's what really launched his presidential campaign. And the campaign has obviously maintained its presence in Iowa ever since, as you can see by these numbers, contacting 43% of the voters today. Who supported ethanol subsidies? You can see those who do voted overwhelmingly for Barack Obama. That's not surprising. John McCain does not support ethanol subsidies. He has said all along that it would be tough for him to win in Iowa, given that he doesn't support ethanol subsidies. So you can see the numbers and how it shook out for Barack Obama and winning this state tonight. And just, you know, while I've got your attention, Bert, I want to show you a little bit, because we've been walking you around the studio and we showed you sort of screen left and screen right. What we haven't shown you, which, you know, the viewers might find interesting, I don't know if you will, is you.
Oh, aren't you nice?
This is my view. Look at this. You know, in the primaries, there was glass here, and we couldn't really talk to the anchors.
So I can...
Now we can. How you doing, Hume?
I'm doing all right, Megyn. How you doing?
Good.
It's nice to have you with us tonight.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be with you.
It's nice to see you.
We're going to miss you, Britt.
Oh,
we're in denial.
I'll be around. I'll be around. Thanks, Megyn. Let me wheel myself back over here. Now we're going to take a break now, and I'll dab my eyes, and I'll promise to be there on the other side. Be right back.